Chapter 61 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80 by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 61. On that same night, events so crowd upon each other in convulsed and distracted times that more than the stirring incidents of a whole life often become compressed into the compass of 24 hours. On that same night, Mr. Haredale, having strongly bound his prisoner with the assistance of the sexton, and forced him to mount his horse, conducted him to Cligwell, pent upon procuring a conveyance to London from that place, and carrying him at once before a justice. The disturbed state of a town would be, he knew, a sufficient reason for demanding the murderer's committal to prison before daybreak, as no man could answer for the security of any of the watch-houses or ordinary places of detention, and to convey a prisoner through the streets when the mob were again abroad would not only be a task of great danger and hazard, but would be to challenge an attempt at rescue. Directing the sexton to lead the horse, he walked close by the murderer's side, and in this order they reached the village about the middle of the night. The people were all awake and up, for they were fearful of being burnt in their beds, and sought to comfort and assure each other by watching in company. A few of the stoutest-hearted were armed and gathered in a body on the green. To these, who knew him well, Mr. Haredale addressed himself, briefly narrating what had happened, and beseeching them to aid in conveying the criminal to London before the dawn of day. But not a man among them dared to help him by so much as the motion of a finger. The rioters, in their passage through the village, had menaced with their fiercest vengeance any person who should aid in extinguishing the fire or render the least assistance to him or any Catholic whomsoever. Their threats extended to their lives and all they possessed. They were assembled for their own protection and could not endanger themselves by lending any aid to him. This they told him, not without hesitation and regret, as they kept aloof in the moonlight and glanced fearfully at the ghostly rider, who, with his head drooping on his breast and his hat slouched down upon his brow, neither moved nor spoke. Finding it impossible to persuade them, and indeed hardly knowing how to do so after what they'd seen of the fury of the crowd, Mr. Haredale besought them that at least they would leave him free to act for himself, and would suffer him to take the only chaise and pair of horses that the place afforded. This was not acceded to without some difficulty, but in the end they told him to do what he would, and go away from them in heaven's name. Leaving the sexton at the horse's bridle, he drew out the chaise with his own hands, and would have harnessed the horses, but that the post-boy of the village, a soft-hearted, good-for-nothing, vagabond kind of fellow, was moved by his earnestness and passion, and, throwing down a pitchfork with which he was armed, swore that the rioters might cut him into mincemeat if they liked, but he would not stand by and see an honest gentleman who'd done no wrong reduced to such extremity, without doing what he could to help him. Mr. Haredale shook him warmly by the hand and thanked him from his heart. In 5 minutes' time the chaise was ready, and this could scapegrace in his saddle. The murderer was put inside, the blinds were drawn up. The sexton took a seat upon the bar. Mr. Haredale mounted his horse and rode close beside the door, and so they started in the dead of night and in profound silence for London. The consternation was so extreme that even the horses which had escaped the flames at the warren could find no friends to shelter them. They passed them on the road, browsing on the stunted grass, and the driver told them that the poor beasts had wandered to the village first, but had been driven away, lest they should bring the vengeance of the crowd on any of the inhabitants. Nor was his feeling confined to such small places, where the people were timid, ignorant, and unprotected. When they came near London, they met, in the grey light of morning, more than one poor Catholic family who, terrified by the threats and warnings of their neighbors, were quitting the city on foot, and who told them they could hire no cart or horse for the removal of their goods, and had been compelled to leave them behind at the mercy of the crowd. Near Mile End they passed the house, the master of which, a Catholic gentleman of small means, having hired a wagon to remove his furniture by midnight, had had it all brought down into the street to wait the vehicle's arrival and save time in the packing. But the man with whom he made the bargain, alarmed by the fires that night and by the sight of the rioters passing his door, had refused to keep it, and the poor gentleman, with his wife and servant and their little children, were sitting trembling among their goods in the open street, dreading the arrival of day and not knowing where to turn or what to do. It was the same, they heard, with the public conveyances. The panic was so great that the mails and stagecoaches were afraid to carry passengers who professed the obnoxious religion. If the drivers knew them, or they admitted that they held that creed, they would not take them, no, though they offered large sums. And yesterday people had been afraid to recognize Catholic acquaintances in the street, lest they should be marked by spies and burnt out, as it was called, in consequence. One mild old man, a priest, whose chapel was destroyed, a very feeble, patient, inoffensive creature, who was trudging away alone, designing to walk some distance from town and then try his fortune with the coaches, told Mr. Haredale that he feared he might not find a magistrate who would have the hardihood to commit a prisoner to jail on his complaint. But notwithstanding these discouraging accounts, they went on, and reached the mansion house soon after sunrise. Mr. Haredale threw himself from his horse, but he had no need to knock at the door, for it was already open, and there stood upon the step a portly old man with a very red, or rather purple, face, who, with an anxious expression of countenance, was remonstrating with some unseen personage upstairs, while the porter essayed to close the door by degrees and get rid of him. With the intense impatience and excitement natural to one in his condition, Mr. Haredale thrust himself forward and was about to speak when the fat old gentleman interposed. "My good sir," said he, "pray let me get an answer. This is the 6th time I've been here. I was here 5 times yesterday. My house is threatened with destruction. It is to be burned down tonight, and was to have been last night, but they had other business on their hands. Pray let me get an answer." "My good sir," returned Mr. Haredale, shaking his head, "my house is burned to the ground. But heaven forbid that yours should be. Get your answer. Be brief, in mercy to me." "Now, you hear this, my lord," said the old gentleman, calling up the stairs, to where the skirt of a dressing-gown fluttered on the landing-place. "Here's a gentleman here whose house was actually burned down last night." Dear me, replied a testy voice. "I'm very sorry for it, but what am I to do? I can't build it up again. The chief magistrate of a city can't go and be a building of people's houses, my good sir. Stuff and nonsense." "But the chief magistrate of the city can prevent people's houses from having any need to be rebuilt if the chief magistrate's a man and not a dummy. Can't he, my lord?" cried the old gentleman in a choleric manner. "You are disrespectable, sir," said the Lord Mayor. "Leastways, disrespectful, I mean." "Disrespectful, my lord," returned the old gentleman. "I was respectful 5 times yesterday. I can't be respectful forever. Men can't stand on being respectful when their houses are going to be burnt over their heads with them in 'em. What am I to do, my lord? Am I to have any protection?" "I told you yesterday, sir," said the Lord Mayor, "that you might have an alderman in your house if you could get one to come." "What the devil's the good of an alderman?" returned the choleric old gentleman. "To awe the crowd, sir," said the Lord Mayor. "Oh, Lord ha' mercy," whimpered the old gentleman, as he wiped his forehead in a state of ludicrous distress. To think of sending an alderman to awe a crowd! Why, my lord, if they were even so many babies fed on mother's milk, what do you think they'd care for an alderman? Will you come?" "I?" said the Lord Mayor, most emphatically. "Certainly not." "Then what," returned the old gentleman, "what am I to do? Am I a citizen of England? Am I to have the benefit of the laws? Am I to have any return for the king's taxes?" "I don't know, I am sure," said the Lord Mayor. "What a pity it is you're a Catholic. Why couldn't you be a Protestant, and then you wouldn't have got yourself into such a mess? I'm sure I don't know what's to be done. There are great people at the bottom of these riots. Oh, dear me, what a thing it is to be a public character. You must look in again in the course of a day. Would a javelin man do? Or there's Phillips, the constable. He's disengaged. He's not very old for a man at his time of life, except in his legs, and if you put him up at a window he'd look quite young by candlelight, and might frighten him very much. Oh, dear. Well, we'll see about it." "Stop!" cried Mr. Haredale, pressing the door open as the porter strove to shut it, and speaking rapidly. "My Lord Mayor, I beg you not to go away. I have a man here who committed a murder 28 years ago. Half a dozen words from me on oath will justify you in committing him to prison for re-examination. I only seek just now to have him consigned to a place of safety. The least delay may involve his being rescued by the rioters." "Oh, dear me," cried the Lord Mayor. "God bless my soul! And body! Oh, Lord! Well, there are great people at the bottom of these riots, you know. You really mustn't." "My lord," said Mr. Haredale, "the murdered gentleman was my brother. I succeeded to his inheritance. There were not wanting slanderous tongues at that time to whisper that the guilt of this most foul and cruel deed was mine, who loved him, as he knows in heaven, dearly. The time has come, after all these years of gloom and misery, for avenging him, and bringing to light a crime so artful and so devilish that it has no parallel. Every second's delay on your part loosens this man's bloody hands again, and leads to his escape. My lord, I charge you hear me, and dispatch this matter on the instant." "Oh, dear me," cried the chief magistrate, "these aren't business hours, you know. I wonder at you. How ungentlemanly it is of you. You mustn't. You really mustn't. And I suppose you are a Catholic, too?" "I am," said Mr. Haredale. "God bless my soul. I believe people turn Catholics o' purpose to vex and worrit me," cried the Lord Mayor. "I wish you wouldn't come here. They'll be setting the mansion house afire next, and we shall have you to thank for it. You must lock your prisoner up, sir. Give him to a watchman, and call again at a proper time. Then we'll see about it." Before Mr. Haredale could answer, the sharp closing of a door and drawing of its bolts gave notice that the Lord Mayor had retreated to his bedroom, and that further remonstrance would be unavailing. The two clients retreated likewise, and the porter shut them out into the street. "That's the way he puts me off," said the old gentleman. "I can get no redress and no help. What are you going to do, sir?" "To try elsewhere," answered Mr. Haredale, who was by this time on horseback. "I feel for you, I assure you, and well I may, for we are in a common cause," said the old gentleman. "I may not have a house to offer you tonight. Let me tender it while I can. On second thoughts, though," he added, putting up a pocketbook he had produced while speaking, "I'll not give you a card, for if it was found upon you, it might get you into trouble. Langdale, that's my name, vintner and distiller, Holborn Hill. You're heartily welcome if you'll come." Mr. Haredale bowed and rode off, close beside the chaise as before, determining to repair to the house of Sir John Fielding, who had the reputation of being a bold and active magistrate, and fully resolved, in case the rioters should come upon them, to do execution on the murderers with his own hands rather than suffer him to be released. They arrived at the magistrate's dwelling, however, without molestation, for the crowd, as we have seen, were then intent on deeper schemes, and knocked at the door. As it had been pretty generally rumored that Sir John was proscribed by the rioters, a body of thief-takers had been keeping watch in the house all night. To one of them Mr. Haredale stated his business, which, appearing to the man of sufficient moment to warrant his arousing the justice, procured him an immediate audience. No time was lost in committing the murderer to Newgate. Then a new building, recently completed at a vast expense, and considered to be of enormous strength. The warrant being made out, 3 of the thief-takers bound him afresh. He'd been struggling, it seems, in the chaise, and had loosened his manacles, gagged him lest they should meet with any of the mob, and he should call to them for help, and seated themselves along with him in the carriage. These men, being all well armed, made a formidable escort, but they drew up the blinds again, as though the carriages were empty, and directed Mr. Haredale to ride forward that he might not attract attention by seeming to belong to it. The wisdom of this proceeding was sufficiently obvious, for as they hurried through the city they passed among several groups of men who, if they had not supposed the chaise to be quite empty, would certainly have stopped it. But those within keeping quite close, and the driver tarrying to be asked no questions, they reached the prison without interruption, and, once there, had him out and safe within its gloomy walls in a twinkling. With eager eyes and strained attention, Mr. Haredale saw him chained and locked and barred up in his cell. Nay, when he'd left the jail and stood in the free street without, he felt the iron plates upon the doors with his hands, and drew them over the stone wall to assure himself that it was real, and to exult in its being so strong and rough and cold. It was not until he turned his back upon the jail and glanced along the empty streets, so lifeless and quiet in the bright morning, that he felt the weight upon his heart, that he knew he was tortured by anxiety for those he had left at home, and that home itself was but another bead in the long rosary of his regrets. This ends chapter 61. Chapter 62 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80 by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 62. The prisoner, left to himself, sat down upon his bedstead, and resting his elbows on his knees and his chin upon his hands, remained in that attitude for hours. It would be hard to say of what nature his reflections were. They had no distinctness, and, saving for some flashes now and then, no reference to his condition or the train of circumstances by which it had been brought about. The cracks in the pavement of his cell, the chinks in the wall where stone was joined to stone, the bars in the window, the iron ring upon the floor, such things as these, subsiding strangely into one another, and awakening an indescribable kind of interest and amusement, engrossed his whole mind, and although at the bottom of his every thought there was an uneasy sense of guilt and dread of death, he felt no more than that vague consciousness of it which a sleeper has of pain. It pursues him through his dreams, gnaws at the heart of all his fancied pleasures, robs the banquet of its taste, music of its sweetness, makes happiness itself unhappy, and yet is no bodily sensation, but a phantom without shape or form or visible presence, pervading everything but having no existence, recognizable everywhere but nowhere seen or touched or met with face to face, until the sleep is past and waking agony returns. After a long time, the door of his cell opened. He looked up, saw the blind man enter, and relapsed into his former position. Guided by his breathing, the visitor advanced to where he sat, and stopping beside him and stretching out his hand to assure himself that he was right, remained for a good space silent. "This is bad, Rudge. This is bad," he said at length. The prisoner shuffled with his feet upon the ground in turning his body from him, but made no other answer. "How were you taken?" he asked. "And where? You never told me more than half your secret." "No matter. I know it now." "How was it, and where, eh?" he asked again, coming still nearer to him. "At Cligwell," said the other. "At Cligwell? How came you there?" "Because I went there to avoid the man I stumbled on," he answered. "Because I was chased and driven there by him and fate. Because I was urged to go there by something stronger than my own will. When I found him watching in the house she used to live in, night after night, I knew I never could escape him, never. And when I heard the bell—" He shivered, muttered that it was very cold, paced quickly up and down the narrow cell, and sitting down again, fell into his old posture. "You were saying," said the blind man, after another pause, "that when you heard the bell—" "Let it be, will you?" he retorted in a hurried voice. "It hangs there yet." The blind man turned a wistful and inquisitive face towards him, but continued to speak without noticing him. "I went to Cligwell in search of the mob. I have been so hunted and beset by this man that I knew my only hope of safety lay in joining them. They'd gone on before. I followed them when it left off." "When what left off?" "The bell. They'd quitted the place. I hoped that some of them might be still lingering among the ruins, and was searching for them when I heard—" He drew a long breath and wiped his forehead with his sleeve. His voice. "Saying what?" "No matter what. I don't know. I was then at the foot of the turret, where I did the—" "Aye," said the blind man, nodding his head with perfect composure. "I understand." "I climbed the stair, or so much of it as was left, meaning to hide till he'd gone. But he heard me, and followed almost as soon as I set foot upon the ashes." "You might have hidden in the wall and thrown him down or stabbed him," said the blind man. "Might I? Between that man and me was one who led him on. I saw it, though he did not, and raised above his head a bloody hand. It was in the room above that he and I stood glaring at each other on the night of the murder, and before he fell he raised his hand like that and fixed his eyes on me. I knew the chase would end there." "You have a strong fancy," said the blind man with a smile. "Strengthen yours with blood, and see what it will come to." He groaned and rocked himself, and looking up for the first time, said in a low, hollow voice, 28 years. 28 years! He's never changed in all that time, never grown older, nor altered in the least degree. He's been before me in the dark night and the broad sunny day, in the twilight, the moonlight, the sunlight, the light of fire and lamp and candle, and in the deepest gloom. Always the same. In company, in solitude, on land, on shipboard, sometimes leaving me alone for months, and sometimes always with me. I've seen him at sea come gliding in the dead of night along the bright reflection of the moon in the calm water, and I have seen him on quays and market-places with his hand uplifted, towering, the center of a busy crowd, unconscious of a terrible form that had its silent stand among them. Fancy. Are you real? Am I? Are these iron fetters riveted on me by the smith's hammer, or are they fancies I can shatter at a blow? The blind man listened in silence. Fancy. Do I fancy that I killed him? Do I fancy that as I left the chamber where he lay, I saw the face of a man peeping from a dark door, who plainly showed me by his fearful looks that he suspected what I had done? Do I remember that I spoke fairly to him, that I drew nearer yet, with a hot knife in my sleeve? Do I fancy how he died? Did he stagger back into the angle of the wall into which I'd hemmed him, and bleeding inwardly, stand, not fall, a corpse before me? Did I see him for an instant as I see you now, erect and on his feet, but dead? The blind man, who knew that he had risen, motioned him to sit down again upon his bedstead, but he took no notice of the gesture. It was then I thought, for the first time, of fastening the murder upon him. It was then I dressed him in my clothes and dragged him down the back stairs to the piece of water. Do I remember listening to the bubbles that came rising up when I'd rolled him in? Do I remember wiping the water from my face, and because the body splashed in there in its descent, feeling as if it must be blood? Did I go home when I had done? And, oh my God, how long it took to do! Did I stand before my wife and tell her? Did I see her fall upon the ground, and when I stooped to raise her, did she thrust me back with a force that cast me off as if I'd been a child, staining the hand with which she clasped my wrist? Is that fancy? Did she go down upon her knees and call on heaven to witness that she and her unborn child renounced me from that hour? And did she, in words so solemn that they turned me cold, me, fresh from the horrors my own hands had made, warn me to fly while there was time, for though she would be silent, being my wretched wife, she would not shelter me? Did I go forth that night, abjured of God and man, and anchored deep in hell, to wander at my cable's length about the earth, and surely be drawn down at last? Why did you return? Said the blind man. Why is blood red? I could no more help it than I could live without breath. I struggled against the impulse, but I was drawn back through every difficult and adverse circumstance, as by a mighty engine. Nothing could stop me. The day and hour were none of my choice. Sleeping and waking, I had been among the old haunts for years, had visited my own grave. Why did I come back? Because this jail was gaping for me, and he stood beckoning at the door. You were not known? Said the blind man. I was a man who had been 22 years dead. No, I was not known. You should have kept your secret better. My secret? Mine? It was a secret any breath of air could whisper at its will. The stars had it in their twinkling, the water in its flowing, the leaves in their rustling, the seasons in their return. It lurked in strangers' faces and their voices. Everything had lips on which it always trembled. My secret. It was revealed by your own act, at any rate, said the blind man. The act was not mine. I did it, but it was not mine. I was forced at times to wander round and round and round that spot. If you had chained me up when the fit was on me, I should have broken away and gone there. As truly as the lodestone draws iron towards it, so he, lying at the bottom of his grave, could draw me near him when he would. Was that fancy? Did I like to go there, or did I strive and wrestle with the power that forced me? The blind man shrugged his shoulders and smiled incredulously. The prisoner again resumed his old attitude, and for a long time both were mute. "I suppose, then," said his visitor, at length breaking silence, "that you are penitent and resigned, that you desire to make peace with everybody, in particular with your wife who's brought you to this, and that you ask no greater favour than to be carried to Tyburn as soon as possible? That being the case, I'd better take my leave. I'm not good enough to be company for you." "Have I not told you," said the other fiercely, "that I have striven and wrestled with the power that brought me here? Has my whole life for 28 years been one perpetual struggle and resistance? And do you think I want to lie down and die? Do all men shrink from death? I, most of all." "That's better said. That's better spoken, Rudge. But I'll not call you that again than anything you've said yet," returned the blind man, speaking more familiarly, and laying his hands upon his arm. "Look'ee, I never killed a man myself, for I've never been placed in a position that made it worth me while. Further, I'm not an advocate for killing men, and I don't think I should recommend it or like it, for it's very hazardous under any circumstances. But as you had the misfortune to get into this trouble before I made your acquaintance, and as you've been my companion and have been of use to me for a long time now, I overlook that part of the matter, and am only anxious that you shouldn't die unnecessarily. Now, I do not consider that at present it is at all necessary." "What else is left me," returned the prisoner, "to eat my way through these walls with my teeth?" "Something easier than that," returned his friend. "Promise me that you'll talk no more of these fancies of yours, idle, foolish things, quite beneath a man, and I'll tell you what I mean." "Tell me," said the other. "Your worthy lady with the tender conscience, your scrupulous, virtuous, punctilious, but not blindly affectionate wife." "What of her?" "Is now in London." "A curse upon her, be she where she may." "That's natural enough. If she'd taken her annuity as usual, you would not have been here, and we should have been better off. But that's apart from the business. She's in London, scared, as I suppose, and have no doubt, by my representation when I waited upon her, that you were close at hand, which I, of course, urged only as an inducement to compliance. Knowing that she was not pining to see you, she left that place and travelled up to London." "How do you know?" "From my friend the noble captain, the illustrious general, the bladder, Mr. Tappertit. I learned from him the last time I saw him, which was yesterday, that your son, who is called Barnaby—" "Not after his father, I suppose." "Death! Does that matter now?" "You are impatient," said the blind man calmly. "It's a good sign, and looks like life. That your son Barnaby had been lured away from her by one of his companions who knew him of old at Cligwell, and that he's now among the rioters." "And what is that to me? If father and son be hanged together, what comfort shall I find in that?" Stay, my friend," returned the blind man with a cunning look. "You travel fast to journey's ends. Suppose I track my lady out and say thus much. You want your son, ma'am. Good. I, knowing those who tempt him to remain among them, can restore him to you, ma'am. Good. You must pay a price, ma'am, for his restoration. Good again. The price is small and easy to be paid. Dear ma'am, that's best of all." "What mockery is this?" "Very likely she may reply in those words. No mockery at all, I answer. Madam, a person said to be your husband, identity is difficult of proof after the lapse of many years, is in prison, his life in peril. The charge against him, murder. Now, ma'am, your husband has been dead a long, long time. The gentleman never can be confounded with him, if you will have the goodness to say a few words on oath as to when he died and how, and that this person, who I am told resembles him in some degree, is no more he than I am. Such testimony will set the question quite at rest. Pledge yourself to me to give it, ma'am, and I will undertake to keep your son, a fine lad, out of harm's way until you've done this trifling service, when he shall be delivered up to you, safe and sound. On the other hand, if you decline to do so, I fear he will be betrayed and handed over to the law, which will assuredly sentence him to suffer death. It is, in fact, a choice between his life and death. If you refuse, he swings. If you comply, the timber is not grown, nor the imp sound that shall do him any harm. There is a gleam of hope in this, cried the prisoner. A gleam, returned his friend, a noon blaze, a full and glorious daylight. Hush, I hear the tread of distant feet. Rely on me. When shall I hear more? As soon as I do. I should hope tomorrow. They're coming to say that our time for talk is over. I hear the jingling of the keys. Not another word of this just now, or they might overhear us. As he said these words, the lock was turned, and one of the prison turnkeys appearing at the door announced that it was time for visitors to leave the jail. So soon, said Stagg meekly. But it can't be helped. Cheer up, friend. This mistake will soon be set at rest, and then you are a man again. If this charitable gentleman will lead a blind man, who has nothing in return but prayers, to the prison porch, and set him with his face towards the west, he will do a worthy deed. Thank you, good sir. I thank you very kindly. So saying, and pausing for an instant at the door to turn his grinning face towards his friend, he departed. When the officer had seen him to the porch, he returned, and again unlocking and unbarring the door of the cell, set it wide open, informing its inmate that he was at liberty to walk in the adjacent yard, if he thought proper, for an hour. The prisoner answered with a sullen nod, and being left alone again, sat brooding over what he'd heard, and pondering upon the hopes the recent conversation had awakened, gazing abstractedly the while he did so on the light without, and watching the shadows thrown by one wall on another and on the stone-paved ground. It was a dull, square yard, made cold and gloomy by high walls, and seeming to chill the very sunlight. The stone, so bare and rough and obdurate, filled even him with longing thoughts of meadowland and trees, and with a burning wish to be at liberty. As he looked, he rose, and leaning against the doorpost, gazed up at the bright blue sky, smiling even on that dreary home of crime. He seemed for a moment to remember lying on his back in some sweet-scented place, and gazing at it through moving branches, long ago. His attention was suddenly attracted by a clanking sound. He knew what it was, for he had startled himself by making the same noise in walking to the door. Presently a voice began to sing, and he saw the shadow of a figure on the pavement. It stopped, was silent all at once, as though the person for a moment had forgotten where he was, but soon remembered. And so, with the same clanking noise, the shadow disappeared. He walked out into the court and paced it to and fro, startling the echoes as he went, with the harsh jangling of his fetters. There was a door near his, which, like his, stood ajar. He had not taken half a dozen turns up and down the yard, when, Standing still to observe this door, he heard the clanking sound again. A face looked out of the grated window. He saw it very dimly, for the cell was dark and the bars were heavy. And directly afterwards, a man appeared and came towards him. For the sense of loneliness he had, he might have been in jail a year. Made eager by the hope of companionship, he quickened his pace and hastened to meet the man halfway. What was this? His son! They stood face to face, staring at each other, he shrinking and cowed despite himself, Barnaby struggling with his imperfect memory and wondering where he'd seen that face before. He was not uncertain long, for suddenly he laid hands upon him and, striving to bear him to the ground, cried, "Ah, I know! You're the robber!" He said nothing in reply at first, but held down his head and struggled with him silently. Finding the younger man too strong for him, he raised his face, looked close into his eyes, and said, "I am your father." God knows what magic the name had for his ears, but Barnaby released his hold, fell back, and looked at him aghast. Suddenly he sprang towards him, put his arms about his neck, and pressed his head against his cheek. Yes, he was. He was sure he was. But where had he been so long, and why had he left his mother by herself, or worse than by herself, with her poor foolish boy? And had she really been as happy as they said? And where was she? Was she near there? She was not happy now, and he in jail. Oh, no. Not a word was said in answer, but Grip croaked loudly and hopped about them round and round, as if enclosing them in a magic circle and invoking all the powers of mischief. This ends chapter 62. Chapter 63 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80 by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 63. During the whole of this day, every regiment in or near the metropolis was on duty in one or other part of the town, and the regulars and militia, in obedience to the orders which were sent to every barrack and station within 24 hours' journey, began to pour in by all the roads. But the disturbance had attained to such a formidable height, and the rioters had grown with impunity to be so audacious, that the sight of this great force, continually augmented by new arrivals, instead of operating as a check, stimulated them to outrages of greater hardihood than any they had yet committed, and helped to kindle a flame in London, the like of which had never been beheld even in its ancient and rebellious times. All yesterday, and on this day likewise, the commander-in-chief endeavored to arouse the magistrates to a sense of their duty, and in particular the Lord Mayor, who was the faintest-hearted and most timid of them all. With this object, large bodies of the soldiery were several times dispatched to the mansion house to await his orders, but as he could, by no threats or persuasions, be induced to give any, and as the men remained in the open street, fruitlessly for any good purpose, and thrivingly for a very bad one, these laudable attempts did harm rather than good. For the crowd, becoming speedily acquainted with the Lord Mayor's temper, did not fail to take advantage of it by boasting that even the civil authorities were opposed to the Papists, and could not find it in their hearts to molest those who were guilty of no other offence. These vaunts they took care to make within the hearing of the soldiers, and they, being naturally loath to quarrel with the people, received their advances kindly enough, answering, when they were asked if they desired to fire upon their countrymen, no, they would be damned if they did, and showing much honest simplicity and good nature. The feeling that the military were no popery men, and were ripe for disobeying orders and joining the mob, soon became very prevalent in consequence. Rumors of their disaffection, and of their leaning towards the popular cause, spread from mouth to mouth with astonishing rapidity, and whenever they were drawn up idly in the streets or squares, there was sure to be a crowd about them, cheering and shaking hands, and treating them with a great show of confidence and affection. By this time the crowd was everywhere. All concealment and disguise were laid aside, and they pervaded the whole town. If any man among them wanted money, he had but to knock at the door of a dwelling-house, or walk into a shop, and demand it in the rioter's name, and his demand was instantly complied with. The peaceable citizens being afraid to lay hands upon them, singly and alone, it may be easily supposed that when gathered together in bodies, they were perfectly secure from interruption. They assembled in the streets, traversed them at their will and pleasure, and publicly concerted their plans. Business was quite suspended. The greater part of the shops were closed. Most of the houses displayed a blue flag in token of their adherence to the popular side, and even the Jews in Houndsditch, Whitechapel, and those quarters wrote upon their doors or window shutters, "This house is a true Protestant." The crowd was the law, and never was the law held in greater dread or more implicitly obeyed. It was about 6 o'clock in the evening when a vast mob poured into Lincoln's Inn Fields by every avenue and divided, evidently in pursuance of a previous design, into several parties. It must not be understood that this arrangement was known to the whole crowd, but that it was the work of a few leaders who, mingling with the men as they came upon the ground, and calling to them to fall into this or that parry, effected it as rapidly as if it had been determined on by a council of the whole number, and every man had known his place. It was perfectly notorious to the assemblage that the largest body, which comprehended about 2/3 of the whole, was designed for the attack on Newgate. It comprehended all the rioters who had been conspicuous in any of their former proceedings, all those whom they recommended as daring hands and fit for the work, all those whose companions had been taken in the riots, and a great number of people who were relatives or friends of felons in the jail. This last class included not only the most desperate and utterly abandoned villains in London, but some who were comparatively innocent. There was more than one woman there, disguised in man's attire, and bent upon the rescue of a child or brother. There were the 2 sons of a man who lay under sentence of death, and who was to be executed along with 3 others on the next day but one. There was a great party of boys whose fellow pickpockets were in the prison, and at the skirts of all, a score of miserable women, outcasts from the world, seeking to release some other fallen creature as miserable as themselves, or moved by a general sympathy, perhaps, God knows, with all who are without hope and wretched. Old swords and pistols without ball or powder, sledgehammers, knives, axes, saws, and weapons pillaged from the butchers' shops, a forest of iron bars and wooden clubs, long ladders for scaling the walls, each carried on the shoulders of a dozen men, lighted torches, tow smeared with pitch and tar and brimstone, staves roughly plucked from fence and paling, and even crutches taken from the crippled beggars in the streets, composed their arms. When all was ready, Hugh and Dennis, with Simon Tappertit between them, led the way. Roaring and chafing like an angry sea, the crowd pressed after them. Instead of going straight down Holborn to the jail, as all expected, their leaders took the way to Clerkenwell, and pouring down a quiet street, halted before a locksmith's house, the Golden Key. "Beat at the door," cried Hugh to the men about him. "We want one of his craft tonight. Beat it in if no one answers." The shop was shut. Both door and shutters were of a strong and sturdy kind, and they knocked without effect. But the impatient crowd raising a cry of "Set fire to the house!" and torches being passed to the front, an upper window was thrown open, and the stout old locksmith stood before them. "What now, you villains?" he demanded. "Where is my daughter?" "Ask no questions of us, old man," retorted Hugh, waving his comrades to be silent, "but come down and bring the tools of your trade. We want you." "Want me!" cried the locksmith, glancing at the regimental dress he wore. "Aye, and if some that I could name possessed the hearts of mice, you should have had me long ago. Mark me, my lad, and you about him do the same. There are a score among ye whom I see now and know who are dead men from this hour. Begone, and rob an undertaker's while you can. You'll want some coffins before long." "Will you come down?" cried Hugh. "Will you give me my daughter, ruffian?" cried the locksmith. "I know nothing of her," Hugh rejoined. "Burn the door." "Stop," cried the locksmith, in a voice that made them falter, presenting as he spoke a gun. "Let an old man do that. You can spare him better." The young fellow who held the light, and who was stooping down before the door, rose hastily at these words and fell back. The locksmith ran his eye along the upturned faces, and kept the weapon leveled at the threshold of his house. It had no other rest than his shoulder, but was as steady as the house itself. "Let the man who does it take heed to his prayers," he said firmly. "I warn him." Snatching a torch from one who stood near him, Hugh was stepping forward with an oath, when he was arrested by a shrill and piercing shriek, and, looking upward, saw a fluttering garment on the housetop. There was another shriek, and another, and then a shrill voice cried, "Is Simon below?" At the same moment a lean neck was stretched over the parapet, and Miss Miggs, indistinctly seen in the gathering gloom of evening, shrieked in a frenzied manner, "Oh, dear gentlemen, let me hear Simon's answer from his own lips. Speak to me, Simon, speak to me." Mr. Tappertit, who was not at all flattered by this compliment, looked up, and bidding her hold her peace, ordered her to come down and open the door, for they wanted her master and would take no denial. "Oh, good gentlemen," cried Miss Miggs, "oh, my own precious, precious Simon." "Hold your nonsense, will you?" retorted Mr. Tappertit, "and come down and open the door. G. Varden, drop that gun, or it will be worse for you." "Don't mind his gun," screamed Miggs. "Simon and gentlemen, I poured a mug of table beer right down the barrel." The crowd gave a loud shout, which was followed by a roar of laughter. "It wouldn't go off not if you was to load it up to the muzzle," screamed Miggs. "Simon and gentlemen, I'm locked up in the front attic, though the little door on the right hand when you think you've got to the very top of the stairs, and up the flight of corner steps, being careful not to knock your heads against the rafters, and not to tread on one side in case you should fall into the two-pair bedroom through the lath and plaster, which do not bear but the contrary. Simon and gentlemen, I've been locked up here for safety, but my endeavour has always been, and always will to be on the right side, the blessed side, and to pronounce the Pope of Babylon and all her inward and her outward workings, which is pagan. My sentiments is of little consequences, I know," cried Miggs, with additional shrillness, "for my positions is but a servant, and as sich of humilities. Still I give expressions to my feelings, and places my reliances on them which entertains my own opinions." Without taking much notice of these outpourings of Miss Miggs after she made her first announcement in relation to the gun, the crowd raised a ladder against the window where the locksmith stood, and notwithstanding that he closed and fastened and defended it manfully, soon forced an entrance by shivering the glass and breaking in the frames. After dealing a few stout blows about him, he found himself defenseless, in the midst of a furious crowd which overflowed the room and softened off in a confused heap of faces at the door and window. They were very wrathful with him, for he'd wounded 2 men, and even called out to those in front to bring him forth and hang him on a lamppost. But Gabriel was quite undaunted, and looked from Hugh and Dennis, who held him by either arm, to Simon Tappertit, who confronted him. "You've robbed me of my daughter," said the locksmith, "who is far dearer to me than my life, and you may take my life if you will. I bless God that I've been enabled to keep my wife free of this scene, and that he's made me a man who will not ask mercy at such hands as yours."
"And a very game old gentleman you are," said Mr. Dennis approvingly, "and you express yourself like a man. What's the odds, brother, whether it's a lamp-post tonight or a feather-bed 10 year to come, eh?"
The locksmith glanced at him disdainfully, but returned no other answer.
"For my part," said the hangman, who particularly favoured the lamp-post suggestion, "I honour your principles. They're mine exactly. In such sentiments as them," and here he emphasized his discourse with an oath, "I'm ready to meet you or any man halfway. Have you got a bit of cord anywheres handy? Don't put yourself out of the way if you haven't. A handkerchief will do."
"Don't be a fool, master," whispered Hugh, seizing Varden roughly by the shoulder, "but do as you're bid. You'll soon hear what you're wanted for. Do it."
"I'll do nothing at your request, or that of any scoundrel here," returned the locksmith. "If you want any service from me, you may spare yourselves the pain of telling me what it is. I tell you, beforehand, I'll do nothing for you."
Mr. Dennis was so affected by this constancy on the part of a staunch old man that he protested, almost with tears in his eyes, that to balk his inclinations would be an act of cruelty and hard dealing to which he, for one, never could reconcile his conscience. The gentleman, he said, had avowed in so many words that he was ready for working off. Such being the case, he considered it their duty, as a civilized and enlightened crowd, to work him off. It was not often, he observed, that in his opinion that desire did accommodate themselves to the wishes of those from whom they had the misfortune to differ. Having now found an individual who expressed a desire which they could reasonably indulge, and for himself he was free to confess that in his opinion that desire did honor to his feelings, he hoped they would decide to accede to his proposition before going any further. It was an experiment which, skilfully and dexterously performed, would be over in 5 minutes, with great comfort and satisfaction to all parties, and though it did not become him, Mr. Dennis, to speak well of himself, he trusted he might be allowed to say that he had practical knowledge of the subject, and, being naturally of an obliging and friendly disposition, would work the gentleman off with a deal of pleasure. These remarks, which were addressed in the midst of a frightful din and turmoil to those immediately about him, were received with great favour. Not so much, perhaps, because of the hangman's eloquence, as on account of the locksmith's obstinacy. Gabriel was in imminent peril, and he knew it, but he preserved a steady silence, and would have done so if they'd been debating whether they should roast him at a slow fire. As the hangman spoke, there was some stir and confusion on the ladder, and directly he was silent. So immediately upon his holding his peace that the crowd below had no time to learn what he had been saying, or to shout in response. Someone at the window cried, "He has a grey head. He's an old man. Don't hurt him." The locksmith turned, with a start, towards the place from which the words had come, and looked hurriedly at the people who were hanging on the ladder and clinging to each other. "Pay no respect to my grey hair, young man," he said, answering the voice, and not anyone he saw. "I don't ask it. My heart is green enough to scorn and despise every man among you, band of robbers that you are." This incautious speech by no means tended to appease the ferocity of the crowd. They cried again to have him brought out, and it would have gone hard with the honest locksmith, but that Hugh reminded them, in answer, that they wanted his services, and must have them. "So, tell him what we want," he said to Simon Tappertit, "and quickly, and open your ears, master, if you would ever use them after tonight." Gabriel folded his arms, which were now at liberty, and eyed his old prentice in silence. "Look'ee, Varden," said Sim, "we're bound for Newgate." "I know you are," returned the locksmith. "You never said a truer word than that." "To burn it down, I mean," said Simon, "and force the gates, and set the prisoners at liberty. You helped to make the lock of the great door." "I did," said the locksmith. "You owe me no thanks for that, as you'll find before long." "Maybe," returned his journeyman, "but you must show us how to force it." "Must I?" "Yes,
for you know, and I don't. You must come along with us and pick it with your own hands." "When I do," said the locksmith quietly, "my hands shall drop off at the wrists, and you shall wear them, Simon Tappertit, on your shoulders for epaulets." "We'll see that," cried Hugh, interposing as the indignation of the crowd again burst forth. "You fill a basket with the tools he'll want, while I bring him downstairs. Open the doors below, some of you, and like the great captain, others. Is there no business afoot, my lads, that you can do nothing but stand and grumble?" They looked at one another, and quickly dispersing, swarmed over the house, plundering and breaking according to their custom, and carrying off such articles of value as happened to please their fancy. They had no great length of time for these proceedings, for the basket of tools was soon prepared and slung over a man's shoulders. The preparations being now completed, and everything ready for the attack, those who were pillaging and destroying in the other rooms were called down to the workshop. They were about to issue forth, when the man who had been last upstairs stepped forward, and asked if the young woman in the garret, who was making a terrible noise, he said, and kept on screaming without the least cessation, was to be released. For his own part, Simon Tappertit would certainly have replied in the negative, but the mass of his companions, mindful of the good service she done in the matter of the gun, being of a different opinion, he had nothing for it but to answer, yes. The man accordingly went back again to the rescue, and presently returned with Miss Miggs, limp and doubled up and very damp from much weeping. As the young lady had given no tokens of consciousness on their way downstairs, the bearer reported her either dead or dying, and being at some loss what to do with her, was looking round for a convenient bench or heap of ashes on which to place her senseless form, when she suddenly came upon her feet by some mysterious means, thrust back her hair, stared wildly at Mr. Tappertit, cried, "My Simmons' life is not a victim," and dropped into his arms with such promptitude that he staggered and reeled some paces back beneath his lovely burden. "Oh, bother," said Mr. Tappertit. "Here, catch hold of her, somebody. Lock her up again. She never ought to have been let out." "My Simon," cried Miss Miggs, in tears, and faintly. "My forever, ever blessed Simon." "Hold up, will you?" said Mr. Tappertit, in a very unresponsive tone. "I'll let you fall if you don't. What are you sliding your feet off the ground for?" "My angel Simmons," murmured Miggs. "He promised—" "Promised? Well, and I'll keep my promise," answered Simon testily. "I mean to provide for you, don't I? Stand up." "Where am I to go? What is to become of me after my actions of this night?" cried Miggs. "What resting places now remains but in the silent tombses?" "I wish you was in the silent tombses, I do," cried Mr. Tappertit, "and boxed up tight in a good strong one. Here," he cried to one of the bystanders, in whose ear he whispered for a moment, "take her off, will you? You understand where." The fellow nodded, and taking her in his arms, notwithstanding her broken protestations and her struggles, which latter species of opposition, involving scratches, was much more difficult of resistance, carried her away. They who were in the house poured out into the street. The locksmith was taken to the head of the crowd, and required to walk between his two conductors. The whole body was put in rapid motion, and without any shouts or noise they bore down straight on Newgate, and halted in a dense mass before the prison gate. This ends chapter 63. Chapter 64 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80, by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 64. Breaking the silence they had hitherto preserved, they raised a great cry as soon as they were ranged before the jail, and demanded to speak to the governor. This visit was not wholly unexpected, for his house, which fronted the street, was strongly barricaded. The wicket gate of the prison was closed up, and at no loophole or grating was any person to be seen. Before they had repeated their summons many times, a man appeared upon the roof of the governor's house, and asked what it was they wanted. Some said one thing, some another, and some only groaned and hissed. It being now nearly dark, and the house high, many persons in the throng were not aware that anyone had come to answer them, and continued their clamor until the intelligence was gradually diffused through the whole concourse. 10 minutes or more elapsed before any one voice could be heard with tolerable distinctness, during which interval the figure remained perched alone against the summer evening sky, looking down into the troubled street. "Are you," said Hugh at length, "Mr. Ackerman, the head jailer here?" "Of course he is, brother," whispered Dennis. But Hugh, without minding him, took his answer from the man himself. "Yes," he said, "I am." "You got some friends of ours in your custody, master." "I have a good many people in my custody." He glanced downward, as he spoke, into the jail, and the feeling that he could see into the different yards, and that he overlooked everything which was hidden from their view by the rugged walls, so lashed and goaded the mob that they howled like wolves. "Deliver up our friends," said Hugh, "and you may keep the rest." "It's my duty to keep them all. I shall do my duty." "If you don't throw the doors open, we shall break 'em down," said Hugh, "for we will have the rioters out." "All I can do, good people," Ackerman replied, "is to exhort you to disperse, and to remind you that the consequences of any disturbance in this place will be very severe, and bitterly repented by most of you when it is too late." He made as though he would retire when he said these words, but he was checked by the voice of the locksmith. "Mr. Ackerman!" cried Gabriel. "Mr. Ackerman!" "I will hear no more from any of you," replied the governor, turning towards the speaker and waving his hand. "But I'm not one of them," said Gabriel. "I am an honest man, Mr. Ackerman, a respectable tradesman. Gabriel Varden, the locksmith. You know me." "You among the crowd?" cried the governor, in an altered voice. "Brought here by force. Brought here to pick the lock of the great door for them," rejoined the locksmith. "Bear witness for me, Mr. Ackerman, that I refuse to do it, and that I will not do it, come what may of my refusal. If any violence is done to me, please to remember this." "Is there no way of helping you?" said the governor. "None, Mr. Ackerman. You'll do your duty, and I'll do mine. Once again, you robbers and cutthroats," said the locksmith, turning round upon them, "I refuse." "Ah, howl till you're hoarse. I refuse." "Stay, stay," said the jailer hastily. "Mr. Varden, I know you for a worthy man, and one who would not do no unlawful act except upon compulsion." "Upon compulsion, sir," interposed the locksmith, who felt that the tone in which this was said conveyed the speaker's impression that he had ample excuse for yielding to the furious multitude who beset and hemmed him in on every side, and among whom he stood, an old man, quite alone. "Upon compulsion, sir. I'll do nothing." "Where is that man," said the keeper anxiously, "who spoke to me just now?" "Here," Hugh replied. "Do you know what the guilt of murder is, and that by keeping that honest tradesman at your side, you endanger his life?" "We know it very well," he answered. "For what else did we bring him here? Let's have our friends, master, and you shall have your friend. Is that fair, lads?" The mob replied to him with a loud hurrah. "You see how it is, sir," cried Varden. "Keep 'em out in King George's name. Remember what I have said. Good night." There was no more parley. A shower of stones and other missiles compelled the keeper of the jail to retire, and the mob, pressing on and swarming round the walls, forced Gabriel Varden close up to the door. In vain the basket of tools was laid upon the ground before him, and he was urged in turn by promises, by blows, by offers of reward, and threats of instant death, to do the office for which they had brought him there. "No," cried but sturdy locksmith, "I will not." He had never loved his life so well as then, but nothing could move him. The savage faces that glared upon him, look where he would, the cries of those who thirsted like wild animals for his blood, the sight of men pressing forward and trampling down their fellows as they strove to reach him and struck at him above the heads of other men with axes and with iron bars, all failed to daunt him. He looked from man to man and face to face, and still, with quickened breath and lessening color, cried firmly, "I will not." Dennis dealt him a blow upon the face, which felled him to the ground. He sprung up again like a man in the prime of life, and with blood upon his forehead, caught him by the throat. "You cowardly dog," he said, "give me my daughter! Give me my daughter!" They struggled together. Some cried, "Kill him!" and some, but they were not near enough, strove to trample him to death. Tug as he would at the old man's wrists, the hangman could not force him to unclench his hands. "Is this all the return you make me, you ungrateful monster?" he articulated, with great difficulty and with many oaths. "Give me my daughter!" cried the locksmith, who was now as fierce as those who gathered round him. "Give me my daughter!" He was down again, and up, and down once more, and buffeting with a score of them, who bandied him from hand to hand, when one tall fellow, fresh from a slaughterhouse, whose dress and great thigh boots smoked hot with grease and blood, raised a pole-axe, and swearing a horrible oath, aimed it at the old man's uncovered head. At that instant, and in the very act, he fell himself, as if struck by lightning, and over his body a one-armed man came darting to the locksmith's aid. Another man was with him, and both caught the locksmith roughly in their grasp. "Leave him to us," they cried to Hugh, struggling as they spoke to force a passage backward through the crowd. "Leave him to us. Why do you waste your whole strength on such as he, when a couple of men can finish him in as many minutes? You lose time. Remember the prisoners. Remember Barnaby." The cry ran through the mob. Hammers began to rattle on the walls, and every man strove to reach the prison and be among the foremost rank, fighting their way through the press and struggle as desperately as if they were in the midst of enemies rather than their own friends. The two men retreated with the locksmith between them and dragged him through the very heart of the concourse. And now the strokes began to fall like hail upon the gate and on the strong building. For those who could not reach the door spent their fierce rage on anything, even on the great blocks of stone, which shivered their weapons into fragments and made their hands and arms to tingle as if the walls were active in their stout resistance, and dealt them back their blows. The clash of iron ringing upon iron mingled with the deafening tumult and sounded high above it, as the great sledge-hammers rattled on the nailed and plated door. The sparks flew off in showers. Men worked in gangs, and at short intervals relieved each other, that all their strength might be devoted to the work. But there stood the portal still, as grim and dark and strong as ever, and, saving for the dints upon its battered surface, quite unchanged. While some brought all their energies to bear upon this toilsome task, and some, rearing ladders against the prison, tried to clamber to the summit of the walls, they were too short to scale, and some again engaged a body of police 100 strong, and beat them back, and trod them under foot by force of numbers. Others besieged the house on which the jailer had appeared, and driving in the door, brought out his furniture and piled it up against the prison gate to make a bonfire which should burn it down. As soon as this device was understood, all those who had labored hitherto cast down their tools and helped to swell the heap, which reached halfway across the street and was so high that those who threw more fuel on the top got up by ladders. When all the keeper's goods were flung upon this costly pile to the last fragment, they smeared it with the pitch and tar and rosin they'd brought, and sprinkled it with turpentine. To all the woodwork round the prison doors they did the like, leaving not a joist or beam untouched. This infernal christening performed, they fired the pile with lighted matches and with blazing tow, and then stood by, awaiting the result. The furniture being very dry, and rendered more combustible by wax and oil, besides the arts they had used, took fire at once. The flames roared high and fiercely, blackening the prison wall, and twining up its lofty front like burning serpents. At first they crowded round the blaze, and vented their exultation only in their looks. But when it grew hotter and fiercer, when it crackled, leaped, and roared like a great furnace, when it shone upon the opposite houses, and lighted up not only the pale and wondering faces at the windows, but the inmost corners of each habitation, when through the deep red heat and glow the fire was seen sporting and toying with the door, now clinging to its obdurate surface, now gliding off with fierce inconstancy and soaring high into the sky, anon returning to fold it in its burning grasp and lure it to its ruin. When it shone and gleamed so brightly that the church clock of St. Sepulchre's, so often pointing to the hour of death, was legible as in broad day, and the vane upon its steeple-top glittered in the unwonted light like something richly jewelled, when blackened stone and sombre brick grew ruddy in the deep reflection, and windows shone like burnished gold, dotting the longest distance in the fiery vista with their specks of brightness, when wall and tower and roof and chimney stack seemed drunk, and in the flickering glare appeared to reel and stagger, when scores of objects never seen before burst out upon the view, and things the most familiar put on some new aspect. Then the mob began to join the whirl, and with loud yells and shouts and clamour, such as happily is seldom heard, bestirred themselves to feed the fire and keep it at its height. Although the heat was so intense that the paint on the houses over against the prison parched and crackled up, and swelling into boils, as it were, from excess of torture, broke and crumbled away. Although the glass fell from the window sashes, and the lead and iron on the roofs blistered the incautious hand that touched them, and the sparrows in the eaves took wing, and rendered giddy by the smoke, fell fluttering down upon the blazing pile, still the fire was tended unceasingly by busy hands, and round it men were going always. They never slackened in their zeal or kept aloof, but pressed upon the flames so hard that those in front had much ado to save themselves from being thrust in. If one man swooned or dropped, a dozen struggled for his place, and that although they knew the pain and thirst and pressure to be unendurable. Those who fell down in fainting fits and were not crushed or burnt were carried to an inn-yard close at hand and dashed with water from a pump, of which bucketsful were passed from man to man among the crowd. But such was the strong desire of all to drink, and such the fighting to be first, that for the most part the whole contents were spilled upon the ground, without the lips of one man being moistened. Meanwhile, and in the midst of all the roar and outcry, those who were nearest to the pile heaped up again the burning fragments that came toppling down, and raked the fire about the door, which, although a sheet of flame, was still a door fast locked and barred, and kept them out. Great pieces of blazing wood were passed, besides, above the people's heads, to such as stood about the ladders, and some of these, climbing up to the topmost stave, and holding on with one hand by the prison wall, exerted all their skill and force to cast these firebrands on the roof, or down into the yards within. In many instances their efforts were successful, which occasioned a new and appalling addition to the horrors of the scene. For the prisoners within, seeing from between their bars that the fire caught in many places and thrived fiercely, and being all locked up in strong cells for the night, began to know that they were in danger of being burnt alive. This terrible fear, spreading from cell to cell and from yard to yard, vented itself in such dismal cries and wailings, and in such dreadful shrieks for help, that the whole jail resounded with the noise, which was loudly heard even above the shouting of the mob and roaring of the flames, and was so full of agony and despair that it made the boldest tremble. It was remarkable that these cries began in that quarter of a jail which fronted Newgate Street, where, it was well known, the men who were to suffer death on Thursday were confined. And not only were these four who had so short a time to live the first to whom the dread of being burnt occurred, but they were, throughout, the most importunate of all, for they could be plainly heard, notwithstanding the great thickness of the walls, crying that the wind set that way, and that the flames would shortly reach them, and calling to the officers of the jail to come and quench the fire from a cistern which was in their yard and full of water. Judging from what the crowd outside the walls could hear from time to time, these four doomed wretches never ceased to call for help, and that with as much distraction and in as great a frenzy of attachment to existence as though each had an honored, happy life before him, instead of 48 hours of miserable imprisonment and then a violent and shameful death. But the anguish and suffering of the two sons of one of these men, when they heard, or fancied that they heard, their father's voice, is past description. After wringing their hands and rushing to and fro as if they were stark mad, one mounted on the shoulders of his brother and tried to clamber up the face of the high wall, guarded at the top with spikes and points of iron. And when he fell among the crowd, he was not deterred by his bruises, but mounted up again and fell again, and when he found the feat impossible, began to beat the stones and tear them with his hands, as if he could that way make a breach in the strong building and force a passage in. At last they cleft their way among the mob about the door, though many men, 12 times their match, had tried in vain to do so, and were seen in the fire, striving to prise it down with crowbars. Nor were they alone affected by the outcome from within the prison. The women who were looking on shrieked loudly, beat their hands together, stopped their ears, and many fainted. The men who were not near the walls and active in the siege, rather than do nothing, tore up the pavement of a street, and did so with a haste and fury they could not have surpassed if that had been the jail and they were near their object. Not one living creature in the throng was for an instant still. The whole great mass were mad. A shout! Another! Another yet, though few knew why or what it meant. But those around the door had seen it slowly yield and drop from its topmost hinge. It hung on that side by but one, but it was upright still because of the bar and its having sunk of its own weight into the heap of ashes at its foot. There was now a gap at the top of the doorway, through which could be descried a gloomy passage, cavernous and dark. "Pile up the fire!" It burnt fiercely. The door was red-hot and the gap wider. They vainly tried to shield their faces with their hands, and standing as if in readiness for a spring, watched the place. Dark figures, some crawling on their hands and knees, some carried in the arms of others, were seen to pass along the roof. It was plain the jail could hold out no longer. The keeper and his officers and their wives and children were escaping. "Pile up the fire!" The door sank down again. It settled deeper in the cinders, tottered, yielded, was down. As they shouted again, they fell back for a moment and left a clear space about the fire that lay between them and the jail entry. Hugh leapt upon the blazing heap, and scattering a train of sparks into the air and making the dark lobby glitter with those that hung upon his dress, dashed into the jail. The hangman followed, and then so many rushed upon their track that the fire got trodden down and thinly strewn about the street. But there was no need of it now, for inside and out the prison was in flames. This ends chapter 64. Chapter 65 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80, by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 65. During the whole course of a terrible scene which was now at its height, One man in the jail suffered a degree of fear and mental torment which had no parallel in the endurance even of those who lay under sentence of death. When the rioters first assembled before the building, the murderer was roused from sleep, if such slumbers as his may have that blessed name, by the roar of voices and the struggling of a great crowd. He started up as these sounds met his ear, and, sitting on his bedstead, listened. After a short interval of silence, the noise burst out again. Still listening attentively, he made out, in course of time, that the jail was besieged by a furious multitude. His guilty conscience instantly arrayed these men against himself, and brought the fear upon him that he would be singled out and torn to pieces. Once impressed with the terror of this conceit, everything tended to confirm and strengthen it. His double crime, the circumstances under which it had been committed, the length of time that had elapsed, and its discovery in spite of all, made him, as it were, the visible object of the Almighty's wrath. In all the crime and vice and moral gloom of the great pest-house of the capital, he stood alone, marked and singled out by his great guilt, a Lucifer among the devils. The other prisoners were a host, hiding and sheltering each other, a crowd like that without the walls. He was one man against the whole united concourse, a single, solitary, lonely man, from whom the very captives in the jail fell off and shrunk appalled. It might be that the intelligence of his capture having been bruited about, they'd come there purposely to drag him out and kill him in the street, or it might be that they were the rioters, and in pursuance of an old design had come to sack the prison. But in either case he had no belief or hope that they would spare him. Every shout they raised and every sound they made was a blow upon his heart. As the attack went on, he grew more wild and frantic in his terror, tried to pull away the bars that guarded the chimney and prevented him from climbing up, called loudly on the turnkeys to cluster round the cell and save him from the fury of the rabble, or put him in some dungeon underground, no matter of what depth, how dark it was, or loathsome, or beset with rats and creeping things, so that it hid him and was hard to find. But no one came or answered him. Fearful, even while he cried to them, of attracting attention, he was silent. By and by he saw, as he looked from his grated window, a strange glimmering on the stone walls and pavement of the yard. It was feeble at first, and came and went, as though some officers with torches were passing to and fro upon the roof of the prison. Soon it reddened, and lightened brands came whirling down, spattering the ground with fire and burning sullenly in corners. One rolled beneath a wooden bench and set it in a blaze. Another caught a water-spout, and so went climbing up the wall, leaving a long straight track of fire behind it. After a time, a slow, thick shower of burning fragments from some upper portion of the prison, which was blazing nigh, began to fall before his door. Remembering that it opened outwards, he knew that every spark which fell upon the heap, and in the act lost its bright life and died an ugly speck of dust and rubbish, helped to entomb him in a living grave. Still, though the jail resounded with shrieks and cries for help, though the fire bounded up as if each separate flame had a tiger's life and roared as though in every one there were a hungry voice, though the heat began to grow intense and the air suffocating, and the clamor without increased, and the danger of a situation even from one merciless element was every moment more extreme, still he was afraid to raise his voice again, lest the crowd should break in, and should, of their own ears or from the information given them by the other prisoners, get the clue to his place of confinement. Thus, fearful alike of those within the prison and of those without, of noise and silence, light and darkness, of being released and being left there to die, he was so tortured and tormented that nothing man has ever done to man in the horrible caprice of power and cruelty exceeds his self-inflicted punishment. Now the door was down, Now they came rushing through the jail, calling to each other in the vaulted passages, clashing the iron gates dividing yard from yard, beating at the doors of cells and wards, wrenching off bolts and locks and bars, tearing down the doorposts to get men out, endeavoring to drag them by main force through gaps and windows where a child could scarcely pass, whooping and yelling without a moment's rest, and running through the heat and flames as if they were cased in metal. By their legs, their arms, the hair upon their heads, they dragged the prisoners out. Some threw themselves upon the captives as they got towards the door and tried to file away their irons. Some danced about them with a frenzied joy and rent their clothes, and were ready, as it seemed, to tear them limb from limb. Now a party of 12 men came darting through the yard, into which the murderer cast fearful glances from his darkened window, dragging a prisoner along the ground whose dress they had nearly torn from his body in their mad eagerness to set him free, and who was bleeding and senseless in their hands. Now a score of prisoners ran to and fro, who had lost themselves in the intricacies of the prison, and were so bewildered with the noise and glare that they knew not where to turn or what to do, and still cried out for help as loudly as before. Anon some famished wretch, whose theft had been a loaf of bread or scrap of butcher's meat, came skulking past, barefooted, going slowly away because that jail, his house, was burning, not because he had any other, or had friends to meet, or old haunts to revisit, or any liberty to gain, but liberty to starve and die. And then a knot of highwaymen went trooping by, conducted by the friends they had among the crowd, who muffled their fetters as they went along with handkerchiefs and bands of hay, and wrapped them in coats and cloaks, and gave them drink from bottles, and held it to their lips because of their handcuffs, which there was no time to remove. All this, and heaven knows how much more, was done amidst a noise, a hurry, and distraction like nothing that we know of, even in our dreams, which seemed forever on the rise, and never to decrease for the space of a single instant. He was still looking down from his window upon these things, when a band of men with torches, ladders, axes, and many kinds of weapons poured into the yard, and hammering at his door, inquired if there were any prisoners within. He left the window when he saw them coming, and drew back into the remotest corner of the cell. But although he returned them no answer, they had a fancy that someone was inside, for they presently set ladders against it, and began to tear away the bars at the casement. Not only that, indeed, but with pickaxes to hew down the very stones in the wall. As soon as they had made a breach at the window, large enough for the admission of a man's head, one of them thrust in a torch and looked all round the room. He followed this man's gaze until it rested on himself, and heard him demand why he had not answered, but made him no reply. In the general surprise and wonder, they were used to this. Without saying anything more, they enlarged the breach until it was large enough to admit the body of a man, and then came dropping down upon the floor, one after another, until the cell was full. They caught him up among them, handed him to the window, and those who stood upon the ladders passed him down upon the pavement of the yard. Then the rest came out one after another, and bidding him fly and lose no time, or the way would be choked up, hurried away to rescue others. It seemed not a minute's work from first to last. He staggered to his feet, incredulous of what had happened, when the yard was filled again, and a crowd rushed on, hurrying Barnaby among them. In another minute, not so much, another minute, the same instant with no lapse or interval between, he and his son were being passed from hand to hand through the dense crowd in the street, and were glancing backward at a burning pile which some one said was Newgate. From the moment of their first entrance into the prison, the crowd dispersed themselves about it, and swarmed into every chink and crevice as if they had a perfect acquaintance with its innermost parts, and bore in their minds an exact plan of the whole. For this immediate knowledge of the place they were, no doubt, in a great degree indebted to the hangman, who stood in the lobby, directing some to go this way, some that, and some the other, and who materially assisted in bringing about the wonderful rapidity with which the release of the prisoners was effected. But this functionary of the law reserved one important piece of intelligence and kept it snugly to himself. When he'd issued his instructions relative to every other part of the building, and the mob were dispersed from end to end and busy at their work, he took a bundle of keys from a kind of cupboard in the wall, and going by a kind of passage near the chapel — it joined the governor's house and was then on fire — betook himself to the condemned cells, which were a series of small, strong, dismal rooms opening on a low gallery, guarded at the end at which he entered by a strong iron wicket, and at its opposite extremity by 2 doors and a thick grate. Having double-locked the wicket and assured himself that the other entrances were well secured, he sat down on a bench in the gallery and sucked the head of his stick with the utmost complacency, tranquillity, and contentment. It would have been strange enough, a man's enjoying himself in this quiet manner while the prison was burning, and such a tumult was cleaving the air, though he'd been outside the walls. But here, in the very heart of the building, and moreover with the prayers and cries of 4 men under sentence sounding in his ears, and their hands stretched out through the gratings in their cell doors, clasped in frantic entreaty before his very eyes, it was particularly remarkable. Indeed, Mr. Dennis appeared to think it an uncommon circumstance, and to banter himself upon it, for he thrust his hat on one side as some men do when they are in a waggish humour, sucked the head of his stick with a higher relish, and smiled, as though he would say, "Dennis, you're a rum dog. You're a queer fellow. You're capital company, Dennis, and quite a character." He sat in this way for some minutes, while the 4 men in the cells, who were certain that somebody had entered the gallery, but could not see who, gave vent to such piteous entreaties as wretches in their miserable condition may be supposed to have been inspired with, urging whoever it was to set them at liberty for the love of heaven, and protesting with great fervour, and truly enough perhaps, for the time, that if they escaped, they would amend their ways, and would never, never, never again do wrong before God or man, but would lead penitent and sober lives, and sorrowfully repent the crimes they had committed. The terrible energy with which they spoke would have moved any person, no matter how good or just, if any good or just person could have strayed into that sad place that night, to have set them at liberty, and while he would have left any other punishment to its free course, to have saved them from this last dreadful and repulsive penalty, which never turned a man inclined to evil, and has hardened thousands who were half inclined to good. Mr. Dennis, who'd been bred and nurtured in the good old school, and had administered the good old laws on the good old plan, always once and sometimes twice every 6 weeks, for a long time, bore these appeals with a deal of philosophy. Being at last, however, rather disturbed in his pleasant reflection by their repetition, he rapped at one of the doors with his stick and cried, "Hold your noise there, will you?" At this they all cried together that they were to be hanged on the next day but one, and again implored his aid. "Aid? For what?" said Mr. Dennis, playfully rapping the knuckles of the hand nearest him. "To save us," they cried. "Oh, certainly," said Mr. Dennis, winking at the wall in the absence of any friend with whom he could humour the joke. "And so you're to be worked off, are you, brothers?" "Unless we are released tonight," one of them cried, "we are dead men." "I tell you what it is," said the hangman gravely. "I'm afraid, my friend, that you're not in that 'ere state of mind that's suitable to your condition, then. You're not a-going to be released. Don't think it. Will you leave off that indecent row? I wonder you aren't ashamed of yourselves, I do." He followed up this reproof by rapping every set of knuckles one after the other, and having done so, resumed his seat again with a cheerful countenance. "You've had law," he said, crossing his legs and elevating his eyebrows. "Laws have been made a purpose for you. A very handsome prison's been made a purpose for you. A parson's kept a purpose for you. A constitutional officer's appointed a purpose for you. Courts is maintained a purpose for you. And yet you're not contented. Will you hold that noise, you, sir, in the furthest?" A groan was the only answer. "So well as I can make out," said Mr. Dennis, in a tone of mingled badinage and remonstrance, "there's not a man among you. I begin to think I'm on the opposite side, and among the ladies, though for the matter of that, I've seen many ladies face it out in a manner that did honour to the sex. You in number 2, don't grind them teeth of yours." "Worse manners," said the hangman, rapping at the door with his stick. "I never see in this place before. I'm ashamed of you. You're a disgrace to the bailey." After pausing for a moment to hear if anything could be pleaded in justification, Mr. Dennis resumed in a sort of coaxing tone. "Now, looky here, you four. I'm come here to take care of you and see that you aren't burnt instead of the other thing. It's no use your making any noise, for you won't be found out by them as has broken in, and you'll only be hoarse when you come to the speeches, which is a pity. What I say in respect to the speeches always is, give it mouth. That's my maxim. Give it mouth." "I've heard," said the hangman, pulling off his hat to take his handkerchief from the crown and wipe his face, and then putting it on again a little more on one side than before. "I've heard eloquence on them boards. You know what boards I mean. And I've heard a degree of mouth given to them speeches that they was as clear as a bell and as good as a play. There's a pattern. And always when the thing of this natur's to come off, what I stand up for is a proper frame of mind. Let's have a proper frame of mind, and we can go through with it creditable, pleasant, sociable. Whatever you do, and I address myself in particular to you in the furthest, never snivel. I'd sooner by half, though I lose by it, see a man tear his clothes a purpose to spile them before they come to me, than find him snivelling. It's 10 to 1 a better frame of mind, every way." While the hangman addressed them to this effect, in the tone and with the air of a pastor in familiar conversation with his flock, the noise had been in some degree subdued, for the rioters were busy in conveying the prisoners to the sessions house, which was beyond the main walls of the prison, though connected with it, and the crowd were busy too in passing them from thence along the street. But when he had got thus far in his discourse, the sound of voices in the yard showed plainly that the mob had returned and were coming that way, and directly afterwards a violent crashing at the grate below gave note of their attack upon the cells, as they were called, at last. It was in vain the hangman ran from door to door and covered the grates one after another with his hat, in futile efforts to stifle the cries of the 4 men within. It was in vain he dogged their outstretched hands and beat them with his stick, or menaced them with new and lingering pains in the execution of his office. The place resounded with their cries. These, together with the feeling that they were now the last men in the jail, so worked upon and stimulated the besiegers, that in an incredibly short space of time they forced the strong grate down below, which was formed of iron rods 2 inches square, drove in the 2 other doors as if they'd been but deal partitions, and stood at the end of the gallery with only a bar or 2 between them and the cells. "Hello!" cried Hugh, who was the first to look into the dusky passage. "Dennis before us! Well done, old boy! Be quick and open here, for we shall be suffocated in the smoke going out." "Go out at once, then," said Dennis. "What do you want here?" "Want?" echoed Hugh. "The 4 men." "4 devils!" cried the hangman. "Don't you know they're left for death on Thursday? Don't you respect the law, the Constitution? Nothing? Let the 4 men be." "Is this a time for joking?" cried Hugh. "Do you hear him? Pull away these bars that have got fixed between the door and the ground, and let us in." "Brother," said the hangman, in a low voice, as he stooped under pretense of doing what Hugh desired, but only looked up in his face, "can't you leave these here 4 men to me, if I've the whim? You do what you like, and have what you like of everything for your share. Give me my share. I want these 4 men left alone, I tell you." "Pull the bars down, or stand out of the way," was Hugh's reply. "You can turn the crowd if you like. You know that well enough, brother," said the hangman slowly. What? You will come in, will you? Yes. You won't let these men alone and leave 'em to me? You've no respect for nothing, haven't you? Said the hangman, retreating to the door which he'd entered, and regarding his companion with a scowl. You will come in, will you, brother? I tell you, yes. What the devil ails you? Where are you going? No matter where I'm going, rejoined the hangman, looking in again at the iron wicket, which he nearly shut upon himself and held ajar. Remember where you're coming, that's all. With that, he shook his likeness at Hugh, and giving him a grin, compared with which his usual smile was amiable, disappeared and shut the door. Hugh paused no longer, but goaded alike by the cries of the convicts and by the impatience of the crowd, warned the man immediately behind him, the way was only wide enough for one abreast, to stand back, and wielded a sledge-hammer with such strength that after a few blows the iron bent and broke, and gave them free admittance. If the two sons of one of these men, of whom mention has been made, were furious in their zeal before, they had now the wrath and vigor of lions. Calling to the man within each cell to keep as far back as he could, lest the axes crashing through the door should wound him, a party went to work upon each one, to beat it in by sheer strength, and force the bolts and staples from their hold. But although these two lads had the weakest party, and the worst armed, it did not begin until after the others, having stopped to whisper to him through the grate. That door was the first open, and that man was the first out. As they dragged him into the gallery to knock off his irons, he fell down among them a mere heap of chains, and was carried out in that state on men's shoulders, with no sign of life. The release of these four wretched creatures, and conveying them, astounded and bewildered, into the streets so full of life, a spectacle they had never thought to see again until they emerged from solitude and silence upon that last journey, when the air should be heavy with the pent-up breath of thousands, and the streets and houses should be built and roofed with human faces, not with bricks and tiles and stones, was the crowning horror of the scene. Their pale and haggard looks and hollow eyes, their staggering feet and hands stretched out as if to save themselves from falling, their wandering and uncertain air, the way they heaved and gasped for breath as though in water when they were first plunged into the crowd, all marked them for the men. No need to say, this one was doomed to die, for there were the words broadly stamped and branded on his face. The crowd fell off as if they'd been laid out for burial, and had risen in their shrouds, and many were seen to shudder as though they had been actually dead men when they chanced to touch or brush against their garments. At the bidding of the mob, the houses were all illuminated that night, lighted up from top to bottom as at a time of public gaiety and joy. Many years afterwards, old people who lived in their youth near this part of the city remembered being in a great glare of light, within doors and without, and as they looked, timid and frightened children from the windows, seeing a face go by. Though the whole great crowd and all its other terrors had faded from their recollection, this one object remained, alone, distinct, and well remembered. Even in the unpractised minds of infants, one of these doomed men darting past, and but an instant seen, was an image of force enough to dim the whole concourse, to find itself an all-absorbing place and hold it ever after. When this last task had been achieved, the shouts and cries grew fainter. The clank of fetters, which had resounded on all sides as the prisoners escaped, was heard no more. All the noises of the crowd subsided into a hoarse and sullen murmur as it passed into the distance, and when the human tide had rolled away, a melancholy heap of smoking ruins marked the spot where it had lately chafed and roared. This ends chapter 65.
Chapter 66 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80 by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 66. Although he had no rest upon the previous night, and had watched with little intermission for some weeks past, sleeping only in the day by starts and snatches, Mr. Haredale, from the dawn of morning until sunset, sought his niece in every place where he deemed it possible she could have taken refuge. All day long, nothing save a draught of water passed his lips, though he prosecuted his inquiries far and wide, and never so much as sat down once. In every quarter he could think of, at Cligwell and in London, at the houses of the tradespeople with whom he dealt, and of the friends he knew, he pursued his search. A prey to the most harrowing anxieties and apprehensions, he went from magistrate to magistrate, and finally to the Secretary of State. The only comfort he received was from this minister, who assured him that the government, being now driven to the exercise of the extreme prerogatives of the crown, were determined to exert them, that a proclamation would probably be put out upon the morrow, giving to the military discretionary and unlimited power in the suppression of the riots, that the sympathies of the king, the administration, and both houses of Parliament, and indeed of all good men of every religious persuasion, were strongly with the injured Catholics, and that justice should be done them at any cost or hazard. He told him, moreover, that other persons whose houses had been burnt had for a time lost sight of their children or their relatives, but had, in every case, within his knowledge, succeeded in discovering them, that his complaint should be remembered and fully stated in the instructions given to the officers in command and to all the inferior myrmidons of justice, and that everything that could be done to help him should be done, with a good will and in good faith. Grateful for this consolation, feeble as it was in its reference to the past, and little hope as it afforded him in connection with the subject of distress which lay nearest to his heart, and really thankful for the interest the minister expressed and seemed to feel in his condition, Mr. Haredale withdrew. He found himself, with the night coming on, alone in the streets, and destitute of any place in which to lay his head. He entered an hotel near Charing Cross, and ordered some refreshment and a bed. He saw that his faint and worn appearance attracted the attention of the landlord and his waiters, and thinking that they might suppose him to be penniless, took out his purse and laid it on the table. It was not that, the landlord said, in a faltering voice. If he were one of those who had suffered by the rioters, he durst not give him entertainment. He had a family of children, and had been twice warned to be careful in receiving guests. He heartily prayed his forgiveness, but what could he do? Nothing. No man felt that more sincerely than Mr. Haredale. He told the man as much, and left the house. Feeling that he might have anticipated this occurrence after what he'd seen at Cligwell in the morning, where no man dared to touch a spade, though he offered a large reward to all who would come and dig among the ruins of his house, he walked along the Strand, too proud to expose himself to another refusal, and of too generous a spirit to involve in distress or ruin any honest tradesman who might be weak enough to give him shelter. He wandered into one of the streets by the side of the river, and was pacing in a thoughtful manner up and down, thinking of things that had happened long ago, when he heard a servant man at an upper window call to another on the opposite side of a street that the mob were setting fire to Newgate. To Newgate, where that man was. His failing strength returned. His energies came back with tenfold vigor on the instant. If it were possible, if they should set the murderer free, was he, after all he had undergone, to die with the suspicion of having slain his own brother, dimly gathering about him? He had no consciousness of going to the jail, but there he stood before it. There was the crowd wedged and pressed together in a dense,
dark, moving mass, and there were the flames soaring up into the air. His head turned round and round, lights flashed before his eyes, and he struggled hard with two men. "Nay, nay," said one, "be more yourself, my good sir. We attract attention here. Come away. What can you do among so many men?" "The gentleman's always for doing something," said the other, forcing him along as he spoke. "I like him for that. I do like him for that." They had by this time got him into a court, hard by the prison. He looked from one to the other, and as he tried to release himself, felt that he tottered on his feet. He who had spoken first was the old gentleman whom he had seen at the Lord Mayor's. The other was John Gruby, who had stood by him so manfully at Westminster. "What does this mean?" he asked them faintly. "How came we together?" "On the skirts of the crowd," returned the distiller. "But come with us. Pray come with us. You seem to know my friend here?" "Surely," said Mr. Haredale, looking in a kind of stupor at John. "He'll tell you then," returned the old gentleman, "that I am a man to be trusted. He's my servant. He was lately, as you know, I have no doubt, in Lord George Gordon's service, but he left it, and brought in pure goodwill to me and others who are marked by the rioters such intelligence as he had picked up of their designs." "On one condition, please, sir," said John, touching his hat. "No evidence against my lord. A misled man, a kind-hearted man, sir. My lord never intended this." "The condition will be observed, of course," rejoined the old distiller. "It's a point of honor. But come with us, sir. Pray come with us." John Gruby added no entreaties, but he adopted a different kind of persuasion by putting his arm through one of Mr. Haredale's, while his master took the other, and leading him away with all speed. Sensible from a strange lightness in his head, and a difficulty in fixing his thoughts on anything, even to the extent of bearing his companions in his mind for a minute together without looking at them, that his brain was affected by the agitation and suffering through which he had passed, and to which he was still a prey. Mr. Haredale let them lead him where they would. As they went along, he was conscious of having no command over what he said or thought, and that he had a fear of going mad. The distiller lived, as he had told him when they first met, on Holborn Hill, where he had great storehouses and drove a large trade. They approached his house by a back entrance, lest they should attract the notice of the crowd, and went into an upper room which faced towards the street. The windows, however, in common with those of every other room in the house, were boarded up inside, in order that, out of doors, all might appear quite dark. They laid him on a sofa in this chamber, perfectly insensible. But John immediately fetching a surgeon, who took from him a large quantity of blood, he gradually came to himself. As he was, for the time, too weak to walk, they had no difficulty in persuading him to remain there all night, and got him to bed without loss of a minute. That done, they gave him cordial and some toast, and presently a pretty strong composing draught, under the influence of which he soon fell into a lethargy, and, for a time, forgot his troubles. The vintner, who was a very hearty old fellow and a worthy man, had no thoughts of going to bed himself, for he had received several threatening warnings from the rioters, and had indeed gone out that evening to try and gather from the conversation of the mob whether his house was to be the next attacked. He sat all night in an easy-chair in the same room, dozing a little now and then, and received from time to time the reports of John Gruby and 2 or 3 other trustworthy persons in his employ, who went out into the streets as scouts, and for whose entertainment and ample allowance of good cheer, which the old vintner, despite his anxiety, now and then attacked himself, was set forth in an adjoining chamber. These accounts were of a sufficiently alarming nature from the first, but as the night wore on, they grew so much worse, and involved such a fearful amount of riot and destruction, that in comparison with these new tidings, all the previous disturbances sunk to nothing. The first intelligence that came was of the taking of Newgate, and the escape of all the prisoners, whose track, as they made up Holborn and into the adjacent streets, was proclaimed to those citizens who were shut up in their houses by the rattling of their chains, which formed a dismal concert, and was heard in every direction, as though so many forges were at work. The flames, too, shone so brightly through the vintner skylights that the rooms and staircases below were nearly as light as in broad day, while the distant shouting of the mob seemed to shake the very walls and ceilings. At length they were heard approaching the house, and some minutes of terrible anxiety ensued. They came close up and stopped before it, but after giving 3 loud yells, went on. And although they returned several times that night, creating new alarms each time, they did nothing there, having their hands full. Shortly after they'd gone away for the first time, one of the scouts came running in with the news that they had stopped before Lord Mansfield's house in Bloomsbury Square. Soon afterwards there came another, and another, and then the first returned again, and so, by little and little, their tale was this: that the mob gathering round Lord Mansfield's house had called on those within to open the door, and receiving no reply, for Lord and Lady Mansfield were at that moment escaping by the back way, forced an entrance according to their usual custom. That they then began to demolish the house with great fury, and setting fire to it in several parts, involved in a common ruin the whole of the costly furniture, the plate and jewels, a beautiful gallery of pictures, the rarest collection of manuscripts ever possessed by any one private person in the world, and worse than all, because nothing could replace this loss, the great law library, on almost every page of which were notes in the judge's own hand of inestimable value, being the results of the study and experience of his whole life. That while they were howling and exulting round the fire, a troop of soldiers, with a magistrate among them, came up, and being too late, for the mischief was by that time done, began to disperse the crowd. That the riot act being read, and the crowd still resisting, the soldiers received orders to fire, and levelling their muskets, shot dead at the first discharge 6 men and a woman, and wounded many persons, and loading again directly, fired another volley, but over the people's heads, it was supposed, as none were seen to fall. That thereupon, and daunted by the shrieks and tumult, the crowd began to disperse, and the soldiers went away, leaving the killed and wounded on the ground, which they had no sooner done than the rioters came back again, and taking up the dead bodies and the wounded people, formed into a rude procession, having the bodies in the front. That in this order they paraded off with a horrible merriment, fixing weapons in the dead men's hands to make them look as if alive, and preceded by a fellow ringing Lord Mansfield's dinner bell with all his might. The scouts reported further that this party, meeting with some others who'd been at similar work elsewhere, they all united into one, and drafting off a few men with the killed and wounded, marched away to Lord Mansfield's country seat at Cane Wood, between Hampstead and Highgate, bent upon destroying that house likewise, and lighting up a great fire there, which from that height should be seen all over London. But in this they were disappointed, for a party of horse having arrived before them, they retreated faster than they went, and came straight back to town. There being now a great many parties in the streets, each went to work according to its humour, and a dozen houses were quickly blazing, including those of Sir John Fielding and 2 other justices, and 4 in Holborn, one of the greatest thoroughfares in London, which were all burning at the same time, and burned until they went out of themselves, for the people cut the engine hose, and would not suffer the firemen to play upon the flames. At one house near Moorfields, they found in one of the rooms some canary birds in cages, and these they cast into the fire alive. The poor little creatures screamed, it was said, like infants when they were flung upon the blaze, and one man was so touched that he tried in vain to save them, which roused the indignation of the crowd and nearly cost him his life. At this same house, one of the fellows who went through the rooms, breaking the furniture and helping to destroy the building, found a child's doll, a poor toy, which he exhibited at the window to the mob below, as the image of some unholy saint which the late occupants had worshipped. While he was doing this, another man with an equally tender conscience, they had both been foremost in throwing down the canary birds for roasting alive, took a seat on the parapet of the house and harangued the crowd from a pamphlet circulated by the association relative to the true principles of Christianity. Meanwhile, the Lord Mayor, with his hands in his pockets, looked on as an idle man might look at any other show, and seemed mightily satisfied to have got a good place. Such were the accounts brought to the old vintner by his servants as he sat at the side of Mr. Haredale's bed, having been unable even to doze after the first part of the night, too much disturbed by his own fears, by the cries of the mob, the light of the fires, and the firing of the soldiers. Such, with the addition of the release of all the prisoners in the new jail at Clerkenwell, and as many robberies of passengers in the street as the crowd had leisure to indulge in, were the scenes of which Mr. Haredale was happily unconscious, and which were all enacted before midnight. This ends chapter 66. Chapter 67 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80 by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 67. When darkness broke away and morning began to dawn, the town wore a strange aspect indeed. Sleep had hardly been thought of all night. The general alarm was so apparent in the faces of the inhabitants, and its expression was so aggravated by want of rest, few persons with any property to lose having dared go to bed since Monday, that a stranger coming into the streets would have supposed some mortal pest or plague to have been raging. In place of the usual cheerfulness and animation of morning, everything was dead and silent. The shops remained closed. Offices and warehouses were shut. The coach and chair stands were deserted. No carts or wagons rumbled through the slowly waking streets. The early cries were all hushed. A universal gloom prevailed. Great numbers of people were out, even at daybreak, but they flitted to and fro as though they shrank from the sound of their own footsteps. The public ways were haunted rather than frequented, and round the smoking ruins people stood apart from one another and in silence, not venturing to condemn the rioters, or to be supposed to do so, even in whispers. At the Lord President's in Piccadilly, at Lambeth Palace, at the Lord Chancellor's in Great Ormond Street, in the Royal Exchange, the Bank, the Guildhall, the Inns of Court, the Courts of Law, and every chamber fronting the streets near Westminster Hall and the Houses of Parliament, parties of soldiers were posted before daylight. A body of horse guards paraded Palace Yard. An encampment was formed in the park, where 1,500 men and 5 battalions of militia were under arms. The tower was fortified. The drawbridges were raised. The cannon loaded and pointed, and 2 regiments of artillery busied in strengthening the fortress and preparing it for defense. A numerous detachment of soldiers were stationed to keep guard at the new river head, which the people had threatened to attack, and where, it was said, they meant to cut off the main pipes, so that there might be no water for the extinction of the flames. In the Poultry, and on Cornhill, and at several other leading points, iron chains were drawn across the street. Parties of soldiers were distributed in some of the old city churches while it was yet dark, and in several private houses, among them Lord Rockingham's in Grosvenor Square, which were blockaded as though to sustain a siege, and had guns pointed from the windows. When the sun rose, it shone into handsome apartments filled with armed men, the furniture hastily heaped away in corners and made of little or no account in the terror of the time, on arms glittering in city chambers, among desks and stools and dusty books, into little smoky churchyards and odd lanes and byways, with soldiers lying down among the tombs or lounging under the shade of the one old tree, and their pile of muskets sparkling in the light. On solitary sentries pacing up and down in courtyards, silent now, but yesterday resounding with the din and hum of business. Everywhere on guard-rooms, garrisons, and threatening preparations. As the day crept on, still more unusual sights were witnessed in the streets. The gates of the King's Bench and Fleet prisons being opened at the usual hour were found to have notices affixed to them, announcing that the rioters would come that night to burn them down. The wardens, too well knowing the likelihood there was of this promise being fulfilled, were fain to set their prisoners at liberty and give them leave to move their goods. So all day such of them as had any furniture were occupied in conveying it, some to this place, some to that, and not a few to the brokers' shops, where they gladly sold it for any wretched price those gentry chose to give. There were some broken men among these debtors who'd been in jail so long and were so miserable and destitute of friends, so dead to the world and utterly forgotten and uncared for, that they implored their jailers not to set them free and to send them, if need were, to some other place of custody. But they, refusing to comply, lest they should incur the anger of the mob, turned them into the streets, where they wandered up and down, hardly remembering the ways untrodden by their feet so long, and crying, such abject things those rotten-hearted jails had made them, as they slunk off in their rags and dragged their slipshod feet along the pavement. Even of the 300 prisoners who had escaped from Newgate, there were some, a few, but there were some, who sought their jailers out and delivered themselves up, preferring imprisonment and punishment to the horrors of such another night as the last. Many of the convicts, drawn back to their old place of captivity by some indescribable attraction, or by a desire to exult over it in its downfall and glut their revenge by seeing it in ashes, actually went back in broad noon and loitered about the cells. 50 were retaken at one time on this next day, within the prison walls. But their fate did not deter others, for there they went in spite of everything, and there they were taken in 2s and 3s, twice or thrice a day, all through the week. Of the 50 just mentioned, some were occupied in endeavoring to rekindle the fire, but in general they seemed to have no object in view but to prowl and lounge about the old place, being often found asleep in the ruins, or sitting talking there, or even eating and drinking, as in a choice retreat. Besides the notices on the gates of the Fleet and the King's Bench, many similar announcements were left before 1 o'clock at noon at the houses of private individuals, and further the mob proclaimed their intention of seizing on the Bank, the Mint, the Arsenal at Woolwich, and the royal palaces. The notices were seldom delivered by more than one man, who, if it were at a shop, went in, and laid it, with a bloody threat perhaps, upon the counter, or if it were at a private house, knocked at the door, and thrust it in the servant's hand. Notwithstanding the presence of the military in every quarter of the town, and the great force in the park, these messengers did their errands with impunity all through the day. So did two boys who went down Holborn alone, armed with bars taken from the railings of Lord Mansfield's house, and demanded money for the rioters. So did a tall man on horseback, who made a collection for the same purpose in Fleet Street, and refused to take anything but gold. A rumor had now got into circulation, too, which diffused a greater dread all through London, even than these publicly announced intentions of the rioters, though all men knew that if they were successfully effected, there must ensue a national bankruptcy and general ruin. It was said that they meant to throw the gates of Bedlam open and let all the madmen loose. This suggested such dreadful images to the people's minds, and was indeed an act so fraught with new and unimaginable horrors in the contemplation, that it beset them more than any loss or cruelty of which they could foresee the worst, and drove many sane men nearly mad themselves. So the day passed on, the prisoners moving their goods, people running to and fro in the streets, carrying away their property, groups standing in silence round the ruins, all business suspended, and the soldiers disposed as has been already mentioned, remaining quite inactive. So the day passed on, and dreaded night drew near again. At last, at 7 o'clock in the evening, the Privy Council issued a solemn proclamation that it was now necessary to employ the military, and that the officers had most direct and effectual orders, by an immediate exertion of their utmost force, to repress the disturbances, and warning all good subjects of the king to keep themselves, their servants and apprentices, within doors that night. There was then delivered out to every soldier on duty 36 rounds of powder and ball. The drums beat, and the whole force was under arms at sunset. The city authorities, stimulated by these vigorous measures, held a common council, passed a vote thanking the military associations who had tendered their aid to the civil authorities, accepted it, and placed them under the direction of the two sheriffs. At the Queen's palace, a double guard, the yeomen on duty, the room porters, and all other attendants, were stationed in the passages and on the staircases at 7 o'clock, with strict instructions to be watchful on their posts all night, and all the doors were locked. The gentlemen of the Temple and the other inns mounted guard within their gates, and strengthened them with the great stones of the pavement which they took up for the purpose. In Lincoln's Inn they gave up the hall and commons to the Northumberland militia, under the command of Lord Algernon Percy. In some few of the city wards the burgesses turned out, and without making a very fierce show, looked brave enough. Some hundreds of stout gentlemen threw themselves, armed to the teeth, into the halls of the different companies, double-locked and bolted all the gates, and dared the rioters, among themselves, to come on at their peril. These arrangements being all made simultaneously, or nearly so, were completed by the time it got dark, and then the streets were comparatively clear, and were guarded at all the great corners and chief avenues by the troops, while parties of the officers rode up and down in all directions, ordering chance stragglers home, and admonishing the residents to keep within their houses, and, if any firing ensued, not to approach the windows. More chains were drawn across such of the thoroughfares as were of a nature to favor the approach of a great crowd, and at each of these points a considerable force was stationed. All these precautions having been taken, and it being now quite dark, those in command awaited the result in some anxiety, and not without a hope that such vigilant demonstrations might of themselves dishearten the populace and prevent any new outrages. But in this reckoning they were cruelly mistaken, for in half an hour or less, as though the setting in of night had been their preconcerted signal, the rioters, having previously, in small parties, prevented the lighting of the street lamps, rose like a great sea, and that in so many places at once, and with such inconceivable fury, that those who had the direction of the troops knew not at first where to turn or what to do. One after another, new fires blazed up in every quarter of the town, as though it were the intention of the insurgents to wrap the city in a circle of flames, which, contracting by degrees, should burn the whole to ashes. The crowd swarmed and roared in every street, and none but rioters and soldiers being out of doors. It seemed to the latter as if all London were arrayed against them, and they stood alone against the town. In 2 hours, 36 fires were raging, 36 great conflagrations, among them the Borough Clink in Tooley Street, the King's Bench, the Fleet, and the New Bridewell. In almost every street there was a battle, and in every quarter the muskets of the troops were heard above the shouts and tumult of the mob. The firing began in the Poultry, where the chain was drawn across the road, where nearly a score of people were killed on the first discharge, their bodies having been hastily carried into St. Mildred's Church by the soldiers. The latter fired again, and following fast upon the crowd, who began to give way when they saw the execution that was done, formed across Cheapside and charged them at the point of the bayonet. The streets were now a dreadful spectacle. The shouts of the rabble, the shrieks of women, the cries of the wounded, and the constant firing formed a deafening and an awful accompaniment to the sights which every corner presented. Wherever the road was obstructed by the chains, there the fighting and the loss of life were greatest. But there was hot work and bloodshed in almost every leading thoroughfare. At Holborn Bridge and on Holborn Hill, the confusion was greater than in any other part, for the crowd that poured out of the city in 2 great streams, one by Ludgate Hill and one by Newgate Street, united at that spot, and formed a mass so dense that at every volley the people seemed to fall in heaps. At this place a large detachment of soldiery were posted, who fired now up Fleet Market, now up Holborn, now up Snow Hill, constantly raking the streets in each direction. At this place, too, several large fires were burning, so that all the terrors of that terrible night seemed to be concentrated in one spot. Full 20 times the rioters, headed by one man who wielded an axe in his right hand, and bestrode a brewer's horse of great size and strength, caparisoned with fetters taken out of Newgate, which clanked and jingled as he went, made an attempt to force a passage at this point and fire the vintner's house. Full 20 times they were repulsed with loss of life, and still came back again. And though the fellow at their head was marked and singled out by all, and was a conspicuous object as the only rioter on horseback, not a man could hit him. So surely as the smoke cleared away, so surely there was he, calling hoarsely to his companions, brandishing his axe above his head, and dashing on as though he bore a charmed life, and was proof against ball and powder. This man was Hugh, and in every part of the riot he was seen. He headed 2 attacks upon the bank, helped to break open the toll-houses on Blackfriars Bridge, and cast the money into the street, fired 2 of the prisons with his own hand, was here and there and everywhere, always foremost, always active, striking at the soldiers, cheering on the crowd, making his horse's iron music heard through all the yell and uproar, but never hurt or stopped. Turn him at one place, and he made a new struggle in another. Force him to retreat at this point, and he advanced on that directly. Driven from Holborn for the 20th time, he rode at the head of a great crowd straight upon St. Paul's, attacked a guard of soldiers who kept watch over a body of prisoners within the iron railings, forced them to retreat, rescued the men they had in custody, and with this accession to his party, came back again, mad with liquor and excitement, and hallooing them on like a demon. It would have been no easy task for the most careful rider to sit a horse in the midst of such a throng and tumult. But though this madman rolled upon his back, he had no saddle. Like a boat upon the sea, he never for an instant lost his seat or failed to guide him where he would. Through the very thickest of the press, over dead bodies and burning fragments, now on the pavement, now in the road, now riding up a flight of steps to make himself the more conspicuous to his party, and now forcing a passage through a mass of human beings so closely squeezed together that it seemed as if the edge of a knife would scarcely part them. On he went, as though he could surmount all obstacles by the mere exercise of his will. And perhaps his not being shot was in some degree attributable to this very circumstance, for his extreme audacity and the conviction that he must be one of those to whom the proclamation referred inspired the soldiers with a desire to take him alive, and diverted many an aim which otherwise might have been more near the mark. The vintner and Mr. Haredale, unable to sit quietly listening to the noise without seeing what went on, had climbed to the roof of the house, and hiding behind a stack of chimneys, were looking cautiously down into the street, almost hoping that after so many repulses the rioters would be foiled, when a great shout proclaimed that a party were coming round the other way, and the dismal jingling of those accursed fetters warned them next moment that they too were led by Hugh. The soldiers had advanced into Fleet Market and were dispersing the people there, so that they came on with hardly any check, and were soon before the house. "All's over now," said the vintner. £50,000 will be scattered in a minute. We must save ourselves. We can do no more, and shall have reason to be thankful if we do as much." Their first impulse was to clamber along the roofs of the houses, and knocking at some garret window for admission, pass down that way into the street, and so escape. But another fierce cry from below, and a general upturning of the faces of the crowd, apprised them that they were discovered, and even that Mr. Haredale was recognized, for Hugh, seeing him plainly in the bright glare of the fire, which in that part made it as light as day, called to him by his name, and swore to have his life. "Leave me here," said Mr. Haredale, "and in heaven's name, my good friend, save yourself." "Come on," he muttered, as he turned towards Hugh and faced him without any further effort at concealment. "This roof is high, and if we close, we will die together." "Madness," said the honest vintner, pulling him back. "Sheer madness. Hear reason, sir. My good sir, hear reason. I could never make myself heard by knocking at a window now, and even if I could, no one would be bold enough to connive at my escape. Through the cellars, there's a kind of passage into the back street by which we roll casks in and out. We shall have times to get down there before they can force an entry. Do not delay an instant, but come with me, for both our sakes, for mine, my dear good sir." As he spoke and drew Mr. Haredale back, they had both a glimpse of the street. It was but a glimpse, but it showed them the crowd, gathering and clustering round the house, some of the armed men pressing to the front to break down the doors and windows, some bringing brands from the nearest fire, some with lifted faces following their course upon the roof and pointing them out to their companions, all raging and roaring like the flames they lighted up. They saw some men thirsting for the treasures of strong liquor which they knew were stored within. They saw others who'd been wounded sinking down into the opposite doorways and dying, solitary wretches, in the midst of all the vast assemblage. Here a frightened woman trying to escape, and there a lost child, and there a drunken ruffian, unconscious of a death wound on his head, raving and fighting to the last. All these things, and even such trivial incidents as a man with his hat off, or turning round, or stooping down, or shaking hands with another, they marked distinctly, yet in a glance so brief that, in the act of stepping back, they lost the whole, and saw but the pale faces of each other, and the red sky above them. Mr. Haredale yielded to the entreaties of his companion, more because he was resolved to defend him than for any thought he had of his own life, or any care he entertained for his own safety. And quickly re-entering the house, they descended the stairs together. Loud blows were thundering on the shutters. Crowbars were already thrust beneath the door. The glass fell from the sashes. A deep light shone through every crevice, and they heard the voices of the foremost in the crowd, so close to every chink and keyhole that they seemed to be hoarsely whispering their threats into their very ears. They had but a moment reached the bottom of the cellar steps and shut the door behind them when the mob broke in. The vaults were profoundly dark, and having no torch or candle, for they'd been afraid to carry one lest it should betray their place of refuge, they were obliged to grope with their hands. But they were not long without light, for they had not gone far when they heard the crowd forcing the door, and looking back among the low-arched passages, could see them in the distance, hurrying to and fro with flashing links, broaching the casks, staving the great vats, turning off upon the right hand and the left into the different cellars, and lying down to drink at the channels of strong spirits, which were already flowing on the ground. They hurried on, not the less quickly for this, and had reached the only vault which lay between them and the passage out, when suddenly, from the direction in which they were going, a strong light gleamed upon their faces, and before they could slip aside, or turn back, or hide themselves, 2 men, one bearing a torch, came upon them, and cried in an astonished whisper, "Here they are!" At the same instant, they pulled off what they wore upon their heads. Mr. Haredale saw before him Edward Chester, and then saw, when the vintner gasped his name, Joe Willett. Aye, the same Joe, though with an arm the less, who used to make the quarterly journey on the grey mare to pay the bill to the purple-faced vintner, and that very same purple-faced vintner, formerly of Thames Street, now looked him in the face, and challenged him by name. "Give me your hand," said Joe softly, taking it whether the astonished vintner would or no. "Don't fear to shake it. It's a friendly one, and a hearty one, though it has no fellow. Why, how well you look, and how bluff you are. And you? God bless you, sir. Take heart. Take heart. We'll find them. Be of good cheer. We have not been idle." There was something so honest and frank in Joe's speech that Mr. Haredale put his hand in his involuntarily, though their meeting was suspicious enough. But his glance at Edward Chester and that gentleman's keeping aloof were not lost upon Joe, who said bluntly, glancing at Edward while he spoke, "Times are changed, Mr. Haredale, and times have come when we ought to know friends from enemies, and make no confusion of names. Let me tell you that but for this gentleman, you would most likely have been dead by this time, or badly wounded at the best." "What do you say?" cried Mr. Haredale. "I say," said Joe, "first, that it was a bold thing to be in the crowd at all disguised as one of them, though I won't say much about that on second thoughts, for that's my case too. Secondly, that it was a brave and glorious action, that's what I call it, to strike that fellow off his horse before their eyes." "What fellow? Whose eyes?" "What fellow, sir?" cried Joe. "A fellow who has no good will to you, and who has the daring and devilry in him of 20 fellows. I know him of old. Once in the house, he would have found you here or anywhere. The rest owe you no particular grudge, and unless they see you, will only think of drinking themselves dead. But we lose time. Are you ready?" "Quiet," said Edward. "Put out the torch, Joe, and go on. And be silent, there's a good fellow." "Silent or not silent," murmured Joe, as he dropped the flaring link upon the ground, crushed it with his foot, and gave his hand to Mr. Haredale. It was a brave and glorious action. No man can alter that. Both Mr. Haredale and the worthy vintner were too amazed and too much hurried to ask any further questions, so followed their conductors in silence. It seemed from a short whispering which presently ensued between them and the vintner relative to the best way of escape, that they had entered by the back door, with the connivance of John Gruby, who watched outside with the key in his pocket, and whom they had taken into their confidence. A party of the crowd coming up that way just as they entered, John had double-locked the door again and made off for the soldiers, so that means of retreat was cut off from under them. However, as the front door had been forced, and this minor crowd, being anxious to get at the liquor, had no fancy for losing time in breaking down another, but had gone round and got in from Holborn with the rest. The narrow lane in the rear was quite free of people. So, when they had crawled through the passage indicated by the vintner, which was a mere shelving trap for the admission of casks, and had managed with some difficulty to unchain and raise the door at the upper end, they emerged into the street without being observed or interrupted, Joe still holding Mr. Haredale tight, and Edward taking the same care of the vintner. They hurried through the streets at a rapid pace, occasionally standing aside to let some fugitives go by, or to keep out of the way of the soldiers who followed them, and whose questions, when they halted to put any, were speedily stopped by one whispered word from Joe. This ends chapter 67. Chapter 68 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80 by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 68. While Newgate was burning on the previous night, Barnaby and his father, having been passed among the crowd from hand to hand, stood in Smithfield on the outskirts of the mob, gazing at the flames like men who had been suddenly roused from sleep. Some moments elapsed before they could distinctly remember where they were or how they got there, or recollected that while they were standing idle and listless spectators of the fire, they had tools in their hands which had been hurriedly given them that they might free themselves from their fetters. Barnaby, heavily ironed as he was, if he had obeyed his first impulse, or if he had been alone, would have made his way back to the side of Hugh, who to his clouded intellect now shone forth with the new lustre of being his preserver and truest friend. But his father's terror of remaining in the streets communicated itself to him when he comprehended the full extent of his fears, and impressed him with the same eagerness to fly to a place of safety. In a corner of the market among the pens for cattle, Barnaby knelt down, and pausing every now and then to pass his hand over his father's face, or look up to him with a smile, knocked off his irons. When he had seen him spring, a free man, to his feet, and had given vent to the transport of delight which the sight awakened, he went to work upon his own, which soon fell rattling down upon the ground, and left his limbs unfettered. Gliding away together when this task was accomplished, and passing several groups of men, each gathered round a stooping figure to hide him from those who passed, but unable to repress the clanking sound of hammers, which told that they too were busy at the same work. The two fugitives made towards Clerkenwell, and passing thence to Islington as the nearest point of egress, were quickly in the fields. After wandering about for a long time, they found in a pasture near Finchley a poor shed, with walls of mud and roof of grass and brambles, built for some coward, but now deserted. Here they lay down for the rest of the night. They wandered to and fro when it was day, and once Barnaby went off alone to a cluster of little cottages 2 or 3 miles away to purchase some bread and milk. But finding no better shelter, they returned to the same place, and lay down again to wait for night. Heaven alone can tell with what vague hopes of duty and affection, with what strange promptings of nature, intelligible to him as to a man of radiant mind and most enlarged capacity, with what dim memories of children he'd played with when a child himself, who'd prattled of their fathers and of loving them and being loved, with how many half-remembered dreamy associations of his mother's grief and tears and widowhood, he watched and tended this man.
but that a vague and shadowy crowd of such ideas came slowly on him, that they taught him to be sorry when they looked upon his haggard face, but they overflowed his eyes when he stooped to kiss him, but they kept him waking in a tearful gladness, shading him from the sun, fanning him with leaves, soothing him when he started in his sleep. Ah, what a troubled sleep it was, and wondering when she would come to join them and be happy is the truth. He sat beside him all that day, listening for her footsteps in every breath of air, looking for her shadow on the gently swaying grass, twining the hedge flowers for her pleasure when she came, and his when he awoke, and stooping down from time to listen to his mutterings and wonder why he was so restless in that quiet place. The sun went down and night came on, and he was still quite tranquil, busied with these thoughts, as if there were no other people in the world, and the dull cloud of smoke hanging on the immense city in the distance hid no vices, no crimes, no life or death, or cause of disquiet, nothing but clear air. But the hour had now come when he must go alone to find out the blind man, a task that filled him with delight, and bring him to that place, taking especial care that he was not watched or followed on his way back. He listened to the directions he must observe, repeated them again and again, and after twice or thrice returning to surprise his father with a light-hearted laugh, went forth at last upon his errand, leaving Grip, whom he carried from the jail in his arms, to his care. Fleet of foot and anxious to return, he sped swiftly on towards the city, but could not reach it before the fires began, and made the night angry with their dismal luster. When he entered the town, it might be that he was changed by going there without his late companion and on no violent errand, or by the beautiful solitude in which he had passed the day, or by the thoughts that had come upon him. But it seemed peopled by a legion of devils. This flight and pursuit, this cruel burning and destroying, these dreadful cries and stunning noises, were they the good Lord's noble cause? Though almost stupefied by the bewildering scene, still he found the blind man's house. It was shut up and tenantless. He waited for a long while, but no one came. At last he withdrew, and as he knew by this time that the soldiers were firing, and many people must have been killed, he went down into Holborn, where he heard the great crowd was, to try if he could find Hugh and persuade him to avoid the danger and return with him. If he had been stunned and shocked before, his horror was increased 1,000-fold when he got into this vortex of the riot, and not being an actor in the terrible spectacle, had it all before his eyes. But there, in the midst, towering above them all, close before the house they were attacking now, was Hugh on horseback, calling to the rest. Sickened by the sights surrounding him on every side, and by the heat and roar and crash, he forced his way among the crowd, where many recognized him, and with shouts pressed back to let him pass, and in time was nearly up with Hugh, who was strangely threatening someone, but whom or what he said he could not in the great confusion understand. At that moment the crowd forced their way into the house, and Hugh, it was impossible to see by what means in such a concourse, fell headlong down. Barnaby was beside him when he staggered to his feet. It was well he made him hear his voice, or Hugh, with his uplifted axe, would have cleft his skull in twain. "Barnaby, you! Whose hand was that struck me down?" "Not mine." "Whose? I say, whose?" he cried, reeling back and looking wildly round. "What are you doing? Where is he? Show me." "You are hurt," said Barnaby, as indeed he was, in the head, both by the blow he had received and by his horse's hoof. "Come away with me." As he spoke, he took the horse's bridle in his hand,
turned him, and dragged Hugh several paces. This brought them out of the crowd, which was pouring from the street into the vintner's cellars. Where's Dennis?" said Hugh, coming to a stop, checking Barnaby with his strong arm. "Where has he been all day? What did he mean by leaving me as he did in the jail last night? Tell me, do you hear?" With a flourish of his dangerous weapon, he fell down upon the ground like a hog. After a minute, though already frantic with drinking and with the wound in his head, he crawled to a stream of burning spirit which was pouring down the kennel, and began to drink as if it were a brook of water. Barnaby drew him away and forced him to rise. Though he could neither stand nor walk, he involuntarily staggered to his horse, climbed upon his back, and clung there. After vainly attempting to divest the animal of his clanking trappings, Barnaby sprung up behind him, snatched the bridle, turned into Leather Lane, which was close at hand, and urged the frightened horse into a heavy trot. He looked back once before he left the street, and looked upon a sight not easily to be erased, even from his remembrance, so long as he had life. The vintner's house, with a half a dozen others near at hand, was one great glowing blaze. All night no one had essayed to quench the flames or stop their progress, but now a body of soldiers were actively engaged in pulling down 2 old wooden buildings, which were every moment in danger of taking fire, and which could scarcely fail, if they were left to burn, to extend the conflagration immensely. The tumbling down of nodding walls and heavy blocks of wood, the hooting and the execrations of the crowd, the distant firing of other military detachments, the distracted looks and cries of those whose habitations were in danger, the hurrying to and fro of frightened people with their goods, the reflections in every quarter of the sky of deep, red, soaring flames, as though the last day had come and the whole universe were burning, the dust and smoke and drift of fiery particles, scorching and kindling all it fell upon, the hot, unwholesome vapor, the blight on everything, the stars and moon and very sky obliterated, made up such a sum of dreariness and ruin that it seemed as if the face of heaven were blotted out, and night, in its rest and quiet and softened light, never could look upon the earth again. But there was worse spectacle than this, worse by far than fire and smoke, or even the rabble's unappeasable and maniac rage. The gutters of the street and every crack and fissure in the stones ran with scorching spirit, which, being dammed up by busy hands, overflowed the road and pavement and formed a great pool, into which the people dropped down dead by dozens. They lay in heaps all round this fearful pond, husbands and wives, fathers and sons, mothers and daughters, women with children in their arms and babies at their breasts, and drank until they died, while some stooped with their lips to the brink and never raised their heads again. Others sprang up from their fiery draught and danced half in a mad triumph and half in the agony of suffocation, until they fell and steeped their courses in the liquor that had killed them. Nor was even this the worst or most appalling kind of death that happened on this fatal night. From the burning cellars, where they drank out of hats, pails, buckets, tubs, and shoes, some men were drawn alive, but all alight from heaven to foot, who in their unendurable anguish and suffering, making for anything that had the look of water, rolled hissing in this hideous lake, and splashed up liquid fire, which lapped in all it met with as it ran along the surface, and neither spared the living nor the dead. On this last night of the great riots, for the last night it was, the wretched victims of a senseless outcry became themselves the dust and ashes of the flames they kindled, and strewed the public streets of London. With all he saw in this last glance, fixed indelibly upon his mind. Barnaby hurried from the city which enclosed such horrors, and holding down his head that he might not even see the glare of the fires upon the quiet landscape, was soon in the still country roads. He stopped at about 1/2 mile from the shed where his father lay, and with some difficulty, making Hugh sensible that he must dismount, sunk the horse's furniture in a pool of stagnant water and turned the animal loose. That done, he supported his companion as well as he could, and led him slowly forward. This ends chapter 68. Chapter 69 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80 by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 69. It was the dead of night, and very dark, when Barnaby, with his stumbling comrade, approached the place where he'd left his father, but he could see him stealing away into the gloom, distrustful even of him, and rapidly retreating. After calling him twice or thrice that there was nothing to fear, but without effect, he suffered Hugh to sink upon the ground, and followed to bring him back. He continued to creep away until Barnaby was close upon him, then turned and said in a terrible though suppressed voice, "Let me go. Do not lay hands upon me. You have told her, and you and she together have betrayed me." Barnaby looked at him in silence. "You have seen your mother." "No," cried Barnaby eagerly, "not for a long time. Longer than I can tell. A whole year, I think. Is she here?" His father looked upon him steadfastly for a few moments, and then said, drawing nearer to him as he spoke, for seeing his face and hearing his words, it was impossible to doubt his truth, "What man is that?" "Hugh." "Hugh, only Hugh? You know him. He will not harm you. Why, you're afraid of Hugh. Ha, ha, ha! Afraid of gruff, old, noisy Hugh." "What man is he, I ask you?" he rejoined so fiercely that Barnaby stopped in his laugh and, shrinking back, surveyed him with a look of terrified amazement. "Why, how stern you are! You make me fear you, though you are my father. Why do you speak to me so?" "I want," he answered, putting away the hand which his son, with a timid desire to propitiate him, laid upon his sleeve. "I want an answer, and you give me only jeers and questions. Who have you brought with you to this hiding place, poor fool? And where is the blind man?" "I don't know where. His house was close shut. I waited, but no person came. That was no fault of mine. This is Hugh, brave Hugh, who broke into that ugly jail and set us free. Aha! You like him now, do you? You like him now?" "Why does he lie upon the ground?" "He's had a fall, and has been drinking. The fields and trees go round and round and round with him, and the ground heaves under his feet. You know him? You remember? See?" They had by this time returned to where he lay, and both stooped over him to look into his face. "I recollect the man," his father murmured. "Why did you bring him here?" "Because he would have been killed if I'd left him over yonder. They were firing guns and shedding blood. Does the sight of blood turn you sick, father?" "I see it does by your face." "That's like me. What are you looking at?" "At nothing," said the murderer softly, as he started back a pace or two, and gazed with sunken jaw and staring eyes above his son's head. "At nothing." "Shall I bring him in, father?" asked Barnaby, who had looked on, wondering. He only answered with a suppressed groan, and lying down upon the ground, wrapped his cloak about his head, and shrunk into the darkest corner. Finding that nothing would rouse Hugh now, or make him sensible for a moment, Barnaby dragged him along the grass and laid him on a little heap of refuse, hay and straw, which had been his own bed, first having brought some water from a running stream hard by, and washed his wound and laved his hands and face. Then he lay down himself between the two to pass the night, and looking at the stars, fell fast asleep. Awakened early in the morning by the sunshine and the songs of birds and hum of insects, he left them sleeping in the hut and walked into the sweet and pleasant air. But he felt that on his jaded senses, oppressed and burdened with the dreadful scenes of that night and many nights before, all the beauties of opening day which he had so often tasted, and in which he had had such deep delight, fell heavily. He thought of the blithe mornings when he and the dogs were bounding on together through the woods and fields, and the recollection filled his eyes with tears. He had no consciousness, God help him, of having done wrong, nor had he any new perception of the merits of the cause in which he had been engaged, or those of the men who advocated it. But he was full of cares now, and regrets, and dismal recollections, and wishes, quite unknown to him before, that this or that event had never happened, and that the sorrow and suffering of so many people had been spared. And now he began to think how happy they would be, his father, mother, he, and Hugh, if they rambled away together and lived in some lonely place, where there were none of these troubles, and that perhaps the blind man, who had talked so wisely about gold, and told him of the great secrets he knew, could teach them how to live without being pinched by want. As this occurred to him, he was the more sorry that he had not seen him last night, and he was still brooding over this regret, when his father came and touched him on the shoulder. "Ah!" cried Barnaby, starting from his fit of thoughtfulness. "Is it only you?" "Who should it be?" "I almost thought," he answered, "it was the blind man." "I must have some talk with him, father." "And so must I, for without seeing him I don't know where to fly or what to do, and lingering here is death. You must go to him again and bring him here." "Must I?" cried Barnaby, delighted. "That's brave, father. That's what I want to do. But you must bring only him and none other. And though you wait at his door a whole day and night, still you must wait and not come back without him." "Don't you fear that," he cried gaily. "He shall come, he shall come." "Trim off these gewgaws," said his father, plucking the scraps of ribbon and the feathers from his hat, "and over your own dress wear my cloak. Take heed how you go, and they will be too busy in the streets to notice you. Of your coming back you need take no account, for he'll manage that safely." "To be sure," said Barnaby, "to be sure he will. A wise man, father, and one who can teach us to be rich. Oh, I know him, I know him." He was speedily dressed, and as well disguised as he could be. With a lighter heart he then set off upon his second journey, leaving Hugh, who was still in a drunken stupor, stretched upon the ground within the shed, and his father walking to and fro before it. The murderer, full of anxious thoughts, looked after him and paced up and down, disquieted by every breath of air that whispered among the boughs, and by every light shadow thrown by the passing clouds upon the daisied ground. He was anxious for his safe return, and yet, though his own life and safety hung upon it, felt a relief while he was gone. In the intense selfishness which the constant presence before him of his great crimes and their consequences here and hereafter engendered, every thought of Barnaby as his son was swallowed up and lost. Still, his presence was a torture and reproach in his wild eyes. There were terrible images of that guilty night, with his unearthly aspect and his half-formed mind. He seemed to the murderer a creature
who had sprung into existence from his victim's blood. He could not bear his look, his voice, his touch. And yet he was forced by his own desperate condition and his only hope of cheating the gibbet to have him by his side and to know that he was inseparable from his single chance of escape. He walked to and fro with little rest all day, revolving these things in his mind, and still Hugh lay unconscious in the shed. At length, when the sun was setting, Barnaby returned, leading the blind man, and talking earnestly to him as they came along together. The murderer advanced to meet them, and bidding his son go on and speak to Hugh, who had just then staggered to his feet, took his place at the blind man's elbow, and slowly followed towards the shed.
"Why did you send him?" said Stagg. "Don't you know it was the way to have him lost as soon as found?"
"Would you have had me come myself?" returned the other.
"Perhaps not. I was before the jail on Tuesday night, but missed you in the crowd. I was out last night, too. There was good work last night, gay work, profitable work," he added, rattling the money in his pockets.
"Have you?"
"Seen your good lady?" "Yes."
"Do you mean to tell me more or not?"
"I'll tell you all," returned the blind man with a laugh. "Excuse me, but I love to see you so impatient. There's energy in it."
"Does she consent to say the word that may save me?"
"No," returned the blind man emphatically, as he turned his face towards him. "No, thus it is. She has been at death's door since she lost her darling, has been insensible, and I know not what. I tracked her to an hospital, and presented myself, with your leave, at her bedside. Our talk was not a long one, for she was weak, and there being people near, I was not quite easy. But I told her all that you and I agreed upon, and pointed out the young gentleman's position in strong terms. She tried to soften me, but that, of course, as I told her, was lost time. She cried and moaned, you may be sure all women do. Then, of a sudden, she found her voice and strength, and said that heaven would help her and her innocent son, and that to heaven she appealed against us, which she did, in really very pretty language, I assure you. I advised her, as a friend, not to count too much on assistance from any such distant quarter, recommended her to think of it, told her where I lived, said I knew she would send to me before noon next day, and left her either in a faint or shamming."
When he had concluded this narration, during which he had made several pauses for the convenience of cracking and eating nuts, of which he seemed to have a pocketful, the blind man pulled a flask from his pocket, took a draught himself, and offered it to his companion.
"You won't you?" he said, feeling that he pushed it from him. "Well, then the gallant gentleman who's lodging with you will. Hello, bully!"
"Death," said the other, holding him back.
"Will you tell me what I am to do?"
"Do?
Nothing easier. Make a moonlight flitting in 2 hours' time with the young gentleman. He's quite ready to go. I've been giving him good advice as we came along, and get as far from London as you can. Let me know where you are, and leave the rest to me. She must come round. She can't hold out long, and as to the chances of your being retaken in the meanwhile, why, it wasn't one man who got out of Newgate, but 300. Think of that for your comfort."
"We must support life."
"How?" "How?" repeated the blind man. "By eating and drinking. And I'll get meat and drink, but by paying for it." "Money," he cried, slapping his pocket. "Is money the word? Why, the streets have been running money. Devil send that the sport's not over yet, for these are jolly times, golden, rare, roaring, scrambling times. Hello, bully. Hello, hello. Drink, bully, drink. Where are you there? Hello? With such vociferation, and with a boisterous manner which bespoke his perfect abandonment of a general license and disorder, he groped his way towards the shed, where Hugh and Barnaby were sitting on the ground. "Put it about," he cried, handing his flask to Hugh. "The kennels run with wine and gold. Guineas and strong water flow from the very pumps. About with it, don't spare it." Exhausted, unwashed, unshorn, begrimed with smoke and dust, his hair clotted with blood, his voice quite gone, so that he spoke in whispers, his skin parched up by fever, his whole body bruised and cut and beaten about, Hugh still took the flask and raised it to his lips. He was in the act of drinking when the front of a shed was suddenly darkened, and Dennis stood before them. No offence, said that personage in a conciliatory tone, as Hugh stopped in his draught and eyed him with no pleasant look from head to foot. "No offence, brother. Barnaby here too, eh? How are you, Barnaby? And 2 other gentlemen. Your humble servant, gentlemen. No offence to you either, I hope. Eh, brothers?" Notwithstanding that he spoke in this very friendly and confident manner, he seemed to have considerable hesitation about entering, and remained outside the roof. He was rather better dressed than usual, wearing the same suit of threadbare black, it is true, but having round his neck an unwholesome-looking cravat of a yellowish white, and on his hands great leather gloves, such as a gardener might wear in following his trade. His shoes were newly greased, and ornamented with a pair of rusty iron buckles. The pack-thread at his knees had been renewed, and where he wanted buttons, he wore pins. Altogether, he had something the look of a tipstaff or a bailiff's follower, desperately faded, but who had a notion of keeping up the appearance of a professional character and making the best of the worst means. "You're very snug here," said Mr. Dennis, pulling out a mouldy pocket-handkerchief, which looked like a decomposed halter, and wiping his forehead in a nervous manner. "Not snug enough to prevent your finding us, it seems," Hugh answered sulkily. "Why, I'll tell you what, brother," said Dennis with a friendly smile. "When you don't want me to know which way you're riding, you must wear another sort of bells on your horse. I know the sound of them you wore last night, and have got quick ears for 'em, that's the truth. Well, but how are you, brother?" He had by this time approached, and now ventured to sit down by him. "How am I?" answered Hugh. "Where were you yesterday? Where did you go when you left me in the jail? Why did you leave me? And what did you mean by rolling your eyes and shaking your fist at me, eh?" "I shake my fist at you, brother," said Dennis, gently checking Hugh's uplifted hand, which looked threatening. "Your stick, then. It's all one." "Lord love you, brother, I meant nothing. You don't understand me by half. I shouldn't wonder now," he added, in the tone of a desponding and an injured man. "But you thought because I wanted them chaps left in the prison that I was going to desert the Banners?" Hugh told him with an oath that he thought so. "Well," said Mr. Dennis mournfully, "if you ain't enough to make a man mistrust his fellow creatures, I don't know what is. Desert the Banners! Me, Ned Dennis, as was so christened by his own father! Is this axe yourn, brother?" "Yes, it's mine," said Hugh, in the same sullen manner as before. "It might have hurt you if you'd come in its way once or twice last night. Put it down." "Might have hurt me," said Mr. Dennis, still keeping it in his hand and feeling the edge with an air of abstraction. "Might have hurt me. And me exerting myself all the time to the very best advantage. Here's a world. And you're not going to ask me to take a sup out of that 'ere bottle, eh?"
Hugh passed it towards him. As he raised it to his lips, Barnaby jumped up, and motioning them to be silent, looked eagerly out.
"What's the matter, Barnaby?" said Dennis,
glancing at Hugh and dropping the flask, but still holding the axe in his hand.
"Hush," he answered softly. "What do I see glittering behind the hedge?" "What?" cried the hangman, raising his voice to its highest pitch and laying hold of him and Hugh. "Not soldiers, surely?"
That moment the shed was filled with armed men, and a body of horse galloping into the field drew up before it.
"There," said Dennis, who remained untouched among them when they had seized their prisoners. "It's them two young uns, gentlemen, that the proclamation puts a price on. This other's an escaped felon. I'm sorry for it, brother," he added, in a tone of resignation, addressing himself to Hugh, "but you've brought it on yourself. You forced me to do it. You wouldn't respect the soundest constitutional principles, you know. You went and violated the very framework of society. I'd sooner have given away a trifle in charity than done this, I would, upon my soul. If you'll keep fast hold on 'em, gentlemen, I think I can make a shift to tie 'em better than you can."
But this operation was postponed for a few moments by a new occurrence. The blind man, whose ears were quicker than most people's sight, had been alarmed before Barnaby by a rustling in the bushes, under cover of which the soldiers had advanced. He retreated instantly, had hidden somewhere for a minute, and probably, in his confusion mistaking the point at which he had emerged, was now seen running across the open meadow. An officer cried directly that he'd helped plunder a house last night. He was loudly called on to surrender. He ran the harder, and in a few seconds would have been out of gunshot. The word was given, and the men fired. There was a breathless pause and a profound silence, during which all eyes were fixed upon him. He'd been seen to start at the discharge, as if the report had frightened him. But he neither stopped nor slackened his pace in the least, and ran on full 40 yards further. Then, without one reel or stagger, or sign of faintness, or quivering of any limb, he dropped. Some of them hurried up to where he lay, the hangman with them. Everything had passed so quickly that the smoke had not yet scattered, but curled slowly off in a little cloud, which seemed like the dead man's spirit moving solemnly away. There were a few drops of blood upon the grass, more when they turned him over. That was all. Look here, said the hangman, stooping one knee beside the body, and gazing up with a disconsolate face at the officer and men. "Here's a pretty sight." "Stand out of the way," replied the officer. "Sergeant, see what he had about him." The man turned his pockets out upon the grass and counted, besides some foreign coins in 2 rings, 45 guineas in gold. These were bundled up in a handkerchief and carried away. The body remained there for the present, but 6 men and the sergeant were left to take it to the nearest public house. "Now then, if you're going," said the sergeant, clapping Dennis on the back and pointing after the officer who was walking towards the shed. To which Mr. Dennis only replied, "Don't talk to me," and then repeated what he had said before, namely, "Here's a pretty sight." "It's not one that you care for much, I should think," observed the sergeant coolly. "Why, who," said Mr. Dennis, rising, "should care for it if I don't?" "Oh, I didn't know you were so tender-hearted," said the sergeant, "that's all." "Tender-hearted," echoed Dennis. "Tender-hearted. Look at this man. Do you call this constitutional? Do you see him shot through and through, instead of being worked off like a Briton? Damn it, if I knew which party to side with. You're as bad as the other."
What's to become of the country if the military powers to go are superseding the civilians in this way? Where's this poor fellow creature's rights as a citizen that he didn't have me in his last moments? I was here, I was willing, I was ready. These are nice times, brother, to have the dead crying out against us in this way, and sleep comfortably in our beds afterwards. Very nice. Whether he derived any material consolation from binding the prisoners is uncertain. Most probably he did. At all events, his being summoned to that work diverted him for the time from these painful reflections, and gave his thoughts a more congenial occupation. They were not all three carried off together, but in two parties, Barnaby and his father going by one road in the centre of a body of foot, and Hugh fast bound upon a horse, and strongly guarded by a troop of cavalry, being taken by another. They had no opportunity for the least communication in the short interval which preceded their departure, being kept strictly apart. Hugh only observed that Barnaby walked off with a drooping head among his guard, and without raising his eyes, that he tried to wave his fettered hand when he passed. For himself, he buoyed up his courage as he rode along, with the assurance that the mob would force his jail wherever it might be, and set him at liberty. But when they got into London, and more especially into Fleet Market, lately the stronghold of the rioters, where the military were rooting out the last remnant of the crowd, he saw that his hope was gone, and felt that he was riding to his death. This ends chapter 69. Chapter 70 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80 by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 70. Mr. Dennis, having dispatched this piece of business without any personal hurt or inconvenience, and having now retired into the tranquil respectability of private life, resolved to solace himself with half an hour or so of female society. With this amiable purpose in his mind, he bent his steps towards the house where Dolly and Miss Haredale were still confined, and whither Miss Miggs had also been removed by order of Mr. Simon Tappertit. As he walked along the streets with his leather gloves clasped behind him, and his face indicative of cheerful thought and pleasant calculation, Mr. Dennis might have been likened unto a farmer ruminating among his crops, and enjoying by anticipation the bountiful gifts of Providence. Look where he would, some heap of ruins afforded him rich promise of a working off. The whole town appeared to have been ploughed and sown, and nurtured by most genial weather, and a goodly harvest was at hand. Having taken up arms and resorted to deeds of violence, with the great main object of preserving the Old Bailey in all its purity, and the gallows in all its pristine usefulness and moral grandeur, it would perhaps be going too far to assert that Mr. Dennis had ever distinctly contemplated and foreseen this happy state of things. He rather looked upon it as one of those beautiful dispensations which are inscrutably brought about for the behoof and advantage of good men. He felt as it were personally referred to in this prosperous ripening for the gibbet, and had never considered himself so much the pet and favorite child of destiny, or loved that lady so well, or with such a calm and virtuous reliance in all his life. As to being taken up himself for a rioter and punished with the rest, Mr. Dennis dismissed that possibility from his thoughts as an idle chimera, arguing that the line of conduct he had adopted at Newgate, and the service he'd rendered that day, would be more than a set-off against any evidence which might identify him as a member of the crowd. That any charge of companionship which might be made against him by those who were themselves in danger would certainly go for naught, and that if any trivial indiscretion on his part should unluckily come out, the uncommon usefulness of his office at present, and the great demand for the exercise of its functions, would certainly cause it to be winked at and passed over. In a word, he had played his cards throughout with great care, had changed sides at the very nick of time, had delivered up 2 of the most notorious rioters, and a distinguished felon to boot, and was quite at his ease. Saving, for there is a reservation, and even Mr. Dennis was not perfectly happy, saving for one circumstance, to wit, the forcible detention of Dolly and Miss Haredale in a house almost adjoining his own. This was a stumbling block, for if they were discovered and released, they could, by the testimony they had it in their power to give, place them in a situation of great jeopardy, and to set them at liberty, first extorting from them an oath of secrecy and silence, was a thing not to be thought of. It was more, perhaps, with an eye to the danger which lurked in this quarter, than from his abstract love of conversation with the sex, that the hangman, quickening his steps, now hastened into their society, cursing the amorous natures of Hugh and Mr. Tappertit with great heartiness at every step he took. When he entered the miserable room in which they were confined, Dolly and Miss Haredale withdrew in silence to the remotest corner. But Miss Miggs, who was particularly tender of her reputation, immediately fell upon her knees and began to scream very loud, crying, "What will become of me? Where is my Simmons? Have mercy, good gentlemen, on my sex weaknesses," with other doleful lamentations of that nature, which she delivered with great propriety and decorum. Miss, whispered Dennis, beckoning to her with his forefinger. "Come here. I won't hurt you. Come here, my lamb, will you?" On hearing this tender epithet, Miss Miggs, who'd left off screaming when he opened his lips and had listened to him attentively, began again, crying, "Oh, I'm his lamb! He says I'm his lamb! Oh, gracious, why wasn't I born old and ugly? Why was I ever made to be the youngest of 6, and all of 'em dead and in their blessed graves, except one married sister, which is settled in Golden Lion Court, number 27, second bell handle on the—" "Don't I say I ain't going to hurt you?" said Dennis, pointing to a chair. "Why, miss, what's the matter?" "I don't know what mayn't be the matter," cried Miss Miggs, clasping her hands distractedly. "Anything may be the matter." "But nothing is, I tell you," said the hangman. "First, stop that noise, and come and sit down here, will you, Chucky?" The coaxing tone in which he said these latter words might have failed in its object, if he'd not accompanied them with sundry sharp jerks of his thumb over one shoulder, and with divers winks and thrustings of his tongue into his cheek, from which signals the damsel gathered that he sought to speak to her apart concerning Miss Haredale and Dolly. Her curiosity being very powerful, and her jealousy by no means inactive, she arose, and with a great deal of shivering and starting back, and much muscular action among all the small bones in her throat, gradually approached him. "Sit down," said the hangman. Suiting the action to the word, he thrust her rather suddenly and prematurely into a chair, and designing to reassure her by a little harmless jocularity, such as is adapted to please and fascinate the sex, converted his right forefinger into an ideal bradawl or gimlet, and made as though he would screw the same into her side, whereat Miss Miggs shrieked again, and evinced symptoms of faintness. "Lovey, my dear," whispered Dennis, drawing his chair close to hers, "when was your young man here last, eh?" "My young man, good gentleman?" answered Miggs in a tone of exquisite distress. "Ah, Simmons, you know, him," said Dennis. "Mine, indeed," cried Miggs, with a burst of bitterness. And as she said it, she glanced towards Dolly. "Mine, good gentleman." This was just what Mr. Dennis wanted and expected. "Ah," he said, looking so soothingly, not to say amorously, on Miggs, that she sat, as she afterwards remarked, on pins and needles of the sharpest Whitechapel kind, not knowing what intentions might be suggesting that expression to his features. "I was afraid of that. I saw as much myself. It's her fault. She will entice him." "I wouldn't," cried Miggs, folding her hands and looking upwards with a kind of devout blankness. "I wouldn't lay myself out as she does. I wouldn't be as bold as her. I wouldn't seem to say to all male creatures, 'Come and kiss me,'" and here a shudder quite convulsed her frame, "for any earthly crowns as might be offered. Worlds," Miggs added solemnly, "should not reduce me. No, not if I was Venus." "Well, but you are Venus, you know," said Mr. Dennis confidentially. "No, I am not, good gentleman," answered Miggs, shaking her head with an air of self-denial, which seemed to imply that she might be if she chose, but she hoped she knew better. "No, I am not, good gentleman. Don't charge me with it." Up to this time she had turned round every now and then to where Dolly and Miss Haredale had retired and uttered a scream or groan, or laid her hand upon her heart and trembled excessively, with a view of keeping up appearances, and giving them to understand that she conversed with the visitor under protest and on compulsion, and at a great personal sacrifice for their common good. But at this point Mr. Dennis looked so very full of meaning, and gave such a singularly expressive twitch to his face, as a request to her to come still nearer to him, that she abandoned these little arts, and gave him her whole and undivided attention. "When was Simmons here, I say?" quoth Dennis in her ear. "Not since yesterday morning, and then only for a few minutes. Not all day, the day before." "You know, he meant all along to carry off that one," said Dennis, indicating Dolly by the slightest possible jerk of his head, "and to hand you over to somebody else." Miss Miggs, who'd fallen into a terrible state of grief when the first part of this sentence was spoken, recovered a little at the second, and seemed by the sudden check she put upon her tears to intimate that possibly this arrangement might meet her views, and that it might perhaps remain an open question. "But unfortunately," pursued Dennis, who observed this, "somebody else was fond of her too, you see, and even if he wasn't, somebody else is took for a rioter, and it's all over with him." Miss Miggs relapsed. "Now I want," said Dennis, "to clear this house, and to see you righted. What if I was to get her off, out of the way, eh?" Miss Miggs, brightening again, rejoined, with many breaks and pauses from excessive feeling, that temptations had been Simmons' bane, that it was not his faults, but hers, meaning Dolly's, that men did not see through these dreadful arts as women did, and that therefore was caged and trapped as Simmons had been. That she had no personal motives to serve, far from it. On the contrary, her intentions was good towards all parties. But forasmuch as she knowed that Simmons, if united to any designing and artful minxes, she would name no names, for that was not her dispositions, to any designing and artful minxes must be made miserable and unhappy for life, she did incline towards prewentions. Such, she added, was her free confessions. But as this was private feelings, and might perhaps be looked upon as vengeance, she begged the gentleman would say no more. Whatever he said, wishing to do her duty by all mankind, even by them as had ever been her bitterest enemies, she would not listen to him. With that, she stopped her ears, and shook her head from side to side, to intimate to Mr. Dennis that though he talked until he had no breath left, she was as deaf as any adder. "Look'ee here, my sugar stick," said Mr. Dennis. "If your view's the same as mine, and you'll only be quiet and slip away at the right time, I can have the house clear tomorrow and be out of this trouble. Stop, though. There's the other." "Which other, sir?" asked Miggs, still with her fingers in her ears and her head shaking obstinately. "Why, the tallest one yonder," said Dennis, as he stroked his chin, and added in an undertone to himself something about not crossing Muster Gashford. Miss Miggs replied, still being profoundly deaf, that if Miss Haredale stood in the way at all, he might make himself quite easy on that score, as she had gathered from what passed between Hugh and Mr. Tappertit when they were last there, that she was to be removed alone, not by them, but by somebody else, tomorrow night. Mr. Dennis opened his eyes very wide at this piece of information, whistled once, considered once, and finally slapped his head once and nodded once, as if he had got the clue to this mysterious removal, and so dismissed it. Then he imparted his design concerning Dolly to Miss Miggs, who was taken more deaf than before when he began, and so remained all through. The notable scheme was this. Mr. Dennis was immediately to seek out from among the rioters some daring young fellow, and he had one in his eye, he said, who, terrified by the threats he could hold out to him, and alarmed by the capture of so many who were no better and no worse than he, would gladly avail himself of any help to get abroad and out of harm's way with his plunder, even though his journey were encumbered by an unwilling companion. Indeed, the unwilling companion being a beautiful girl would probably be an additional inducement and temptation. Such a person found, he proposed to bring him there on the ensuing night, when the tall one was taken off, and Miss Miggs had purposely retired, and then that Dolly should be gagged, muffled in a cloak, and carried in any handy conveyance down to the river's side, where there were abundant means of getting her smuggled snugly off in any small craft of doubtful character, and no questions asked. With regard to the expense of this removal, he would say, at a rough calculation, that 2 or 3 silver tea or coffee pots, with something additional for drink, such as a muffineer or toast rack, would more than cover it. Articles of plate of every kind having been buried by the rioters in several lonely parts of London, and particularly, as he knew, in St. James's Square, which, though easy of access, was little frequented after dark, and had a convenient piece of water in the midst, the needful funds were close at hand, and could be had upon the shortest notice. With regard to Dolly, the gentleman would exercise his own discretion. He would be bound to do nothing but to take her away and keep her away. All other arrangements and dispositions would rest entirely with himself. If Miss Miggs had had her hearing, no doubt she would have been greatly shocked by the indelicacy of a young female's going away with a stranger by night, for her moral feelings, as we have said, were of the tenderest kind. But directly Mr. Dennis ceased to speak, she reminded him that he had only wasted breath. She then went on to say, still with her fingers in her ears, that nothing less than a severe practical lesson would save the locksmith's daughter from utter ruin, and that she felt it as it were a moral obligation and a sacred duty to the family to wish that someone would devise one for her reformation. Miss Miggs remarked, and very justly, as an abstract sentiment which happened to occur to her at the moment, that she dared to say the locksmith and his wife would murmur and repine if they were ever, by forcible abduction or otherwise, to lose their child, but that we seldom knew in this world what was best for us, such being our sinful and imperfect natures, that very few arrived at that clear understanding. Having brought their conversation to this satisfactory end, they parted, Dennis to pursue his design and take another walk about his farm, Miss Miggs to launch, when he left her, into such a burst of mental anguish, which she gave him to understand was occasioned by certain tender feelings he had had the presumption and audacity to say. But little Dolly's heart was quite melted. Indeed, she said and did so much to soothe the outraged feelings of Miss Miggs, and looked so beautiful while doing so, that if that young maid had not had ample vent for her surpassing spite in the knowledge of the mischief that was brewing, she might have scratched her features on the spot. This ends chapter 70. Chapter 71 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80 by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 71. All next day, Emma Haredale, Dolly, and Miggs remained cooped up together in what had now been their prison for so many days, without seeing any person or hearing any sound but the murmured conversation in an outer room of the men who kept watch over them. There appeared to be more of these fellows than there had been hitherto, and they could no longer hear the voices of women, which they had before plainly distinguished. Some new excitement, too, seemed to prevail among them, for there was much stealthy going in and out, and a constant questioning of those who were newly arrived. They'd previously been quite reckless in their behavior, often making a great uproar, quarreling among themselves, fighting, dancing, and singing. They were now very subdued and silent, conversing almost in whispers, and stealing in and out with a soft and stealthy tread, very different from the boisterous trampling in which their arrivals and departures had hitherto been announced to the trembling captives. Whether this change was occasioned by the presence among them of some person of authority in their ranks, or by any other cause, they were unable to decide. Sometimes they thought it was in part attributable to there being a sick man in the chamber, for last night there had been a shuffling of feet, as though a burden were brought in, and afterwards a moaning noise. But they had no means of ascertaining the truth, for any question of entreaty on their parts only provoked a storm of execrations, or something worse, and they were too happy to be left alone, unassailed by threats or admiration, to risk even that comfort by any voluntary communication with those who held them in durance. It was sufficiently evident, both to Emma and to the locksmith's poor little daughter herself, that she, Dolly, was the great object of attraction, and that so soon as they should have leisure to indulge in the softer passion, Hugh and Mr. Tappertit would certainly fall to blows for her sake, in which latter case it was not very difficult to see whose prize she would become. With all her old horror of that man revived, and deepened into a degree of aversion and abhorrence which no language can describe, with the thousand old recollections and regrets, and causes of distress, anxiety, and fear besetting her on all sides, poor Dolly Varden, sweet, blooming, buxom Dolly, began to hang her head and fade and droop like a beautiful flower. The color fled from her cheeks, her courage forsook her, her gentle heart failed. Unmindful of all her provoking caprices, forgetful of all her conquests and inconstancy, with all her winning little vanities quite gone, she nestled all the livelong day in Emma Haredale's bosom, and sometimes calling on her dear old gray-haired father, sometimes on her mother, and sometimes even on her old home, pined slowly away, like a poor bird in its cage. Light hearts that float so gaily on a smooth stream, that are so sparkling and buoyant in the sunshine, down upon fruit, bloom upon flowers, blush in summer air, life of the winged insect, whose whole existence is a day, how soon ye sink in troubled water. Poor Dolly's heart, a little, gentle, idle, fickle thing, giddy, restless, fluttering, constant to nothing but bright looks and smiles and laughter. Dolly's heart was breaking.
Emma had known grief and could bear it better. She had little comfort to impart, but she could soothe and tend her, and she did so. And Dolly clung to her like a child to its nurse. In endeavoring to inspire her with some fortitude, she increased her own, and though the nights were long and the days dismal, and she felt the wasting influence of watching and fatigue, and had perhaps a more defined and clear perception of their destitute condition and its worst dangers, she uttered no complaint. Before the ruffians, in whose power they were, she bore herself so calmly, and with such an appearance, in the midst of all her terror, of a secret conviction that they dared not harm her, that there was not a man among them but held her in some degree of dread, and more than one believed she had a weapon hidden in her dress and was prepared to use it. Such was their condition when they were joined by Miss Miggs, who gave them to understand that she too had been taken prisoner because of her charms, and detailed such feats of resistance she had performed, her virtue having given her supernatural strength, that they felt it quite a happiness to have her for a champion. Nor was this the only comfort they derived at first from Miggs' presence in society, for that young lady displayed such resignation and long suffering, and so much meek endurance under her trials, and breathed in all her chaste discourse a spirit of such holy confidence and resignation, and devout belief that all would happen for the best, that Emma felt her courage strengthened by the bright example, never doubting but that everything she said was true, and that she, like them, was torn from all she loved, and agonized by doubt and apprehension. As to poor Dolly, she was roused at first by seeing one who came from home, but when she heard under what circumstances she had left it, and into whose hands her father had fallen, she wept more bitterly than ever, and refused all comfort. Miss Miggs was at some trouble to reprove her for this state of mind, and to entreat her to take example by herself, who, she said, was now receiving back with interest tenfold the amount of her subscriptions to the red brick dwelling house, in the articles of peace of mind and quiet conscience. And while on serious topics, Miss Miggs considered it her duty to try her hand at the conversion of Miss Haredale, for whose improvement she launched into a polemical address of some length, in the course whereof she likened herself unto a chosen missionary, and that young lady to a cannibal in darkness. Indeed, she returned so often to these subjects, and so frequently called upon them to take a lesson from her, at the same time vaunting and as it were rioting in her huge unworthiness and abundant excess of sin, that in the course of a short time she became in that small chamber rather a nuisance than a comfort, and rendered them, if possible, even more unhappy than they had been before. The night had now come, and for the first time, for their jailers had been regular in bringing food and candles, they were left in darkness. Any change in their condition in such a place inspired new fears, and when some hours had passed, and the gloom was still unbroken, Emma could no longer repress her alarm. They listened attentively. There was the same murmuring in the outer room, and now and then a moan which seemed to be wrung from a person in great pain, who made an effort to subdue it, but could not. Even these men seemed to be in darkness too, for no light shone through the chinks in the door, nor were they moving as their custom was, but quite still, the silence being unbroken by so much as the creaking of a board. At first, Miss Miggs wondered greatly in her own mind who this sick person might be, but arriving on second thoughts at the conclusion that he was a part of the schemes on foot, and an artful device soon to be employed with great success, she opined, for Miss Haredale's comfort, that it must be some misguided papist who'd been wounded, and this happy supposition encouraged her to say, under her breath, "Alleluia," several times. "Is it possible," said Emma, with some indignation, "that you who have seen these men committing the outrages you have told us of, and who have fallen into their hands like us, can exult in their cruelties?"
Personal considerations, miss, rejoined Miggs, sinks into nothing afore a noble cause. Alleluia! Alleluia! Alleluia, good gentlemen! It seemed from the shrill pertinacity with which Miss Miggs repeated this form of acclamation that she was calling the same through the keyhole of the door, but in the profound darkness she could not be seen. If the time has come, heaven knows it may come at any moment, when they are bent on prosecuting the designs, whatever they may be, with which they have brought us here, can you still encourage and take part with them? Demanded Emma. I thank my goodness gracious blessed stars I can, miss, returned Miggs with increased energy. Alleluia, good gentlemen. Even Dolly, cast down and disappointed as she was, revived at this, and bade Miggs hold her tongue directly. Which was you pleased to observe, Miss Varden? Said Miggs, with a strong emphasis on the irrelative pronoun. Dolly repeated her request. Oh, gracious me, cried Miggs, with hysterical derision. Oh, gracious me! Yes, to be sure I will. Oh, yes. I am a subject slave, and a toiling, moiling, constant working, always being found fault with, never giving satisfactions, nor having no time to clean oneself potter's vessel. An't I, miss? Oh, yes. My situation is lowly, and my capacities is limited, and my duties is to humble myself afore the base degenerating daughters of their blessed mothers as is, fit to keep companies with holy saints, but's born to persecutions from wicked relations, and to demean myself before them as is no better than infidels. An't it, miss? Oh, yes. My only becoming occupations is to help young flaunting pagans to brush and comb and titillate themselves into whitening in sepulchres, and leave the young men to think that there ain't a bit of padding in it, nor no pinching ins, nor fillings out, nor pomatums, nor deceits, nor earthly vanities. Ain't it, miss? Yes, to be sure it is. Oh, yes. Having delivered these ironical passages with a most wonderful volubility, and with a shrillness perfectly deafening, especially when she jerked out the interjections, Miss Miggs, from mere habit, and not because weeping was at all appropriate to the occasion, which was one of triumph, concluded by bursting into a flood of tears, and calling in an impassioned manner on the name of Simmons. What Emma Haredale and Dolly would have done, or how long Miss Miggs, now that she'd hoisted her true colors, would have gone on waving them before their astonished senses, it is impossible to tell. Nor is it necessary to speculate on these matters, for a startling interruption occurred at that moment, which took their whole attention by storm. This was a violent knocking at the door of the house, and then its sudden bursting open, which was immediately succeeded by a scuffle in the room without, and the clash of weapons. Transported with the hope that rescue had at length arrived, Emma and Dolly shrieked aloud for help, nor were their shrieks unanswered, for after a hurried interval, a man bearing in one hand a drawn sword and in the other a taper rushed into the chamber where they were confined. It was some check upon their transport to find in this person an entire stranger, but they appealed to him nevertheless, and besought him, in impassioned language, to restore them to their friends. For what other purpose am I here? He answered, closing the door and standing with his back against it. With what object have I made my way to this place through difficulty and danger, but to preserve you? With a joy for which it was impossible to find adequate expression, they embraced each other and thanked heaven for this timely aid. Their deliverer stepped forward for a moment to put the light upon the table, and immediately returning to his former position against the door, bared his head and looked on smilingly. "You have news of my uncle, sir?" said Emma, turning hastily towards him. "And of my father and mother?" added Dolly. "Yes," he said, "good news." "They're alive and unhurt," they both cried at once. "And unhurt," he rejoined. "And close at hand?" I did not say close at hand, he added smoothly, but they are at no great distance. Your friends, sweet one, he added, addressing Dolly, are within a few hours' journey. You will be restored to them, I hope, tonight. My uncle, sir, faltered Emma. Your uncle, dear Miss Haredale, happily? I say happily because he has succeeded where many of our creed have failed, and is safe, has crossed the sea, and is out of Britain. I thank God for it, said Emma faintly. You say well. You have reason to be thankful, greater reason than it is possible for you, who have seen but one night of these cruel outrages, to imagine. Does he desire, said Emma, that I should follow him? Do you ask if he desires it? Cried the stranger in surprise. If he desires it. But you do not know the danger of remaining in England, the difficulty of escape, or the price hundreds would pay to secure the means, when you make that inquiry. Pardon me, I'd forgotten that you could not, being prisoner here. I gather, sir, said Emma, after a moment's pause, from what you hint at, but fear to tell me, that I have witnessed but the beginning and the least of the violence to which we are exposed, and that it has not yet slackened in its fury. He shrugged his shoulders, shook his head, lifted up his hands, and with the same smooth smile, which was not a pleasant one to see, cast his eyes upon the ground and remained silent. You may venture, sir, to speak plain, said Emma, and to tell me the worst. We've undergone some preparation for it. But here Dolly interposed, and entreated her not to hear the worst, but the best, and besought the gentleman to tell them the best, and to keep the remainder of his news until they were safe among their friends again. It is told thee in 3 words, he said, glancing at the locksmith's daughter with a look of some displeasure. The people have risen to a man against us. The streets are filled with soldiers who support them and do their bidding. We have no protection but from above, and no safety but in flight, and that is a poor resource, for we are watched on every hand and detained here, both by force and fraud. Miss Haredale, I cannot bear, believe me, that I cannot bear, by speaking of myself, or what I have done, or am prepared to do, to seem to vaunt my services before you. But, having powerful Protestant connections, and having my whole wealth embarked with theirs in shipping and commerce, I happily possessed the means of saving your uncle. I have the means of saving you, and in redemption of my sacred promise made to him, I am here, pledged not to leave you until I have placed you in his arms. The treachery or penitence of one of the men about you led to the discovery of your place of confinement, and that I have forced my way here, sword in hand, you see. You bring, said Emma, faltering, some note or token from my uncle? No, he doesn't, cried Dolly, pointing at him earnestly. Now I am sure he doesn't. Don't go with him for the world. Hush, pretty fool, be silent, he replied, frowning angrily upon her. No, Miss Haredale, I have no letter, nor any token of any kind, for while I sympathize with you, and such as you on whom misfortune so heavy and so undeserved has fallen, I value my life. I carry therefore no writing which, found upon me, would lead to its certain loss. I never thought of bringing any other token, nor did Mr. Haredale think of entrusting me with one, possibly because he had good experience of my faith and honesty, and owed his life to me. There was a reproof conveyed in these words, which to a nature like Emma Haredale's was well addressed. But Dolly, who was differently constituted, was by no means touched by it, and still conjured her, in all the terms of affection and attachment that she could think of, not to be lured away. Time presses, said their visitor, who, although he sought to express the deepest interest, had something cold and even in his speech that grated on the ear, and danger surrounds us. If I have exposed myself to it in vain, let it be so. But if you and he should ever meet again, do me justice.
If you decide to remain, as I think you do, remember, Miss Haredale, that I left you with a solemn caution, and acquitting myself of all the consequences to which you expose yourself." "Stay, sir," cried Emma. "One moment, I beg you." "Cannot we," and she drew Dolly closer to her, "cannot we go together?" The task of conveying one female in safety through such scenes as we must encounter, to say nothing of attracting the attention of those who crowd the streets," he answered, "is enough. I have said that she will be restored to her friends tonight. If you accept the service I tender, Miss Haredale, she shall be instantly placed in safe conduct, and that promise redeemed. Do you decide to remain? People of all ranks and creeds are flying from the town, which is sacked from end to end. Let me be of use in some quarter. Do you stay or go?" "Dolly," said Emma in a hurried manner, "my dear girl, this is our last hope. If we part now, it is only that we may meet again in happiness and honor. I will trust to this gentleman." "No, no, no," cried Dolly, clinging to her. "Pray, pray do not." "You hear," said Emma, "that tonight, only tonight, within a few hours, think of that, you will be among those who would die of grief to lose you, and who are now plunged in the deepest misery for your sake. Pray for me, dear girl, as I will for you, and never forget the many quiet hours we've passed together. Say one, 'God bless you.' Say that at parting." But Dolly could say nothing. No, not when Emma kissed her cheek 100 times and covered it with tears, could she do more than hang upon her neck and sob and clasp and hold her tight. "We have time for no more of this," cried the man, unclenching her hands and pushing her roughly off as he drew Emma Haredale towards the door. "Now, quick, outside there! Are you ready?" "Aye," cried a loud voice, which made him start. "Quite ready. Stand back here for your lives." And in an instant he was felled like an ox in the butcher's shambles, struck down as though a block of marble had fallen from the roof and crashed him. And cheerful light and beaming faces came pouring in, and Emma was clasped in her uncle's embrace, and Dolly, with a shriek that pierced the air, fell into the arms of her father and mother. What fainting there was, what laughing, what crying, what sobbing, what smiling, how much questioning, no answering, all talking together, all beside themselves with joy. What kissing, congratulating, embracing, shaking of hands, and falling into all these raptures over and over and over again, no language can describe. At length, and after a long time, the old locksmith went up and fairly hugged 2 strangers who'd stood apart and left them to themselves. And then they saw... Whom? Yes, Edward Chester and Joseph Willett. "See here," cried the locksmith, "see here! Where would any of us have been without these 2? Oh, Mr. Edward, Mr. Edward! Oh, Joe, Joe, how light and yet how full you have made my old heart tonight!" "It was Mr. Edward that knocked him down, sir," said Joe. "I longed to do it, but I gave it up to him. Come, you brave and honest gentlemen, get your senses together, for you haven't long to lie here." He had his foot upon the breast of their sham deliverer, in the absence of a spare arm, and gave him a gentle roll as he spoke. Gashford, for it was no other, crouching yet malignant, raised his scowling face, like sin subdued, and pleaded to be gently used. "I have access to all my lord's papers, Mr. Haredale," he said, in a submissive voice. Mr. Haredale keeping his back towards him, and not once looking round. "There are very important documents among them. There are a great many in secret drawers and distributed in various places, known only to my lord and me. I can give some very valuable information and render important assistance to any inquiry. You will have to answer it if I receive ill usage." "Pah!" cried Joe in deep disgust. "Get up, man.
You're waited for outside. Get up, do you hear?" Gashford slowly rose, and picking up his hat, and looking with a baffled malevolence, yet with an air of despicable humility, all round the room, crawled out. "And now, gentlemen," said Joe, who seemed to be the spokesman of the party, for all the rest were silent, "the sooner we get back to the Black Lion, the better, perhaps." Mr. Haredale nodded assent, and drawing his niece's arm through his, and taking one of her hands between his own, passed out straightway, followed by the locksmith, Mrs. Varden, and Dolly, who would scarcely have presented a sufficient surface for all the hugs and caresses they bestowed upon her, though she'd been a dozen Dollys. Edward Chester and Joe followed. And did Dolly never once look behind? Not once? Was there not one little fleeting glimpse of a dark eyelash almost resting on her flushed cheek, and of a downcast sparkling eye it shaded? Joe thought there was, and he's not likely to have been mistaken, for there were not many eyes like Dolly's, that's the truth. The outer room through which they had to pass was full of men, among them Mr. Dennis in safekeeping, and there had been since yesterday, lying in hiding behind a wooden screen which was now thrown down, Simon Tappertit, the recreant prentice, burnt and bruised and with a gunshot wound in his body, and his legs, his perfect legs, the pride and glory of his life, the comfort of his existence, crushed into shapeless ugliness. Wondering no longer at the moans they had heard, Dolly kept closer to her father, and shuddered at the sight. But neither bruises, burns, nor gunshot wound, nor all the torture of his shattered limbs, sent half so keen a pang to Simon's breast as Dolly passing out with Joe for her preserver. A coach was ready at the door, and Dolly found herself safe and whole inside between her father and mother, with Emma Haredale and her uncle quite real sitting opposite. But there was no Joe, no Edward, and they had said nothing. They had only bowed once and kept at a distance. Dear heart, what a long way it was to the Black Lion! This ends chapter 71. Chapter 72 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80 by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 72. The Black Lion was so far off and occupied such a length of time in the getting at, that notwithstanding the strong presumptive evidence she had about her of the late events being real and of actual occurrence, Dolly could not divest herself of the belief that she must be in a dream which was lasting all night. Nor was she quite certain that she saw and heard with her own proper senses, even when the coach in the fullness of time stopped at the Black Lion, and the host of that tavern approached in a gush of cheerful light to help them to dismount and give them hearty welcome. There too, at the coach door, one on one side, one upon the other, were already Edward Chester and Joe Willett, who must have followed in another coach, and this was such a strange and unaccountable proceeding that Dolly was the more inclined to favor the idea of her being fast asleep. But when Mr. Willett appeared, old John himself, so heavy-headed and obstinate, and with such a double chin as the liveliest imagination could never in its boldest flights have conjured up in all its vast proportions, then she stood corrected, and unwillingly admitted to herself that she was broad awake. And Joe had lost an arm. He, that well-made, handsome, gallant fellow. As Dolly glanced towards him and thought of the pain he must have suffered, and the far-off places in which he had been wandering, and wondered who had been his nurse, and hoped that whoever it was, she'd been as kind and gentle and as considerate as she would have been,
The tears came rising to her bright eyes, one by one, little by little, until she could keep them back no longer, and so before them all wept bitterly. "We are all safe now, Dolly," said her father kindly. "We shall not be separated any more. Cheer up, my love, cheer up." The locksmith's wife knew better, perhaps, than he what ailed her daughter. But Mrs. Varden, being quite an altered woman, for the riots had done that good, added her word to his and comforted her with similar representations. "Mayhap," said Mr. Willett senior, looking round upon the company, "she's hungry. That's what it is, depend upon it. I am, myself." The Black Lion, who, like old John, had been waiting supper past all reasonable and conscionable hours, hailed this as a philosophical discovery of the profoundest and most penetrating kind, and the table being already spread, they sat down to supper straightway. The conversation was not of the liveliest nature, nor were the appetites of some among them very keen, but in both these respects old John more than atoned for any deficiency on the part of the rest, and very much distinguished himself. It was not in point of actual conversation that Mr. Willett shone so brilliantly, for he had none of his old cronies to tackle, and was rather timorous of venturing on Joe, having certain vague misgivings within him that he was ready on the shortest notice and on receipt of the slightest offence to fell the Black Lion to the floor of his own parlour, and immediately to withdraw to China or some other remote and unknown region, there to dwell forevermore, or at least until he got rid of his remaining arm and both legs, and perhaps an eye or so into the bargain. It was with a peculiar kind of pantomime that Mr. Willett filled up every pause, and in this he was considered by the Black Lion, who'd been his familiar for some years, quite to surpass and go beyond himself, and outrun the expectations of his most admiring friends. The subject that worked in Mr. Willett's mind, and occasioned these demonstrations, was no other than his son's bodily disfigurement, which he'd never yet got himself thoroughly to believe or comprehend. Shortly after their first meeting, he'd been observed to wander in a state of great perplexity to the kitchen, and to direct his gaze towards the fire, as if in search of his usual adviser in all matters of doubt and difficulty. But there being no boiler at the Black Lion, and the rioters having so beaten and battered his own that it was quite unfit for further service, he wandered out again in a perfect bog of uncertainty and mental confusion, and in that state took the strangest means of resolving his doubts, such as feeling the sleeve of his son's greatcoat, as deeming it possible that his arm might be there, looking at his own arms and those of everybody else, as if to assure himself that two and not one was the usual allowance, sitting by the hour together in a brown study, as if he were endeavoring to recall Joe's image in his younger days, and to remember whether he really had in those times one arm or a pair, and employing himself in many other speculations of the same kind. Finding himself at this supper, surrounded by faces with which he had been so well acquainted in old times, Mr. Willett recurred to the subject with uncommon vigour, apparently resolved to understand it now or never. Sometimes, after every 2 or 3 mouthfuls, he laid down his knife and fork, and stared at his son with all his might, particularly at his maimed side. Then he looked slowly round the table until he caught some person's eye, when he shook his head with great solemnity, patted his shoulder, winked, or as one may say, for winking was a very slow process with him, went to sleep with one eye for a minute or two, and so, with another solemn shaking of his head, took up his knife and fork again, and went on eating. Sometimes he put his food into his mouth abstractedly, and, with all his faculties concentrated on Joe, gazed at him in a fit of stupefaction as he cut his meat with one hand, until he was recalled to himself by symptoms of choking on his own part, and was by that means restored to consciousness. At other times he resorted to such small devices as asking him for the salt, the pepper, the vinegar, the mustard, anything that was on his maimed side, and watching him as he handed it. By dint of these experiments, he did at last so satisfy and convince himself that, after a longer silence than he had yet maintained, he laid down his knife and fork on either side his plate, drank a long draught from a tankard beside him, still keeping his eyes on Joe, and leaning backward in his chair and fetching a long breath, said, as he looked all round the board, "It's been took off." "By George," said the Black Lion, striking the table with his hand, "he's got it." "Yes, sir," said Mr. Willett, with the look of a man who felt that he had earned the compliment and deserved it. "That's where it is. It's been took off." "Tell him where it was done," said the Black Lion to Joe. "At the defense of the Savannah, father." "At the defense of the Salawanners," repeated Mr. Willett softly, again looking round the table. "In America, where the war is," said Joe. "In America, where the war is," repeated Mr. Willett. "It was took off in the defense of the Salawanners in America, where the war is." Continuing to repeat these words to himself in a low tone of voice. The same information had been conveyed to him in the same terms at least 50 times before. Mr. Willett arose from table, walked round to Joe, felt his empty sleeve all the way up from the cuff to where the stump of his arm remained, shook his hand, lighted his pipe at the fire, took a long whiff, walked to the door, turned round once when he had reached it, wiped his left eye with the back of his forefinger, and said in a faltering voice, "My son's arm was took off at the defense of the Salawanners in America, where the war is," with which words he withdrew and returned no more that night. Indeed, on various pretenses, they all withdrew one after another, save Dolly, who was left sitting there alone. It was a great relief to be alone, and she was crying to her heart's content, when she heard Joe's voice at the end of the passage, bidding somebody good night. Good night? Then he was going elsewhere? To some distance, perhaps? To what kind of home could he be going, now that it was so late? She heard him walk along the passage and past the door, but there was a hesitation in his footsteps. He turned back. Dolly's heart beat high. He looked in. "Good night." He didn't say Dolly, but there was comfort in his not saying Miss Varden. "Good night," sobbed Dolly. "I'm sorry you take on so much for what is past and gone," said Joe kindly. "Don't. I can't bear to see you do it. Think of it no longer. You're safe and happy now." Dolly cried the more. "You must have suffered very much within these few days. And yet you're not changed, unless it's for the better. They said you were, but I don't see it. You were always very beautiful," said Joe, "but you are more beautiful than ever now. You are indeed. There can be no harm in my saying so, for you must know it. You're told so very often, I'm sure." As a general principle, Dolly did know it, and was told so very often. But the coachmaker had turned out years ago to be a special donkey, and whether she'd been afraid of making similar discoveries in others, or had grown by dint of long custom to be careless of compliments generally, certain it is that although she cried so much, she was better pleased to be told so now than ever she had been in all her life.
I shall bless your name, sobbed the locksmith's little daughter, as long as I live. I shall never hear it spoken without feeling as if my heart would burst. I shall remember it in my prayers every night and morning till I die. Will you? Said Joe eagerly. Will you indeed? It makes me very glad and proud to hear you say so. Dolly still sobbed and held her handkerchief to her eyes. Joe still stood, looking at her. Your voice, said Joe, brings up old times so pleasantly that for the moment I feel as if that night, there can be no harm in talking of that night now, had come back and nothing had happened in the meantime. I feel as if I hadn't suffered any hardships, but had knocked down poor Tom Cobb only yesterday, and had come to see you with my bundle on my shoulder before running away. You remember? Remember. But she said nothing. She raised her eyes for an instant. It was but a glance, a little tearful, timid glance. It kept Joe silent, though, for a long time. Well, he said stoutly, it was to be otherwise, and was. I've been abroad, fighting all the summer and frozen up all the winter ever since. I've come back as poor in purse as I went, and crippled for life besides. But, Dolly, I would rather have lost this other arm. I would rather have lost my head than to have come back to find you dead, or anything but what I always pictured you to myself, and what I always hoped and wished to find you. Thank God for all. Oh, how much and how keenly the little coquette of 5 years ago felt now. She'd found her heart at last. Never having known its worth till now, she'd never known the worth of his. How priceless it appeared. I did hope once, said Joe in his homely way, that I might come back a rich man and marry you. But I was a boy then, and have long known better than that. I am a poor, maimed, discharged soldier, and must be content to rub through life as I can. I can't say even now that I shall be glad to see you married, Dolly. But I am glad. Yes, I am, and glad to think I can say so. To know that you are admired and courted, and can pick and choose for a happy life. It's a comfort to me to know that you'll talk to your husband about me, and I hope the time will come when I may be able to like him, and to shake hands with him, and to come and see you as a poor friend who knew you when you were a girl. God bless you. His hand did tremble, but for all that he took it away again and left her. This ends chapter 72. Chapter 73 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80 by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 73. By this Friday night, for it was on Friday in the riot week that Emma and Dolly were rescued by the timely aid of Joe and Edward Chester, the disturbances were entirely quelled, and peace and order were restored to the affrighted city. True, after what had happened, it was impossible for any man to say how long this better state of things might last, or how suddenly new outrages, exceeding even those so lately witnessed, might burst forth and fill its streets with ruin and bloodshed. For this reason, those who had fled from the recent tumults still kept at a distance, and many families, hitherto unable to procure the means of flight, now availed themselves of the calm and withdrew into the country. The shops, too, from Tyburn to Whitechapel were still shut, and very little business was transacted in any of the places of great commercial resort. But notwithstanding, and in spite of the melancholy forebodings of that numerous class of society who see with the greatest clearness into the darkest perspectives,
the town remained profoundly quiet. The strong military force disposed in every advantageous quarter and stationed at every commanding point held the scattered fragments of the mob in check. The search after rioters was prosecuted with unrelenting vigor, and if there were any among them so desperate and reckless as to be inclined, after the terrible scenes they had beheld, to venture forth again, they were so daunted by these resolute measures that they quickly shrunk into their hiding places and had no thought but for their safety. In a word, the crowd was utterly routed. Upwards of 200 had been shot dead in the streets. 250 more were lying badly wounded in the hospitals, of whom 70 or 80 died within a short time afterwards. 100 were already in custody, and more were taken every hour. How many perished in the conflagrations or by their own excesses is unknown, but that numbers found a terrible grave in the hot ashes of the flames they had kindled, or crept into vaults and cellars to drink in secret or to nurse their sores, and never saw the light again, is certain. When the embers of the fires had been black and cold for many weeks, the laborers' spades proved this beyond a doubt. 72 private houses and 4 strong jails were destroyed in the 4 great days of these riots. The total loss of property, as estimated by the sufferers, was £155,000. At the lowest and least partial estimate of disinterested persons, it exceeded £125,000. For this immense loss, compensation was soon afterwards made out of the public purse, in pursuance of a vote of the House of Commons, the sum being levied on the various wards in the city, on the county, and the borough of Southwark. Both Lord Mansfield and Lord Saville, however, who had been great sufferers, refused to accept of any compensation whatever. The House of Commons, sitting on Tuesday with locked and guarded doors, had passed a resolution to the effect that, as soon as the tumult subsided, it would immediately proceed to consider the petitions presented from many of His Majesty's Protestant subjects, and would take the same into its serious consideration. While this question was under debate, Mr. Herbert, one of the members present, indignantly rose and called upon the House to observe that Lord George Gordon was then sitting under the gallery with the blue cockade, the signal of rebellion, in his hat. He was not only obliged, by those who sat near, to take it out, but offering to go into the street to pacify the mob with a somewhat indefinite assurance that the House was prepared to give them the satisfaction they sought, was actually held down in his seat by the combined force of several members. In short, the disorder and violence which reigned triumphant out of doors penetrated into the Senate, and there, as elsewhere, terror and alarm prevailed, and ordinary forms were for the time forgotten. On the Thursday, both houses had adjourned until the following Monday se'nnight, declaring it impossible to pursue their deliberations with the necessary gravity and freedom while they were surrounded by armed troops. And now that the rioters were dispersed, the citizens were beset with a new fear, for, finding the public thoroughfares and all their usual places of resort filled with soldiers entrusted with the free use of fire and sword, they began to lend a greedy ear to the rumors which were afloat of martial law being declared, and to dismal stories of prisoners having been seen hanging on lampposts in Cheapside and Fleet Street. These terrors being promptly dispelled by a proclamation declaring that all the rioters in custody would be tried by a special commission in due course of law, a fresh alarm was engendered by its being whispered abroad that French money had been found on some of the rioters, and that the disturbances had been fomented by foreign powers, who sought to compass the overthrow and ruin of England. This report, which was strengthened by the diffusion of anonymous handbills, but which, if it had any foundation at all, probably owed its origin to the circumstance of some few coins which were not English money having been swept into the pockets of the insurgents with other miscellaneous booty, and afterwards discovered on the prisoners or the dead bodies,
caused a great sensation, and men's minds being in that excited state when they are most apt to catch at any shadow of apprehension, was bruited about with much industry. All remaining quiet, however, during the whole of this Friday, and on this Friday night, and no new discoveries being made, confidence began to be restored, and the most timid and desponding breathed again. In Southwark, no fewer than 3,000 of the inhabitants formed themselves into a watch, and patrolled the streets every hour. Nor were the citizens slow to follow so good an example, and it being the manner of peaceful men to be very bold when the danger is over, they were abundantly fierce and daring, not scrupling to question the stoutest passenger with great severity, and carrying it with a very high hand over all errand boys, servant girls, and prentices. As day deepened into evening, and darkness crept into the nooks and corners of a town, as if it were mustering in secret and gathering strength to venture into the open ways, Barnaby sat in his dungeon, wondering at the silence, and listening in vain for the noise and outcry which had ushered in the night of late. Beside him, with his hand in hers, sat one in whose companionship he felt at peace. She was worn and altered, full of grief and heavy-hearted, but the same to him. "Mother," he said, after a long silence, "how long, how many days and nights shall I be kept here?" "Not many, dear. I hope not many." "You hope? Aye, but your hoping will not undo these chains." "I hope, but they don't mind that. Grip hopes, but who cares for Grip?" The raven gave a short, dull, melancholy croak. It said, "Nobody," as plainly as a croak could speak. "Who cares for Grip except you and me?" said Barnaby, smoothing the bird's rumpled feathers with his hand. "He never speaks in this place. He never says a word in jail. He sits and mopes all day in his dark corner, dozing sometimes, and sometimes looking at the light that creeps in through the bars and shines in his bright eye, as if a spark from those great fires had fallen into the room and was burning yet. But who cares for Grip?" The raven croaked again. "Nobody." "And by the way," said Barnaby, withdrawing his hand from the bird and laying it upon his mother's arm, as he looked eagerly in her face, "if they kill me, they may, I heard it said they would, what will become of Grip when I am dead?" The sound of the word, or the current of his own thoughts, suggested to Grip his old phrase, "Never say die." But he stopped short in the middle of it, drew a dismal cork, and subsided into a faint croak, as if he lacked the heart to get through the shortest sentence. "Will they take his life as well as mine?" said Barnaby. "I wish they would. If you and I and he could die together, there would be none to feel sorry or to grieve for us. But do what they will, I don't fear them, Mother." "They will not harm you," she said, her tears choking her utterance. "They never will harm you when they know all. I'm sure they never will." "Oh, don't be too sure of that," cried Barnaby, with a strange pleasure in the belief that she was self-deceived, and in his own sagacity. "They've marked me from the first. I heard them say so to each other when they brought me to this place last night, and I believe them. Don't you cry for me. They said I was bold, and so I am, and so I will be. You may think that I am silly, but I can die as well as another. I have done no harm, have I?" he added quickly. "None, before heaven," she answered. "Why then," said Barnaby, "let them do their worst. You told me once, when I asked you what death meant, that it was nothing to be feared if we did no harm. Aha, Mother, you thought I had forgotten that." His merry laugh and playful manner smote her to the heart. She drew him closer to her,
and besought him to talk to her in whispers and to be very quiet, for it was getting dark and their time was short, and she would soon have to leave him for the night. "You will come tomorrow," said Barnaby. "Yes, and every day," and they would never part again. He joyfully replied that this was well, and what he wished, and what he had felt quite certain she would tell him. And then he asked her where she had been so long, and why she had not come to see him when he'd been a great soldier, and ran through the wild schemes he had for their being rich and living prosperously, and with some faint notion in his mind that she was sad and he had made her so, tried to console and comfort her, and talked of their former life and his old sports and freedom, little dreaming that every word he uttered only increased her sorrow, and that her tears fell faster at the freshened recollection of their lost tranquillity. "Mother," said Barnaby, as they heard the man approaching to close the cells for the night, "when I spoke to you just now about my father, you cried 'Hush!' and turned away your head. Why did you do so? Tell me why, in a word. You thought he was dead. You are not sorry that he's alive and has come back to us. Where is he? Here?" "Do not ask anyone where he is, or speak about him," she made answer. "Why not?" said Barnaby. "Because he is a stern man and talks roughly? Well, I don't like him or want to be with him by myself, but why not speak about him?" "Because I'm sorry that he is alive, sorry that he's come back, and sorry that he and you have ever met. Because, dear Barnaby, the endeavor of my life has been to keep you two asunder." "Father and son asunder? Why?" "He has," she whispered in his ear. "He has shed blood. The time has come when you must know it. He has shed the blood of one who loved him well and trusted him and never did him wrong in word or deed." Barnaby recoiled in horror, and glancing at his stained wrist for an instant, wrapped it, shuddering, in his dress. "But," she added hastily, as the key turned in the lock, "although we shun him, he is your father, dearest, and I am his wretched wife. They seek his life, and he will lose it. It must not be by our means. Nay, if we could win him back to penitence, we should be bound to love him yet. Do not seem to know him, except as one who fled with you from the jail. And if they question you about him, do not answer them. God be with you through the night, dear boy. God be with you." She tore herself away, and in a few seconds Barnaby was alone. He stood for a long time rooted to the spot, with his face hidden in his hands, then flung himself sobbing on his miserable bed. But the moon came slowly up in all her gentle glory, and the stars looked out, and through the small compass of the grated window, as through the narrow crevice of one good deed in a murky life of guilt, the face of heaven shone bright and merciful. He raised his head, gazed upward at the quiet sky, which seemed to smile upon the earth in sadness, as if the night, more thoughtful than the day, looked down in sorrow on the sufferings and evil deeds of men, and felt its peace sink deep into his heart. He, a poor idiot, caged in his narrow cell, was as much lifted up to God, while gazing on the mild light, as the freest and most favored man in all the spacious city, and in his ill-remembered prayer, and in the fragment of the childish hymn with which he sung and crooned himself asleep, there breathed as true a spirit as ever studied homily expressed or old cathedral arches echoed. As his mother crossed the yard on her way out, she saw through a grated door which separated it from another court, her husband walking round and round, with his hands folded on his breast and his head hung down. She asked the man who conducted her if she might speak a word with this prisoner. Yes, but she must be quick, for he was locking up for the night, and there was but a minute or so to spare. Saying this, he unlocked the door and bade her go in. It grated harshly as it turned upon its hinges, but he was deaf to the noise and still walked round and round the little court without raising his head or changing his attitude in the least. She spoke to him, but her voice was weak and failed her. At length she put herself in his track, and when he came near, stretched out her hand and touched him. He started backwards, trembling from head to foot, but seeing who it was, demanded why she came there. Before she could reply, he spoke again. "Am I to live or die? Do you murder too, or spare?" "My son, our son," she answered, "is in this prison." "What is that to me?" he cried, stamping impatiently on the stone pavement. "I know it. He can no more aid me than I can aid him. If you are come to talk of him, begone." As he spoke, he resumed his walk, and hurried round the court as before. When he came again to where she stood, he stopped and said, "Am I to live or die? Do you repent?" "Oh, do you?" she answered. "Will you, while time remains? Do not believe that I could save you if I dared." "Say, if you would," he answered with an oath, as he tried to disengage himself and pass on. "Say if you would." "Listen to me for one moment," she returned, "for but a moment. I am but newly risen from a sick bed, from which I never hoped to rise again. The best among us think, at such a time, of good intentions half performed and duties left undone. If I have ever, since that fatal night, omitted to pray for your repentance before death, if I omitted even then anything which might tend to urge it on you when the horror of your crime was fresh, if in our later meeting I yielded to the dread that was upon me and forgot to fall upon my knees and solemnly adjure you, in the name of him you sent to his account with heaven, to prepare for the retribution which must come and which is stealing on you now, I humbly before you, and in the agony of supplication in which you see me, beseech that you will let me make atonement." "What's the meaning of your canting words?" he answered roughly. "Speak so that I may understand you." "I will," she answered. "I desire to. Bear with me for a moment more. The hand of him who set his curse on murder is heavy on us now. You cannot doubt it. Our son, our innocent boy, on whom his anger fell before his birth, is in this place in peril of his life, brought here by your guilt. Yes, by that alone, as heaven sees and knows, for he had been led astray in the darkness of his intellect, and that is the terrible consequence of your crime. If you come, woman-like, to load me with reproaches," he muttered, again endeavoring to break away, "I do not. I have a different purpose. You must hear it. If not tonight, tomorrow. If not tomorrow, at another time. You must hear it. Husband, escape is hopeless, impossible." "You tell me so, do you?" he said, raising his manacled hand and shaking it. "You!" "Yes," she said, with indescribable earnestness. "But why?" "To make me easy in this jail, to make the time twixt this and death pass pleasantly. For my good, yes, for my good, of course," he said, grinding his teeth and smiling at her with a livid face. "Not to load you with reproaches," she replied, "not to aggravate the tortures and miseries of your condition, not to give you one hard word, but to restore you to peace and hope. Husband, dear husband, if you will but confess this dreadful crime, if you will but implore forgiveness of heaven and of those whom you have wronged on earth, if you will dismiss these vain, uneasy thoughts which never can be realized, and will rely on penitence and on the truth, I promise you, in the great name of the Creator, whose image you have defaced,
that he will comfort and console you. And for myself, she cried, clasping her hands and looking upward, I swear before him, as he knows my heart and reads it now, that from that hour I will love and cherish you as I did of old, and watch you night and day in the short interval that will remain to us, and soothe you with my truest love and duty, and pray with you that one threatening judgment may be arrested, and that our boy may be spared to bless God in his poor way, in the free air and light. He fell back and gazed at her while she poured out these words, as though he were for a moment awed by her manner and knew not what to do. But anger and fear soon got the mastery of him, and he spurned her from him. Begone, he cried. Leave me. You plot, do you? You plot to get speech with me, and let them know I am the man they say I am. Curse on you, and on your boy. On him the curse has already fallen, she replied, wringing her hands. Let it fall heavier. Let it fall on one and all. I hate you both. The worst has come to me. The only comfort that I seek or can have will be the knowledge that it comes to you. Now, go. She would have urged him gently even then, but he menaced her with his chain. I say go. I say it for the last time. The gallows has me in its grasp, and it is a black phantom that may urge me on to something more. Begone. I curse the hour that I was born, the man I slew, and all the living world. In a paroxysm of wrath and terror and the fear of death, he broke from her and rushed into the darkness of his cell, where he cast himself jangling down upon the stone floor and smote it with his ironed hands. The man returned to lock the dungeon door, and having done so, carried her away. On that warm, balmy night in June, there were glad faces and light hearts in all quarters of the town, and sleep, banished by the late horrors, was doubly welcomed. On that night families made merry in their houses, and greeted each other on the common danger they had escaped, and those who had been denounced ventured into the streets, and they who had been plundered got good shelter. Even the timorous Lord Mayor, who was summoned that night before the Privy Council to answer for his conduct, came back contented, observing to all his friends that he had got off very well with a reprimand, and repeating with huge satisfaction his memorable defense before the council. That such was his temerity, he thought death would have been his portion. On that night, too, more of the scattered remnants of the mob were traced to their lurking places and taken, and in the hospitals and deep among the ruins they had made, and in the ditches and fields, many unshrouded wretches lay dead, envied by those who had been active in the disturbances, and who pillowed their doomed heads in the temporary jails. And in the tower, in a dreary room whose thick stone walls shut out the hum of life, and made a stillness which the records left by former prisoners with those silent witnesses seemed to deepen and intensify, remorseful for every act that had been done by every man among the cruel crowd, feeling for the time their guilt his own, and their lives put in peril by himself, and finding amid such reflections little comfort in fanaticism or in his fancied call, sat the unhappy author of all, Lord George Gordon. He had been made prisoner that evening. "If you are sure it's me you want," he said to the officers, who waited outside with the warrant for his arrest on a charge of high treason, "I am ready to accompany you," which he did without resistance. He was conducted first before the Privy Council, and afterwards to the Horse Guards, and then was taken by way of Westminster Bridge and back over London Bridge, for the purpose of avoiding the main streets, to the Tower, under the strongest guard ever known to enter its gates with a single prisoner. Of all his 40,000 men, Not one remained to bear him company. Friends, dependents, followers, none were there. His fawning secretary had played the traitor, and he whose weakness had been goaded and urged on by so many for their own purposes was desolate and alone. This ends chapter 73. Chapter 74 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80 by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 74. Mr. Dennis, having been made prisoner late in the evening, was removed to a neighboring roundhouse for that night, and carried before a justice for examination on the next day, Saturday. The charges against him being numerous and weighty, and it being in particular proved by the testimony of Gabriel Varden that he had shown a special desire to take his life, he was committed for trial. Moreover, he was honored with the distinction of being considered a chief among the insurgents, and received from the magistrate's lips the complimentary assurance that he was in a position of imminent danger and would do well to prepare himself for the worst. To say that Mr. Dennis's modesty was not somewhat startled by these honors, or that he was altogether prepared for so flattering a reception, would be to claim for him a greater amount of stoical philosophy than even he possessed. Indeed, this gentleman's stoicism was of that not uncommon kind which enables a man to bear with exemplary fortitude the afflictions of his friends, but renders him, by way of counterpoise, rather selfish and sensitive in respect of any that happens to befall himself. It is therefore no disparagement to the great officer in question to state, without disguise or concealment, that he was at first very much alarmed, and that he betrayed divers emotions of fear, until his reasoning powers came to his relief, and set before him a more hopeful prospect. In proportion as Mr. Dennis exercised these intellectual qualities with which he was gifted, in reviewing his best chances of coming off handsomely and with small personal inconvenience, his spirits rose and his confidence increased. When he remembered the great estimation in which his office was held, and the constant demand for his services, when he bethought himself how the statute book regarded him as a kind of universal medicine applicable to men, women, and children of every age and variety of criminal constitution, and how high he stood in his official capacity in the favor of the Crown and both Houses of Parliament, the Mint, the Bank of England, and the judges of the land, when he recollected that whatever ministry was in or out, he remained their peculiar pet and panacea, and that for his sake England stood single and conspicuous among the civilized nations of the earth, when he called these things to mind and dwelt upon them, he felt certain that the national gratitude must relieve him from the consequences of his late proceedings, and would certainly restore him to his old place in the happy social system. With these crumbs, or, as one may say, with these whole loaves of comfort to regale upon, Mr. Dennis took his place among the escort that awaited him, and repaired to jail with a manly indifference. Arriving at Newgate, where some of the ruined cells had been hastily fitted up for the safe keeping of rioters, he was warmly received by the turnkeys as an unusual and interesting case, which agreeably relieved their monotonous duties. In this spirit he was fettered with great care, and conveyed into the interior of the prison. "Brother," cried the hangman, as, following an officer, he traversed under these novel circumstances the remains of passages with which he was well acquainted, "am I going to be along with anybody?" "If you'd had left more walls standing, you'd have been alone," was the reply. "As it is, we're cramped for room, and you'll have company." "Well," returned Dennis, "I don't object to company, brother. I rather like company. I was formed for society, I was." "That's rather a pity, ain't it?" said the man. "No," answered Dennis, "I'm not aware that it is. Why should it be a pity, brother?" "Oh, I don't know," said the man carelessly. "I thought that was what you meant. Being formed for society, and being cut off in your flower, you know." "I say," interposed the other quickly, "what are you talking of? Don't. Who's a-going to be cut off in their flowers?" "Oh, nobody particular. I thought you was, perhaps," said the man.
Mr. Dennis wiped his face, which had suddenly grown very hot, and remarking in a tremulous voice to his conductor that he'd always been fond of his joke, followed him in silence until he stopped at a door.
"This is my quarters, is it?" he asked facetiously.
"This is the shop, sir," replied his friend. He was walking in, but not with the best possible grace, when he suddenly stopped and started back.
"Hello," said the officer. "You're nervous."
"Nervous?" whispered Dennis in great alarm.
"Well, I may be. Shut the door."
"I will, when you're in," returned the man.
"But I can't go in there," whispered Dennis. "I can't be shut up with that man. Do you want me to be throttled, brother?"
The officer seemed to entertain no particular desire on the subject one way or other, but briefly remarking that he had his orders and intended to obey them, pushed him in, turned the key, and retired. Dennis stood trembling with his back against the door, and involuntarily raising his arm to defend himself, stared at a man, the only other tenant of the cell, who lay stretched at his full length upon a stone bench, and who paused in his deep breathing as if he were about to wake. But he rolled over on one side, let his arm fall negligently down, drew a long sigh, and murmuring indistinctly, fell fast asleep again. Relieved in some degree by this, the hangman took his eyes for an instant from the slumbering figure, and glanced round the cell in search of some vantage ground or weapon of defense. There was nothing movable within it but a clumsy table, which could not be displaced without noise, and a heavy chair. Stealing on tiptoe towards this latter piece of furniture, he retired with it into the remotest corner, and entrenching himself behind it, watched the enemy with the utmost vigilance and caution. The sleeping man was Hugh, and perhaps it was not unnatural for Dennis to feel in a state of very uncomfortable suspense, and to wish with his whole soul that he might never wake again. Tired of standing, he crouched down in his corner after some time, and rested on the cold pavement. But although Hugh's breathing still proclaimed that he was sleeping soundly, he could not trust him out of his sight for an instant. He was so afraid of him and of some sudden onslaught that he was not content to see his closed eyes through the chair back, but every now and then rose stealthily to his feet and peered at him with outstretched neck, to assure himself that he really was still asleep and was not about to spring upon him when he was off his guard. He slept so long and so soundly that Mr. Dennis began to think he might sleep on until the turnkey visited them. He was congratulating himself upon these promising appearances, and blessing his stars with much fervor, when one or two unpleasant symptoms manifested themselves, such as another motion of the arm, another sigh, a restless tossing of the head. Then, just as it seemed that he was about to fall heavily to the ground from his narrow bed, Hugh's eyes opened. It happened that his face was turned directly towards his unexpected visitor. He looked lazily at him for some half-dozen seconds without any aspect of surprise or recognition, then suddenly jumped up and with a great oath pronounced his name. "Keep off, brother, keep off!" cried Dennis, dodging behind the chair. "Don't do me a mischief. I'm a prisoner like you. I haven't the free use of my limbs. I'm quite an old man. Don't hurt me." He whined out the last three words in such piteous accents
that Hugh, who had dragged away the chair and aimed a blow at him with it, checked himself and bade him get up. "I'll get up, certainly, brother," cried Dennis, anxious to propitiate him by any means in his power. "I'll comply with any request of yours, I'm sure. There, I'm up now. What can I do for you? Only say the word and I'll do it." "What can you do for me?" cried Hugh, clutching him by the collar with both hands, and shaking him as though he were bent on stopping his breath by that means. "What have you done for me?" The best that could be done," returned the hangman. Hugh made him no answer, but shaking him in his strong grip until his teeth chattered in his head, cast him down upon the floor and flung himself on the bench again. "If it wasn't for the comfort it is to me to see you here," he muttered, "I'd have crushed your head against it, I would." It was some time before Dennis had breath enough to speak, but as soon as he could resume his propitiatory strain, he did so. "I did the best that could be done, brother," he whined. "I did indeed. I was forced with 2 bayonets, and I don't know how many bullets on each side of me to point you out. If you hadn't been taken, you'd have been shot, and what a sight that would have been. A fine young man like you." "Will it be a better sight now?" asked Hugh, raising his head with such a fierce expression that the other durst not answer him just then. "A deal better," said Dennis meekly after a pause. "First, there's all the chances of the law, and they're 500 strong. We may get off scot-free. Unlikelier things than that have come to pass. Even if we shouldn't, and the chances fail, we can but be worked off once. And when it's well done, it's so neat, so skilful, so captivating, if that don't seem too strong a word, that you'd hardly believe it could be brought to such perfection. Kill one's fellow creatures off with muskets? Pah!" And his nature so revolted at the bare idea that he spat upon the dungeon pavement. His warming on this topic, which to one unacquainted with his pursuits and tastes appeared like courage, together with his artful suppression of his own secret hopes, and mention of himself as being in the same condition with Hugh, did more to soothe that ruffian than the most elaborate arguments could have done, or the most abject submission. He rested his arms upon his knees, and stooping forward, looked from beneath his shaggy hair at Dennis, with something of a smile upon his face. "The fact is, brother," said the hangman, in a tone of greater confidence, "that you got into bad company. The man that was with you was looked after more than you, and it was him I wanted. As to me, what have I got by it? Here we are in one and the same plight." "Look'ee, rascal," said Hugh, contracting his brows, "I'm not altogether such a shallow blade, but I know you expected to get something by it, or you wouldn't have done it. But it's done, and you're here, and it will soon be all over with you and me, and I'd as soon die as live, or live as die. Why should I trouble myself to have revenge on you? To eat and drink and go to sleep as long as I stay here is all I care for. If there was but a little more sun to bask in, than can find its way into this cursed place, I'd lie in it all day, and not trouble myself to sit or stand up once. That's all the care I have for myself. Why should I care for you?" Finishing this speech with a growl like the yawn of a wild beast, he stretched himself upon the bench again, and closed his eyes once more. After looking at him in silence for some moments, Dennis, who was greatly relieved to find him in this mood, drew the chair towards his rough couch and sat down near him, taking the precaution, however, to keep out of the range of his brawny arm. "Well said, brother. Nothing could be better said," he ventured to observe. "We'll eat and drink of the best, and sleep our best, and make the best of it every way. Anything can be got for money. Let's spend it merrily." "Aye," said Hugh. coiling himself into a new position. "Where is it?" "Why, they took mine from me at the lodge," said Mr. Dennis. "But mine's a peculiar case." "Is it? They took mine, too." "Why, then, I tell you what, brother," Dennis began, "you must look up your friends." "My friends!" cried Hugh, starting up and resting on his hands. "Where are my friends?" "Your relations, then," said Dennis. "Ah, ha, ha!" laughed Hugh, waving one arm above his head. "He talks of friends to me, talks of relations to a man whose mother died the death in store for her son and left him a hungry brat, without a face he knew in all the world. He talks of this to me." "Brother," cried the hangman, whose features underwent a sudden change, "you don't mean to say—" "I mean to say," Hugh interposed, "that they hung her up at Tyburn. What was good enough for her is good enough for me. Let them do the like by me as soon as they please. The sooner the better. Say no more to me. I'm going to sleep." "But I want to speak to you. I want to hear more about that," said Dennis, changing color. "If you're a wise man," growled Hugh, raising his head to look at him with a frown, "you'll hold your tongue. I tell you, I'm going to sleep." Dennis, venturing to say something more in spite of this caution, the desperate fellow struck at him with all his force, and missing him, lay down again with many muttered oaths and imprecations, and turned his face towards the wall. After 2 or 3 ineffectual twitches at his dress, which he was hardy enough to venture upon, notwithstanding his dangerous humor, Mr. Dennis, who burnt, for reasons of his own, to pursue the conversation, had no alternative but to sit as patiently as he could, waiting his further pleasure. This ends chapter 74. Chapter 75 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80 by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 75. A month has elapsed, and we stand in the bedchamber of Sir John Chester. Through the half-opened window, the Temple Garden looks green and pleasant, the placid river, gay with boat and barge, and dimpled with the plash of many an oar, sparkles in the distance. The sky is blue and clear, and the summer air steals gently in, filling the room with perfume. The very town, the smoky town, is radiant. High roofs and steeple-tops, wont to look black and sullen, smile a cheerful gray. Every old gilded vane and ball and cross glitters anew in the bright morning sun. And high among them all, St. Paul's towers up, showing its lofty crest in burnished gold. Sir John was breakfasting in bed. His chocolate and toast stood upon a little table at his elbow. Books and newspapers lay ready to his hand upon the coverlet, and sometimes pausing to glance with an air of tranquil satisfaction round the well-ordered room, and sometimes to gaze indolently at the summer sky, he ate and drank and read the news luxuriously. The cheerful influence of the morning seemed to have some effect, even upon his equable temper. His manner was unusually gay, his smile more placid and agreeable than usual, his voice more clear and pleasant. He laid down the newspaper he'd been reading, leaned back upon his pillow with the air of one who resigned himself to a train of charming recollections, and after a pause soliloquized as follows. "And my friend the centaur goes the way of his mamma. I am not surprised. And his mysterious friend Mr. Dennis likewise. I am not surprised. And my old postman, the exceedingly free and easy young madman of Cligwell. I'm quite rejoiced. It's the very best thing that could possibly happen to him.
After delivering himself of these remarks, he fell again into his smiling train of reflection, from which he roused himself at length to finish his chocolate, which was getting cold, and ring the bell for more. The new supply arriving, he took the cup from his servant's hand, and saying with a charming affability, "I am obliged to you, Peake," dismissed him. "It is a remarkable circumstance," he mused, dallying lazily with a teaspoon, "that my friend the madman should have been within an ace of escaping on his trial, and it was a good stroke of chance, or as the world would say, a providential occurrence, that the brother of my Lord Mayor should have been in court with other country justices, into whose very dense heads curiosity had penetrated. For though the brother of my Lord Mayor was decidedly wrong, and established his near relationship to that amusing person beyond all doubt, in stating that my friend was sane, and had to his knowledge wandered about the country with a vagabond parent, avowing revolutionary and rebellious sentiments, I am not the less obliged to him for volunteering that evidence. These insane creatures make such very odd and embarrassing remarks that they really ought to be hanged for the comfort of society." The country justice had indeed turned the wavering scale against poor Barnaby, and solved the doubt that trembled in his favour. Grip little thought how much he had to answer for. "They will be a singular party," said Sir John, leaning his head upon his hand and sipping his chocolate, "a very curious party. The hangman himself, the centaur, and the madman. The centaur would make a very handsome preparation in Surgeons' Hall, and would benefit science extremely. I hope they've taken care to bespeak him. Peake, I am not at home, of course, to anybody but the hairdresser." This reminder to his servant was called forth by a knock at the door, which the man hastened to open. After a prolonged murmur of question and answer, he returned, and as he cautiously closed the room door behind him, a man was heard to cough in the passage. "Now it is of no use, Peake," said Sir John, raising his hand in deprecation of his delivering any message. "I am not at home. I cannot possibly hear you. I told you I was not at home, and my word is sacred. Will you never do as you are desired?" Having nothing to oppose to this reproof, the man was about to withdraw, when the visitor who had given occasion to it, probably rendered impatient by delay, knocked with his knuckles at the chamber door, and called out that he had urgent business with Sir John Chester, which admitted of no delay. "Let him in," said Sir John. "My good fellow," he added, when the door was opened, "how come you to intrude yourself in this extraordinary manner upon the privacy of a gentleman? How can you be so wholly destitute of self-respect as to be guilty of such remarkable ill-breeding?" "My business, Sir John, is not of a common kind, I do assure you," returned the person he addressed. "If I have taken any uncommon course to get admission to you, I hope I shall be pardoned on that account." "Well, we shall see, returned Sir John, whose face cleared up when he saw who it was, and whose prepossessing smile was now restored. "I am sure we have met before," he added in his winning tone, "but really I forget your name." "My name is Gabriel Varden, sir." "Varden, of course, Varden," returned Sir John, tapping his forehead. "Dear me, how very defective my memory becomes. Varden, to be sure, Mr. Varden the locksmith. You have a charming wife, Mr. Varden, and a most beautiful daughter. They are well?" Gabriel thanked him, and said they were. "I rejoice to hear it," said Sir John. "Commend me to them when you return, and say that I wished I were fortunate enough to convey myself the salute which I entrust you to deliver." "And what," he asked very sweetly, after a moment's pause, "can I do for you? You may command me freely." "I thank you, Sir John," said Gabriel, with some pride in his manner, "but I have come to ask no favor of you, though I come on business. Private," he added, with a glance at the man who stood looking on, "and very pressing business."
I cannot say you are the more welcome for being independent and having nothing to ask of me, returned Sir John graciously, for I should have been happy to render you a service. Still, you are welcome on any terms. Oblige me with some more chocolate, Peak, and don't wait. The man retired and left them alone. Sir John, said Gabriel, I am a working man and have been so all my life. If I don't prepare you enough for what I have to tell, if I come to the point too abruptly and give you a shock, which you gentlemen could have spared you, or at all events lessened very much, I hope you will give me credit for meaning well. I wish to be careful and considerate, and I trust that in a straightforward person like me you'll take the will for the deed. Mr. Varden, returned the other, perfectly composed under this exordium, I beg you'll take a chair. Chocolate, perhaps? You don't relish? Well, it is an acquired taste, no doubt. Sir John, said Gabriel, who had acknowledged with a bow the invitation to be seated, but had not availed himself of it. Sir John, he dropped his voice and drew nearer to the bed. I am just now come from Newgate. Good gad, cried Sir John, hastily sitting up in bed. From Newgate, Mr. Varden! How could you be so very imprudent as to come from Newgate? Newgate, where there are jail fevers, and ragged people, and bare-footed men and women, and 1,000 horrors. Peak, bring the camphor, quick! Heaven and earth, Mr. Varden, my dear good soul, how could you come from Newgate? Gabriel returned no answer, but looked on in silence while Peak, who had entered with the hot chocolate, ran to a drawer, returning with a bottle, sprinkling his master's dressing-gown and the bedding, and besides moistening the locksmith himself plentifully, described a circle round about him on the carpet. When he'd done this, he again retired, and Sir John, reclining in an easy attitude upon his pillow, once more turned a smiling face towards his visitor. You will forgive me, Mr. Varden, I am sure, for being at first a little sensitive, both on your account and my own. I confess I was startled, notwithstanding your delicate exordium. Might I ask you to do me the favour not to approach any nearer? You have really come from Newgate. The locksmith inclined his head. Indeed. And now, Mr. Varden, all exaggeration and embellishment apart, said Sir John Chester, confidentially, as he sipped his chocolate, what kind of place is Newgate? A strange place, Sir John, returned the locksmith, of a sad and doleful kind. A strange place where many strange things are heard and seen, but few more strange than that I come to tell you of. The case is urgent. I am sent here. Not from the jail. Yes, Sir John, from the jail. And my good, credulous, open-hearted friend, said Sir John, setting down his cup and laughing. By whom? By a man called Dennis, for many years the hangman, and tomorrow morning the hanged, returned the locksmith. Sir John had expected, had been quite certain from the first, that he would say he'd come from Hugh, and was prepared to meet him on that point. But this answer occasioned him a degree of astonishment which, for the moment, he could not, with all his command of feature, prevent his face from expressing. He quickly subdued it, however, and said in the same light tone, And what does the gentleman require of me? My memory may be at fault again, but I don't recollect that I ever had the pleasure of an introduction to him, or that I ever numbered him among my personal friends. I do assure you, Mr. Varden. Sir John, returned the locksmith gravely, I will tell you as nearly as I can, in the words he used to me, what he desires that you should know, and what you ought to know without a moment's loss of time. Sir John Chester settled himself in a position of greater repose, and looked at his visitor with an expression of face which seemed to say, This is an amusing fellow. I'll hear him out. You may have seen in the newspapers, sir, said Gabriel, pointing to the one which lay by his side,
that I was a witness against this man upon his trial some days since, and that it was not his fault I was alive and able to speak to what I knew."
"May have seen," cried Sir John. "My dear Mr. Varden, you are quite a public character, and live in all men's thoughts most deservedly. Nothing can exceed the interest with which I read your testimony, and remembered that I had the pleasure of a slight acquaintance with you. I hope we shall have your portrait published."
"This morning, sir," said the locksmith, taking no notice of these compliments. "Early this morning, a message was brought to me from Newgate, at this man's request, desiring that I would go and see him, for he had something particular to communicate. I needn't tell you that he's no friend of mine, and that I had never seen him until the rioters beset my house." Sir John fanned himself gently with the newspaper, and nodded. "I knew, however, from a general report," resumed Gabriel, "that the order for his execution tomorrow went down to the prison last night, and looking upon him as a dying man, I complied with his request."
"You are quite a Christian, Mr. Varden," said Sir John, "and in that amiable capacity you increase my desire that you should take a chair."
"He said," continued Gabriel, looking steadily at the knight, "that he had sent to me because he had no friend or companion in the whole world, being the common hangman, and because he believed from the way in which I had given my evidence that I was an honest man and would act truly by him. He said that, being shunned by everyone who knew his calling, even by people of the lowest and most wretched grade, and finding, when he joined the rioters, that the men he acted with had no suspicion of it, which I believe is true enough, for a poor fool of an old prentice of mine was one of them, he had kept his own counsel up to the time of his being taken and put in jail."
"Very discreet of Mr. Dennis," observed Sir John with a slight yawn,
though still with the utmost affability, "but, except for your admirable and lucid manner of telling it, which is perfect, not very interesting to me." "When," pursued the locksmith, quite unabashed and wholly regardless of these interruptions, "when he was taken to the jail, he found that his fellow prisoner in the same room was a young man, Hugh by name, a leader in the riots, who'd been betrayed and given up by himself. From something which fell from this unhappy creature in the course of the angry words they had at meeting, he discovered that his mother had suffered the death to which they both are now condemned. The time is very short, Sir John." The knight laid down his paper fan, replaced his cup upon the table at his side, and, saving for the smile that lurked about his mouth, looked at the locksmith with as much steadiness as the locksmith looked at him. "They have been in prison now a month. One conversation led to many more, and the hangman soon found, from a comparison of time and place and dates, that he had executed the sentence of the law upon this woman himself. She had been tempted by want, as so many people are, into the easy crime of passing forged notes. She was young and handsome, and the traders who employ men, women, and children in this traffic looked upon her as one who was well adapted for their business, and who would probably go on without suspicion for a long time. But they were mistaken, for she was stopped in the commission of her very first offense, and died for it. She was of gypsy blood, Sir John. It might have been the effect of a passing cloud which obscured the sun and cast a shadow on his face, but the knight turned deadly pale. Still he met the locksmith's eye as before. "She was of gypsy blood, Sir John," repeated Gabriel, "and had a high, free spirit. This, and her good looks, and her lofty manner, interested some gentlemen who were easily moved by dark eyes, and efforts were made to save her. They might have been successful if she would have given them any clue to her history, but she never would or did. There was reason to suspect that she would make an attempt upon her life. A watch was set upon her night and day, and from that time she never spoke again." Sir John stretched out his hand towards his cup. The locksmith, going on, arrested it halfway, until she had but a minute to live. Then she broke silence and said, in a low, firm voice, which no one heard but this executioner, for all other living creatures had retired and left her to her fate, "If I had a dagger within these fingers, and he was within my reach, I would strike him dead before me, even now." The man asked, "Who?" She said, "The father of her boy." Sir John drew back his outstretched hand, and seeing that the locksmith paused, signed to him with easy politeness and without any new appearance of emotion to proceed. It was the first word she had ever spoken from which it could be understood that she had any relative on earth. "Was the child alive?" he asked. "Yes." He asked her where it was, its name, and whether she had any wish respecting it. She had but one, she said. It was that the boy might live and grow in utter ignorance of his father, so that no arts might teach him to be gentle and forgiving. When he became a man, she trusted to the God of their tribe to bring the father and the son together and revenge her through her child. He asked her other questions, but she spoke no more. Indeed, he says, she scarcely said this much to him, but stood with her face turned upwards to the sky, and never looked towards him once. Sir John took a pinch of snuff, glanced approvingly at an elegant little sketch, entitled Nature, on the wall, and raising his eyes to the locksmith's face again, said with an air of courtesy and patronage, "You were observing, Mr. Varden?" "That she never," returned the locksmith, who was not to be diverted by any artifice from his firm manner and his steady gaze, "that she never looked towards him once, Sir John, and so she died, and he forgot her. But some years afterwards, a man was sentenced to die the same death, who was a gypsy too, a sunburnt, swarthy fellow, almost a wild man, and while he lay in prison under sentence, he, who had seen the hangman more than once while he was free, cut an image of him on his stick by way of braving death, and showing those who attended on him how little he cared or thought about it. He gave this stick into his hands at Tyburn, and told him then that the woman I have spoken of had left her own people to join a fine gentleman, and that, being deserted by him and cast off by her old friends, she'd sworn within her own proud breast that whatever her misery might be, she would ask no help of any human being. She told him that she kept her word to the last, and that, meeting even him in the streets, he had been fond of her once, it seems, she'd slipped from him by a trick, and he never saw her again until, being in one of the frequent crowds at Tyburn, with some of his rough companions, he had been driven almost mad by seeing, in the criminal under another name, whose death he had come to witness, herself. Standing in the same place in which she had stood, he told the hangman this, and told him too her real name, which only her own people and the gentleman for whose sake she had left them knew. That name he will tell again, Sir John, to none but you." "To none but me!" exclaimed the knight, pausing in the act of raising his cup to his lips with a perfectly steady hand, and curling up his little finger for the better display of a brilliant ring with which it was ornamented. "But me? My dear Mr. Varden, how very preposterous to select me for this confidence, with you at his elbow too, who are so perfectly trustworthy." Sir John," returned the locksmith, "at 12 tomorrow these men die. Hear the few words I have to add, and do not hope to deceive me, for though I am a plain man of humble station, and you a gentleman of rank and learning, the truth raises me to your level, and I know that you anticipate the disclosure with which I am about to end, and that you believe this doomed man Hugh to be your son." "Nay," said Sir John, bantering him with a gay air, "the wild gentleman who died so suddenly scarcely went as far as that, I think." "He did not," returned the locksmith, "for she'd bound him by some pledge known only to these people, and which the worst among them respect, not to tell your name, but in a fantastic pattern on the stick he'd carved some letters, and when the hangman asked it, he bade him, especially if he should ever meet with her son in afterlife, remember that place well. What place? Chester. The knight finished his cup of chocolate with an appearance of infinite relish, and carefully wiped his lips upon his handkerchief. Sir John, said the locksmith, this is all that has been told me, but since these two men have been left for death, they have conferred together closely. See them and hear what they can add. See this Dennis and learn from him what he has not trusted to me. If you, who hold the clue to all, want corroboration, which you do not, the means are easy. And to what? Said Sir John Chester, rising on his elbow after smoothing the pillow for its reception. My dear, good-natured, estimable Mr. Varden, with whom I cannot be angry if I would, to what does all this tend? I take you for a man, Sir John, and I suppose it tends to some pleading of natural affection in your breast, returned the locksmith. I suppose to the straining of every nerve, and the exertion of all the influence you have or can make in behalf of your miserable son, and the man who has disclosed his existence to you. At the worst, I suppose to your seeing your son, and awakening him to a sense of his crime and danger. He has no such sense now. Think what his life must have been when he said in my hearing that if I moved you to anything, it would be to hastening his death and ensuring his silence, if you had it in your power. And have you, my good Mr. Varden, said Sir John in a tone of mild reproof, have you really lived to your present age, and remained so very simple and credulous as to approach a gentleman of established character with such credentials as these, from desperate men in their last extremity, catching at any straw? Oh dear! Oh, fie! Fie! The locksmith was going to interpose, but he stopped him. On any other subject, Mr. Varden, I shall be delighted. I shall be charmed to converse with you. But I owe it to my own character not to pursue this topic for another moment. Think better of it, sir, when I am gone, returned the locksmith. Think better of it, sir. Although you have, thrice within as many weeks, turned your lawful son, Mr. Edward, from your door, you may have time to make your peace with him, Sir John. But that 12 o'clock will soon be here, and soon be past forever. I thank you very much, returned the knight, kissing his delicate hand to the locksmith, for your guileless advice, and I only wish, my good soul, although your simplicity is quite captivating, that you had a little more worldly wisdom. I never so much regretted the arrival of my hairdresser as I do at this moment. God bless you. Good morning. You'll not forget my message to the ladies, Mr. Varden? Peake, show Mr. Varden to the door. Gabriel said no more, but gave the knight a parting look and left him. As he quitted the room, Sir John's face changed, and the smile gave place to a haggard and anxious expression, like that of a weary actor jaded by the performance of a difficult part. He rose from his bed with a heavy sigh, and wrapped himself in his morning gown. So she kept her word, he said, and was constant to her threat. I would I'd never seen that dark face of hers. I might have read these consequences in it from the first. This affair would make a noise abroad if it rested on better evidence. But as it is, and by not joining the scattered links of a chain, I can afford to slight it. Extremely distressing to be the parent of such an uncouth creature. Still, I gave him very good advice. I told him he would certainly be hanged. I could have done no more if I had known of our relationship, and there are a great many fathers who've never done as much for their natural children. The hairdresser may come in, Peake. The hairdresser came in, and saw in Sir John Chester, whose accommodating conscience was soon quieted by the numerous precedents that occurred to him in support of his last observation. The same imperturbable, fascinating, elegant gentleman he'd seen yesterday and many yesterdays before. This ends chapter 75. Chapter 76 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80 by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 76. As the locksmith walked slowly away from Sir John Chester's chambers, he lingered under the trees which shaded the path, almost hoping that he might be summoned to return. He had turned back thrice and still loitered at the corner when the clock struck 12. It was a solemn sound, and not merely for its reference to tomorrow, for he knew that in that chime the murderer's knell was rung. He'd seen him pass along the crowded street amidst the execration of the throng, and marked his quivering lip and trembling limbs, the ashy hue upon his face, his clammy brow, the wild distraction of his eye. The fear of death had swallowed up all other thoughts, and gnawed without cessation at his heart and brain. He'd marked the wandering look, seeking for hope, and finding, turn where it would, despair. He'd seen the remorseful, pitiful, desolate creature, riding, with his coffin by his side, to the gibbet. He knew that, to the last, he'd been an unyielding, obdurate man, that in the savage terror of his condition he had hardened rather than relented to his wife and child, and that the last words which had passed his white lips were curses on them as his enemies. Mr. Haredale had determined to be there and see it done. Nothing but the evidence of his own senses could satisfy that gloomy thirst for retribution which had been gathering upon him for so many years. The locksmith knew this, and when the chimes had ceased to vibrate, hurried away to meet him. "For these two men," he said, as he went, "I can do no more. Heaven have mercy on them. Alas, I say I can do no more for them. But whom can I help? Mary Rudge will have a home and a firm friend when she most wants one. But Barnaby, poor Barnaby, willing Barnaby, what aid can I render him? There are many, many men of sense. God forgive me," cried the honest locksmith, stopping in a narrow court to pass his hand across his eyes. "I could better afford to lose than Barnaby. We have always been good friends, but I never knew till now how much I loved the lad." There were not many in the great city who thought of Barnaby that day, otherwise than as an actor in a show which was to take place tomorrow. But if the whole population had had him in their minds and had wished his life to be spared, not one among them could have done so with a purer zeal or greater singleness of heart than the good locksmith. Barnaby was to die. There was no hope. It is not the least evil attendant upon the frequent exhibition of this last dread punishment, of death, that it hardens the minds of those who deal it out, and makes them, though they be amiable men in other respects, indifferent to or unconscious of their great responsibility. The word had gone forth that Barnaby was to die. It went forth every month for lighter crimes. It was a thing so common that very few were startled by the awful sentence, or cared to question its propriety. Just then, too, when the law had been so flagrantly outraged, its dignity must be asserted. The symbol of its dignity, stamped upon every page of the criminal statute book, was the gallows, and Barnaby was to die. They had tried to save him. The locksmith had carried petitions and memorials to the fountainhead with his own hands. But the well was not one of mercy, and Barnaby was to die. From the first his mother had never left him, save at night, and with her beside him he was as usual contented. On this last day he was more elated and more proud than he had been yet, and when she dropped the book she'd been reading to him aloud and fell upon his neck, he stopped in his busy task of folding a piece of crape about his hat and wondered at her anguish. Grip uttered a feeble croak, half in encouragement it seemed, and half in remonstrance, but he wanted hard to sustain it and lapsed abruptly into silence. With them who stood upon the brink of the great gulf which none can see beyond, time, so soon to lose itself in vast eternity, rolled on like a mighty river, swollen and rapid as it nears the sea. It was morning, but now they had sat and talked together in a dream, and here was evening. The dreadful hour of separation, which even yesterday had seemed so distant, was at hand. They walked out into the courtyard, clinging to each other, but not speaking. Barnaby knew that the jail was a dull, sad, miserable place, and looked forward to tomorrow, as to a passage from it to something bright and beautiful. He had a vague impression, too, that he was expected to be brave, that he was a man of great consequence, and that the prison people would be glad to make him weep. He trod the ground more firmly as he thought of this, and bade her take heart and cry no more, and feel how steady his hand was. "They call me silly, mother. They shall see tomorrow." Dennis and Hugh were in the courtyard. Hugh came forth from his cell as they did, stretching himself as though he'd been sleeping. Dennis sat upon a bench in a corner, with his knees and chin huddled together, and rocked himself to and fro like a person in severe pain. The mother and son remained on one side of the court, and these two men upon the other. Hugh strode up and down, glancing fiercely every now and then at the bright summer sky, and looking round, when he'd done so, at the walls. "No reprieve, no reprieve. Nobody comes near us. There's only the night left now," moaned Dennis faintly, as he wrung his hands. "Do you think they'll reprieve me in the night, brother? I've known reprieves come in the night afore now. I've known 'em come as late as 5, 6, and 7 o'clock in the morning. Don't you think there's a good chance yet? Don't you? Say you do. Say you do, young man," whined the miserable creature, with an imploring gesture towards Barnaby, "or I shall go mad." "Better be mad than sane here," said Hugh. "Go mad." "But tell me what you think. Somebody tell me what he thinks," cried the wretched object, so mean and wretched and despicable that even pity's self might have turned away at sight of such a being in the likeness of a man. "Isn't there a chance for me? Isn't there a good chance for me? Isn't it likely they may be doing this to frighten me? Don't you think it is? Oh," he almost shrieked as he wrung his hands, "won't anybody give me comfort?" "You ought to be the best instead of the worst," said Hugh, stopping before him. "Ha, ha, ha! See the hangman when it comes home to him." "You don't know what it is," cried Dennis, actually writhing as he spoke. "I do. That I should come to be worked off. I, that I should come." "And why not?" said Hugh, as he thrust back his matted hair to get a better view of his late associate. "How often, before I knew your trade, did I hear you talking of this as if it was a treat?" "I ain't inconsistent," screamed the miserable creature. "I'd talk so again if I was hangman. Some other man has got my old opinions at this minute. That makes it worse. Somebody's longing to work me off. I know by myself that somebody must be." "He'll soon have his longing," said Hugh, resuming his walk. "Think of that, and be quiet." although one of these men displayed, in his speech and bearing, the most reckless hardihood, and the other in his every word and action testified such an extreme of abject cowardice that it was humiliating to see him. It would be difficult to say which of them would most have repelled and shocked an observer. Hugh's was the dogged desperation of a savage at the stake. The hangman was reduced to a condition little better, if any, than that of a hound with a halter round his neck. Yet, as Mr. Dennis knew and could have told them, these were the two commonest states of mind in persons brought to their pass. Such was the wholesome growth of the seed sown by the law, that this kind of harvest was usually looked for as a matter of course. In one respect they all agreed, the wandering and uncontrollable train of thought suggesting sudden recollections of things distant and long forgotten and remote from each other, the vague, restless craving for something undefined which nothing could satisfy, the swift flight of the minutes fusing themselves into hours as if by enchantment, the rapid coming of the solemn night, the shadow of death always upon them, and yet so dim and faint that objects the meanest and most trivial started from the gloom beyond and forced themselves upon the view. The impossibility of holding the mind, even if they had been so disposed, to penitence and preparation, or of keeping it to any point while one hideous fascination tempted it away. These things were common to them all, and varied only in their outward tokens. "Fetch me the book I left within, upon your bed," she said to Barnaby, as the clock struck. "Kiss me first." He looked in her face, and saw there that the time was come. After a long embrace, he tore himself away, and ran to bring it to her, bidding her not stir till he came back. He soon returned, for a shriek recalled him. But she was gone. He ran to the yard gate and looked through. They were carrying her away. She had said her heart would break. It was better so. "Don't you think," whimpered Dennis, creeping up to him, as he stood with his feet rooted to the ground, gazing at the blank walls, "don't you think there's still a chance? It's a dreadful end. It's a terrible end for a man like me. Don't you think there's a chance? I don't mean for you. I mean for me. Don't let him hear us," meaning Hugh. "He's so desperate." "Now then," said the officer, who'd been lounging in and out with his hands in his pockets, and yawning as if he were in the last extremity of some subject of interest. "It's time to turn in, boys." "Not yet," cried Dennis. "Not yet. Not for an hour yet." "I say, your watch goes different from what it used to," returned the man. "Once upon a time it was always too fast. It's got the other fault now." "My friend," cried the wretched creature, falling on his knees, "my dear friend. You always were my dear friend. There's some mistake. Some letter has been mislaid, or some messenger has been stopped upon the way. He may have fallen dead. I saw a man once fall down dead in the street, myself, and he had papers in his pocket. Send to inquire. Let somebody go to inquire. They never will hang me. They never can." "Yes, they will," he cried, starting to his feet with a terrible scream. "They'll hang me by a trick and keep the pardon back. It's a plot against me. I shall lose my life." And uttering another yell, he fell in a fit upon the ground. "See the hangman when it comes home to him," cried Hugh again, as they bore him away. "Ha, ha, ha! Courage, bold Barnaby! What care we? Your hand! They do well to put us out of the world,
For if we got loose a second time, we wouldn't let them off so easy, eh? Another shake. A man can die but once. If you wake in the night, sing that out lustily, and fall asleep again. Ha ha ha! Barnaby glanced once more through the grate into the empty yard, and then watched Hugh as he strode to the steps leading to his sleeping cell. He heard him shout and burst into a roar of laughter, and saw him flourish his hat. Then he turned away himself, like one who walked in his sleep, and without any sense of fear or sorrow, lay down on his pallet, listening for the clock to strike again. This ends chapter 76. Chapter 77 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80 by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 77. The time wore on. The noises in the streets became less frequent by degrees, until silence was scarcely broken save by the bells in church towers, marking the progress, softer and more stealthy while the city slumbered, of that great watcher with a hoary head who never sleeps or rests. In the brief interval of darkness and repose which feverish towns enjoy, all busy sounds were hushed, and those who awoke from dreams lay listening in their beds and longed for dawn, and wished the dead of a night were past. Into the street, outside the jail's main wall, workmen came straggling at this solemn hour in groups of 2 or 3, and meeting in the center, cast their tools upon the ground and spoke in whispers. Others soon issued from the jail itself, bearing on their shoulders planks and beams. These materials being all brought forth, the rest bestirred themselves, and the dull sound of hammers began to echo through the stillness. Here and there among this knot of laborers, one with a lantern or smoky link stood by to light his fellows at their work, and by its doubtful aid some might be dimly seen taking up the pavement of the road, while others held great uplift posts or fixed them in the holes thus made for their reception. Some dragged slowly on towards the rest an empty cart, which they brought rumbling from the prison yard, while others erected strong barriers across the street. All were busily engaged, their dusky figures moving to and fro at that unusual hour, so active and so silent, might have been taken for those of shadowy creatures toiling at midnight on some ghostly, unsubstantial work, which, like themselves, would vanish with the first gleam of day and leave but morning mist and vapor. While it was yet dark, a few lookers-on collected, who had plainly come there for the purpose and intended to remain. Even those who had to pass the spot on their way to some other place lingered and lingered yet, as though the attraction of that were irresistible. Meanwhile, the noise of saw and mallet went on briskly, mingled with the clattering of boards on the stone pavement of the road, and sometimes with the workmen's voices as they called to one another. Whenever the chimes of a neighboring church were heard, and that was every quarter of an hour, a strange sensation, instantaneous and indescribable but perfectly obvious, seemed to pervade them all. Gradually, a faint brightness appeared in the east, and the air, which had been very warm all through the night, felt cool and chilly. Though there was no daylight yet, the darkness was diminished and the stars looked pale. The prison, which had been a mere black mass with little shape or form, put on its usual aspect, and ever and anon a solitary watchman could be seen upon its roof, stopping to look down upon the preparations in the street. This man, from forming as it were a part of the jail, and knowing or being supposed to know all that was passing within,
became an object of as much interest and was as eagerly looked for and as awfully pointed out as if he had been a spirit. By and by the feeble light grew stronger, and the houses with their signboards and inscriptions stood plainly out in the dull grey morning. Heavy stage wagons crawled from the inn-yard opposite, and travellers peeped out, and as they rolled sluggishly away, cast many a backward look towards the jail. And now the sun's first beams came glancing into the street, and the night's work, which in its various stages and in the varied fancies of the lookers-on had taken 100 shapes, wore its own proper form, a scaffold and a gibbet. As the warmth of the cheerful day began to shed itself upon the scanty crowd, the murmur of tongues was heard, shutters were thrown open and blinds drawn up, and those who had slept in rooms over against the prison, where places to see the execution were let at high prices, rose hastily from their beds. In some of the houses people were busy taking out the window sashes for the better accommodation of spectators. In others, the spectators were already seated and beguiling the time with cards or drink or jokes among themselves. Some had purchased seats upon the housetops and were already crawling to their stations from parapet and garret window. Some were yet bargaining for good places, and stood in them in a state of indecision, gazing at the slowly swelling crowd, and at the workmen as they rested listlessly against the scaffold, affecting to listen with indifference to the proprietor's eulogy of the commanding view his house afforded, and the surpassing cheapness of his terms. A fairer morning never shone. From the roofs and upper stories of these buildings, the spires of city churches and the great cathedral dome were visible, rising up beyond the prison into the blue sky, and clad in the color of light summer clouds, and showing in the clear atmosphere their every scrap of tracery and fretwork and every niche and loophole. All was brightness and promise, excepting in the street below, into which, for it yet lay in shadow, the eye looked down as into a dark trench, where, in the midst of so much life and hope and renewal of existence, stood a terrible instrument of death. It seemed as if the very sun forbore to look upon it. But it was better, grim and sombre in the shade, than when the day being more advanced, it stood confessed in the full glare and glory of the sun, with its black paint blistering, and its nooses dangling in the light like loathsome garlands. It was better in the solitude and gloom of midnight, with a few forms clustering about it, than in the freshness and the stir of morning, the centre of an eager crowd. It was better haunting the street like a spectre, when men were in their beds, and influencing perchance the city's dreams, than braving the broad day and thrusting its obscene presence upon their waking senses. 5 o'clock had struck. 6, 7, and 8. Along the two main streets at either end of the crossway, a living stream had now set in, rolling towards the marts of gain and business. Carts, coaches, wagons, trucks, and barrows forced the passage through the outskirts of the throng and clattered onward in the same direction. Some of these, which were public conveyances and had come from a short distance in the country, stopped, and the driver pointed to the gibbet with his whip, though he might have spared himself the pains, for the heads of all the passengers were turned that way without his help, and the coach windows were stuck full of staring eyes. In some of the carts and wagons, women might be seen, glancing fearfully at the same unsightly thing, and even little children were held up above the people's heads to see what kind of a toy a gallows was, and learn how men were hanged. 2 rioters were to die before the prison, who'd been concerned in the attack upon it, and one directly afterwards in Bloomsbury Square. At 9 o'clock, a strong body of military marched into the street and formed and lined a narrow passage into Holborn, which had been indifferently kept all night by constables. Through this, another cart was brought. The one already mentioned had been employed in the construction of the scaffold, and wheeled up to the prison gate. These preparations made, the soldiers stood at ease. The officers lounged to and fro in the alley they had made, or talked together at the scaffold's foot, and the concourse, which had been rapidly augmenting for some hours, and still received additions every minute, waited with an impatience which increased with every chime of St. Sepulchre's clock for 12 at noon. Up to this time they had been very quiet, comparatively silent, save when the arrival of some new party at a window, hitherto unoccupied, gave them something new to look at or to talk of. But as the hour approached, a buzz and hum arose, which, deepening every moment, soon swelled into a roar, and seemed to fill the air. No words or even voices could be distinguished in this clamour, nor did they speak much to each other, though such as were better informed upon the topic than the rest would tell their neighbours, perhaps, that they might know the hangman when he came out by his being the shorter one, and that the man who was to suffer with him was named Hugh, and that it was Barnaby Rudge who would be hanged in Bloomsbury Square. The hum grew as the time drew near, so loud that those who were at the windows could not hear the church clock strike, though it was close at hand. Nor had they any need to hear it either, for they could see it in the people's faces. So surely as another quarter chimed, there was a movement in the crowd, as if something had passed over it, as if the light upon them had been changed, in which the fact was readable as on a brazen dial, figured by a giant's hand. 11:03. The murmur now was deafening, yet every man seemed mute. Look where you would among the crowd, you saw strained eyes and lips compressed. It would have been difficult for the most vigilant observer to point this way or that, and say that yonder man had cried out. It were as easy to detect the motion of lips in a seashell. 11:03. Many spectators who had retired from the windows came back refreshed, as though their watch had just begun. Those who had fallen asleep roused themselves, and every person in the crowd made one last effort to better his position, which caused a press against the sturdy barriers that made them bend and yield like twigs. The officers, who until now had kept together, fell into their several positions and gave the words of command. Swords were drawn, muskets shouldered, and the bright steel, winding its way among the crowd, gleamed and glittered in the sun like a river. Along the shining path, 2 men came hurrying on, leading a horse, which was speedily harnessed to the cart at the prison door. Then a profound silence replaced the tumult that had so long been gathering, and a breathless pause ensued. Every window was now choked up with heads. The housetops teemed with people, clinging to chimneys, peering over gable ends, and holding on where the sudden loosening of any brick or stone would dash them down into the street. The church tower, the church roof, the churchyard, the prison leads, the very waterspouts and lampposts, every inch of room swarmed with human life. At the first stroke of 12, the prison bell began to toll. Then the roar, mingled now with cries of "Hats off!" and "Poor fellows!" and from some specks in the great concourse, with a shriek or groan, burst forth again. It was terrible to see. If anyone in that distraction of excitement could have seen, the world of eager eyes, all strained upon the scaffold and the beam. The hollow murmuring was heard within the jail as plainly as without. The 3 were brought forth into the yard together as it resounded through the air. They knew its import well.
"Do you hear?" cried Hugh, undaunted by the sound. "They expect us. I heard them gathering when I woke in the night, and turned over on t'other side, and fell asleep again. We shall see how they welcome the hangman, now that it comes home to him. Ha, ha, ha!" The ordinary, coming up at this moment, reproved him for his indecent mirth, and advised him to alter his demeanour. "And why, master?" said Hugh. "Can I do better than bear it easily? You bear it easily enough." "Oh, never tell me," he cried, as the others would have spoken. "For all your sad look and your solemn air, you think little enough of it. They say you're the best maker of lobster salads in London. Ha, ha! I've heard that, you see, before now. Is it a good one this morning? Is your hand in? How does the breakfast look? I hope there's enough and to spare for all this hungry company that'll sit down to it when the sight's over."
"I fear," observed the clergyman, shaking his head, "that you are incorrigible."
"You are right, I am," rejoined Hugh sternly. "Be no hypocrite, master. You make a merry-making of this every month. Let me be merry too. If you want a frightened fellow, there's one that'll suit you. Try a hand upon him."
He pointed, as he spoke, to Dennis, who, with his legs trailing on the ground, was held between two men, and who trembled so that all his joints and limbs seemed racked by spasms. Turning from this wretched spectacle, he called to Barnaby, who stood apart.
"What cheer, Barnaby? Don't be downcast, lad. Leave that to him."
"Bless you," cried Barnaby, stepping lightly towards him. "I'm not frightened, Hugh. I'm quite happy. I wouldn't desire to live now if they'd let me. Look at me. Am I afraid to die? Will they see me tremble?" Hugh gazed for a moment at his face, on which there was a strange, unearthly smile, and at his eye, which sparkled brightly, and interposing between him and the ordinary, gruffly whispered to the latter,
"I wouldn't say much to him, master, if I was you. He may spoil your appetite for breakfast, though you are used to it."
He was the only one of the three who had washed or trimmed himself that morning. Neither of the others had done so since their doom was pronounced. He still wore the broken peacock's feathers in his hat, and all his usual scraps of finery were carefully disposed about his person. His kindling eye, his firm step, his proud and resolute bearing might have graced some lofty act of heroism, some voluntary sacrifice born of a noble cause and pure enthusiasm, rather than that felon's death. But all these things increased his guilt. They were mere assumptions. The law had declared it so, and so it must be. The good minister had been greatly shocked, not a quarter of an hour before, at his parting with Grip. For one in his condition, to fondle a bird! The yard was filled with people, bluff civic functionaries, officers of justice, soldiers, the curious in such matters, and guests who'd been bidden as to a wedding. Hugh looked about him, nodded gloomily to some person in authority, who indicated with his hand in what direction he was to proceed, and clapping Barnaby on the shoulder, passed out with the gait of a lion. They entered a large room, so near to the scaffold that the voices of those who stood about it could be plainly heard, some beseeching the javelin men to take them out of the crowd, others crying to those behind to stand back, for they were pressed to death and suffocating for want of air. In the middle of this chamber, two smiths with hammers stood beside an anvil. Hugh walked straight up to them and set his foot upon it with a sound as though it had been struck by a heavy weapon. Then, with folded arms, he stood to have his irons knocked off, scowling haughtily round, as those who were present eyed him narrowly and whispered to each other. It took so much time to drag Dennis in that this ceremony was over with Hugh, and nearly over with Barnaby, before he appeared. He no sooner came into the place he knew so well, however, and among faces with which he was so familiar, than he recovered strength and sense enough to clasp his hands and make a last appeal.
"Gentlemen, good gentlemen," cried the abject creature, groveling down upon his knees and actually prostrating himself upon the stone floor. "Governor, dear governor, honorable sheriffs, worthy gentlemen, have mercy upon a wretched man that has served his majesty and the law and parliament for so many years, and don't let me die because of a mistake."
"Dennis," said the governor of the jail, "you know what the course is, and that the order came with the rest. You know that we could do nothing, even if we would."
"All I ask, sir, all I want and beg is time to make it sure,"
cried the trembling wretch, looking wildly round for sympathy.
"The king and government can't know it's me. I'm sure they can't know it's me, or they never would bring me to this dreadful slaughterhouse. They know my name, but they don't know it's the same man. Stop my execution, for charity's sake, stop my execution, gentlemen, till they can be told that I've been hangman here nigh 30 year. Will no one go and tell them?" he implored, clenching his hands and glaring round and round and round again. "Will no charitable person go and tell them?"
"Mr. Ackerman," said a gentleman who stood by, after a moment's pause, "since it may possibly produce in this unhappy man a better frame of mind, even in this last minute, let me assure him that he was well known to have been the hangman when his sentence was considered."
"But perhaps they think on that account that the punishment's not so great," cried the criminal,
shuffling towards the speaker on his knees and holding up his folded hands,
"whereas it's worse 100 times to me than any man. Let them know, sir. Let them know that, sir. Let them know that. They've made it worse to me by giving me so much to do. Stop my execution till they know that."
The governor beckoned with his hand, and the two men who had supported him before approached. He uttered a piercing cry.
Wait! Only a moment! Only 1 moment more! Give me a last chance of reprieve. One of us 3 is to go to Bloomsbury Square. Let me be the one. It may come in that time. It's sure to come. In the Lord's name, let me be sent to Bloomsbury Square. Don't hang me here. It's murder.
They took him to the anvil, but even then he could be heard above the clinking of the smith's hammers and the hoarse raging of the crowd, crying that he knew of Hugh's birth, that his father was living and was a gentleman of influence and rank, that he had family secrets in his possession, that he could tell nothing unless they gave him time, but must die with them on his mind. And he continued to rave in this sort until his voice failed him, and he sank down a mere heap of clothes between the 2 attendants. It was at this moment that the clock struck the first stroke of 12, and the bell began to toll. The various officers, with the 2 sheriffs at their head, moved towards the door. All was ready when the last chime came upon the ear. They told Hugh this, and asked if he had anything to say.
"To say?" he cried. "Not I. I'm ready.
Yes," he added, as his eye fell upon Barnaby,
"I have a word to say, too. Come hither, lad."
There was for a moment something kind and even tender struggling in his fierce aspect as he wrung his poor companion by the hand.
"I'll say this," he cried, looking firmly round, "that if I had 10 lives to lose, and the loss of each would give me 10 times the agony of the hardest death, I'd lay them all down. Aye, I would, though you gentlemen may not believe it, to save this one. This one, he added, wringing his hand again, that will be lost through me.
Not through you, said the idiot mildly. Don't say that. You are not to blame. You've always been very good to me. We shall know what makes the stars shine now.
I took him from her in a reckless mood, and didn't think what harm would come of it, said Hugh, laying his hand upon his head and speaking in a lower voice. I ask her pardon, and his. Look here, he added roughly in his former tone. You see this lad? They murmured yes, and seemed to wonder why he asked. That gentleman yonder, pointing to the clergyman, has often in the last few days spoken to me of faith and strong belief. You see what I am, more brute than man, as I've been often told. But I had faith enough to believe, and did believe as strongly as any of you gentlemen can believe anything, that this one life would be spared. See what he is. Look at him. Barnaby had moved towards the door and stood beckoning him to follow. If this was not faith and strong belief, cried Hugh, raising his right arm aloft, and looking upward like a savage prophet whom the near approach of death had filled with inspiration. Where are they? What else should teach me, born as I was born and reared as I have been reared, to hope for any mercy in this hardened, cruel, unrelenting place? Upon these human shambles, I, who never raised this hand in prayer till now, call down the wrath of God. On that black tree of which I am the ripened fruit, I do invoke the curse of all its victims, past and present and to come. On the head of that man who, in his conscience, owns me for his son, I leave the wish that he may never sicken on his bed of down, but die a violent death, as I do now, and have the night wind for his only mourner. To this I say, Amen. Amen. His arm fell downward by his side. He turned and moved towards them with a steady step, the man he had been before. There's nothing more, said the governor. Hugh motioned Barnaby not to come near him, though without looking in the direction where he stood, and answered, There is nothing more. Move forward. Unless, said Hugh, glancing hurriedly back, unless any person here has a fancy for a dog, and not then unless he means to use him well. There's one belongs to me at the house I came from, and it wouldn't be easy to find a better. He'll whine at first, but he'll soon get over that. You wondered what I think about a dog just now, he added, with a kind of laugh. If any man deserved it of me half as well, I'd think of him. He spoke no more, but moved onward in his place, with a careless air, though listening at the same time to the service for the dead, with something between sullen attention and quickened curiosity. As soon as he had passed the door, his miserable associate was carried out, and the crowd beheld the rest. Barnaby would have mounted the steps at the same time. Indeed, he would have gone before them, but in both attempts he was restrained, as he was to undergo the sentence elsewhere. In a few minutes the sheriffs reappeared, the same procession was again formed, and they passed through various rooms and passages to another door, that at which the cart was waiting. He held down his head to avoid seeing what he knew his eyes must otherwise encounter, and took his seat sorrowfully, and yet with something of a childish pride and pleasure, in the vehicle,
The officers fell into their places at the sides, in front and in the rear. The sheriff's carriages rolled on. A guard of soldiers surrounded the whole, and they moved slowly forward through the throng and pressure toward Lord Mansfield's ruined house. It was a sad sight. All the show and strength and glitter assembled round one helpless creature, and sadder yet to note, as he rode along, how his wandering thoughts found strange encouragement in the crowded windows and the concourse in the streets, and how, even then, he felt the influence of the bright sky and looked up, smiling into its deep, unfathomable blue. But there had been many such sights since the riots were over, some so moving in their nature, and so repulsive too, that they were far more calculated to awaken pity for the sufferers than respect for that law whose strong arm seemed in more than one case to be as wantonly stretched forth now that all was safe, as it had been basely paralyzed in time of danger. Two cripples, both mere boys, one with a leg of wood, one who dragged his twisted limbs along by the help of a crutch, were hanged in this same Bloomsbury Square. As the cart was about to glide from under them, it was observed that they stood with their faces from, not to, the house they had assisted to despoil, and their misery was protracted that this omission might be remedied. Another boy was hanged in Bow Street, other young lads in various quarters of the town. 4 wretched women, too, were put to death. In a word, those who suffered as rioters were, for the most part, the weakest, meanest, and most miserable among them. It was a most exquisite satire upon the false religious cry which had led to so much misery, that some of these people owned themselves to be Catholics, and begged to be attended by their own priests. One young man was hanged in Bishopsgate Street, whose aged, grey-headed father waited for him at the gallows, kissed him at its foot when he arrived, and sat there on the ground till they took him down. They would have given him the body of his child, but he had no hearse, no coffin, nothing to remove it in, being too poor, and walked meekly away beside the cart that took it back to prison, trying as he went to touch its lifeless hand. But the crowd had forgotten these matters, or cared little about them if they lived in their memory, and while one great multitude fought and hustled to get near the gibbet before Newgate for a parting look, another followed in the train of poor lost Barnaby to swell the throng that waited for him on the spot. This ends chapter 77. Chapter 78 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80 by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 78. On this same day, and at about this very hour, Mr. Willett the elder sat smoking his pipe in a chamber at the Black Lion. Although it was hot summer weather, Mr. Willett sat close to the fire. He was in a state of profound cogitation with his own thoughts, and it was his custom at such times to stew himself slowly, under the impression that that process of cookery was favorable to the melting out of his ideas, which, when he began to simmer, sometimes oozed forth so copiously as to astonish even himself. Mr. Willett had been several thousand times comforted by his friends and acquaintance with the assurance that for the loss he had sustained in the damage done to the Maypole, he could come upon the county. But as this phrase happened to bear an unfortunate resemblance to the popular expression of coming on the parish, it suggested to Mr. Willett's mind no more consolatory visions than pauperism on an extensive scale, and ruin in a capacious aspect. Consequently, he had never failed to receive the intelligence with a rueful shake of the head or a dreary stare, and had been always observed to appear much more melancholy after a visit of condolence than at any other time in the whole 24 hours. It chanced, however, that sitting over the fire on this particular occasion, perhaps because he was, as it were, done to a turn, perhaps because he was in an unusually bright state of mind, perhaps because he had considered the subject so long, perhaps because of all these favoring circumstances taken together, it chanced that, sitting over the fire on this particular occasion, Mr. Willett did, afar off and in the remotest depths of his intellect, perceive a kind of lurking hint or faint suggestion that out of the public purse there might issue funds for the restoration of the Maypole to its former high place among the taverns of the earth. And this dim ray of light did so diffuse itself within him, and did so kindle up and shine, that at last he had it as plainly and visibly before him as the blaze by which he sat. And, fully persuaded that he was the first to make the discovery, and that he had started, hunted down, fallen upon, and knocked on the head a perfectly original idea which had never presented itself to any other man, alive or dead, he laid down his pipe, rubbed his hands, and chuckled audibly. "Why, father," cried Joe, entering at the moment, "you're in spirits today." "It's nothing particular," said Mr. Willett, chuckling again. "It's nothing at all particular, Joseph. Tell me something about the Salwaners." Having preferred this request, Mr. Willett chuckled a third time, and after these unusual demonstrations of levity, he put his pipe in his mouth again. "Shall I tell you, father?" asked Joe, laying his hand upon his sire's shoulder and looking down into his face. "That I have come back poorer than a church mouse? You know that. That I have come back maimed and crippled? You know that." "It was took off," muttered Mr. Willett, with his eyes upon the fire, "at the defense of the Salwaners in America, where the war is." "Quite right," returned Joe, smiling, and leaning with his remaining elbow on the back of his father's chair. "The very subject I came to speak to you about. A man with one arm, father, is not of much use in the busy world." This was one of those vast propositions which Mr. Willett had never considered for an instant, and required time to tackle. Wherefore he made no answer. "At all events," said Joe, "he can't pick and choose his means of earning a livelihood, as another man may. He can't say, 'I'll turn my hand to this,' or 'I won't turn my hand to that,' but must take what he can do, and be thankful it's no worse. What did you say?" Mr. Willett had been softly repeating to himself, in a musing tone, the words, "defense of the Salwaners," but he seemed embarrassed at having been overheard, and answered, "Nothing." "Now look here, father. Mr. Edward has come to England from the West Indies. When he was lost sight of, I ran away on the same day, father, he made a voyage to one of the islands, where a school friend of his had settled, and finding him, wasn't too proud to be employed on his estate, and in short, got on well, and is prospering, and has come over here on business of his own, and is going back again speedily. Our returning nearly at the same time, and meeting in the course of the late troubles, has been a good thing every way, for it has not only enabled us to do old friends some service, but has opened a path in life for me which I may tread without being a burden upon you. To be plain, father, he can employ me. I have satisfied myself that I can be of real use to him, and I'm going to carry my one arm away with him, and to make the most of it." In the mind's eye of Mr. Willett, the West Indies, and indeed all foreign countries, were inhabited by savage nations who were perpetually burying pipes of peace, flourishing tomahawks, and puncturing strange patterns in their bodies. He no sooner heard this announcement, therefore, than he leaned back in his chair, took his pipe from his lips, and stared at his son with as much dismay as if he had already beheld him tied to a stake and tortured for the entertainment of a lively population. In what form of expression his feelings would have found a vent, it's impossible to say. Nor is it necessary, for, before a syllable occurred to him, Dolly Varden came running into the room, in tears, threw herself on Joe's breast without a word of explanation, and clasped her white arms round his neck. "Dolly!" cried Joe. "Dolly!" "Aye, call me that always," exclaimed the locksmith's little daughter. "Never speak coldly to me, never be distant, never again reprove me for the follies I have long repented, or I shall die, Joe." "I reprove you," said Joe. "Yes, for every kind and honest word you uttered went to my heart. For you who have borne so much from me, for you who owe your sufferings and pain to my caprice, for you to be so kind, so noble to me, Joe." He could say nothing to her, not a syllable. There was an odd sort of eloquence in his one arm, which had crept round her waist, but his lips were mute. "If you had reminded me by a word, only by one short word," sobbed Dolly, clinging yet closer to him, "how little I deserve that you should treat me with so much forbearance. If you had exulted only for one moment in your triumph, I could have borne it better." "Triumph," repeated Joe, with a smile which seemed to say, "I am a pretty figure for that." "Yes, triumph," she cried, with her whole heart and soul in her earnest voice and gushing tears, "for it is one. I'm glad to think and know it is. I wouldn't be less humble, dear. I wouldn't be without the recollection of that last time we spoke together in this place. No, not if I could recall the past and make our parting yesterday." Did ever lover look as Joe looked now? "Dear Joe," said Dolly, "I always loved you. In my own heart I always did, although I was so vain and giddy. I hoped you would come back that night. I made quite sure you would. I prayed for it on my knees. Through all these long, long years, I've never once forgotten you or left off hoping that this happy time might come." The eloquence of Joe's arm surpassed the most impassioned language, and so did that of his lips. Yet he said nothing either. "And now at last," cried Dolly, trembling with the fervor of her speech, "if you were sick and shattered in your every limb, if you were ailing, weak, and sorrowful, if, instead of being what you are, you were in everybody's eyes but mine, the wreck and ruin of a man, I would be your wife, dear love, with greater pride and joy than if you were the stateliest lord in England." "What have I done?" cried Joe. "What have I done to meet with this reward?" "You have taught me," said Dolly, raising her pretty face to his, "to know myself and your worth, to be something better than I was, to be more deserving of your true and manly nature. In years to come, dear Joe, you shall find that you have done so, for I will be, not only now, when we are young and full of hope, but when we've grown old and weary, your patient, gentle, never tiring wife. I will never know a wish or care beyond our home and you, and I will always study how to please you with my best affection and my most devoted love. I will, indeed I will." Joe could only repeat his former eloquence, but it was very much to the purpose. "They know of this at home," said Dolly. "For your sake I would leave even them, but they know it and are glad of it, and are as proud of you as I am, and as full of gratitude. You'll not come and see me as a poor friend who knew me when I was a girl, will you, dear Joe?" Well, it don't matter what Joe said in answer, but he said a great deal, and Dolly said a great deal too, and he folded Dolly in his one arm pretty tight, considering that it was but one, and Dolly made no resistance. And if ever two people were happy in this world, which is not an utterly miserable one with all its faults, we may, with some appearance of certainty, conclude that they were. To say that during these proceedings Mr. Willett the elder underwent the greatest emotions of astonishment of which our common nature is susceptible, to say that he was in a perfect paralysis of surprise, and that he wandered into the most stupendous and theretofore unattainable heights of complicated amazement, would be to shadow forth his state of mind in the feeblest and lamest terms. If a roc, an eagle, a griffin, a flying elephant, a winged seahorse had suddenly appeared and, taking him on its back, carried him bodily into the heart of the Salwanners, it would have been to him as an everyday occurrence in comparison with what he now beheld. To be sitting quietly by, seeing and hearing these things, to be completely overlooked, unnoticed, and disregarded, while his son and a young lady were talking to each other in the most impassioned manner, kissing each other and making themselves in all respects perfectly at home, was a position so tremendous, so inexplicable, so utterly beyond the widest range of his capacity of comprehension, that he fell into a lethargy of wonder, and could no more rouse himself than an enchanted sleeper in the first year of his fairy lease, a century long. "Father," said Joe, presenting Dolly, "you know who this is?" Mr. Willett looked first at her, then at his son, then back again at Dolly, and then made an ineffectual effort to extract a whiff from his pipe, which had gone out long ago. "Say a word, father, if it's only, 'How do you do?'" urged Joe.
"Certainly, Joseph," answered Mr. Willett. "Oh, yes. Why not?"
"To be sure," said Joe. "Why not?"
"Ah," replied his father, "why not?" And with this remark, which he uttered in a low voice, as though he were discussing some grave question with himself, he used the little finger, if any of his fingers can be said to have come under that denomination, of his right hand as a tobacco stopper, and was silent again. And so he sat for half an hour at least, although Dolly, in the most endearing of manners, hoped a dozen times that he was not angry with her. So he sat for half an hour quite motionless, and looking all the while like nothing so much as a great Dutch pin or skittle. At the expiration of that period, he suddenly, and without the least notice, burst, to the great consternation of the young people, into a very loud and very short laugh, and repeating, "Certainly, Joseph. Oh, yes. Why not?" went out for a walk. This ends chapter 78. Chapter 79 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80 by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 79. Old John did not walk near the Golden Key, for between the Golden Key and the Black Lion there lay a wilderness of streets, as everybody knows who is acquainted with the relative bearings of Clerkenwell and Whitechapel, and he was by no means famous for pedestrian exercises. But the Golden Key lies in our way, though it was out of his. So to the Golden Key this chapter goes. The Golden Key itself, fair emblem of a locksmith's trade, had been pulled down by the rioters and roughly trampled underfoot. But now it was hoisted up again in all the glory of a new coat of paint, and showed more bravely even than in days of yore. Indeed, the whole house front was spruce and trim, and so freshened up throughout, that if there yet remained at large any of the rioters who had been concerned in the attack upon it, the sight of the old, goodly, prosperous dwelling, so revived, must have been to them as gall and wormwood.
The shutters of the shop were closed, however, and the window blinds above were all pulled down, and in place of its usual cheerful appearance, the house had a look of sadness and an air of mourning, which the neighbours, who in old days had often seen poor Barnaby go in and out, were at no loss to understand. The door stood partly open, but the locksmith's hammer was unheard. The cat sat moping on the ashy forge. All was deserted, dark, and silent. On the threshold of this door, Mr. Haredale and Edward Chester met. The younger man gave place, and both passing in with a familiar air, which seemed to denote that they were tarrying there, or were well accustomed to go to and fro unquestioned, shut it behind them. Entering the old back parlour, and ascending the flight of stairs, abrupt and steep, and quaintly fashioned as of old, they turned into the best room, the pride of Mrs. Varden's heart, and erst the scene of Miggs's household labours.
"Varden brought the mother here last evening, he told me," said Mr. Haredale.
"She is above stairs now, in the room over here," Edward rejoined. "Her grief, they say, is past all telling. I needn't add, for that you know beforehand, sir, that the care, humanity, and sympathy of these good people have no bounds."
"I am sure of that. Heaven repay them for it, and for much more. Varden is out?"
"He returned with your messenger, who arrived almost at the moment of his coming home himself. He was out the whole night, but that of course you know. He was with you the greater part of it?"
"He was. Without him, I should have lacked my right hand. He is an older man than I, but nothing can conquer him.
The cheeriest, stoutest-hearted fellow in the world."
"He has a right to be. He has a right to be. A better creature never lived. He reaps what he has sown, no more."
"It is not all men," said Edward, after a moment's hesitation, "who have the happiness to do that."
"More than you imagine," returned Mr. Haredale.
"We note the harvest more than the seed time. You do so in me." In truth, his pale and haggard face and gloomy bearing had so far influenced the remark that Edward was for the moment at a loss to answer him.
"Tut, tut," said Mr. Haredale. "'Twas not very difficult to read a thought so natural. But you are mistaken, nevertheless. I have had my share of sorrows. More than the common lot, perhaps, but I have borne them ill. I have broken where I should have bent, and have mused and brooded where my spirit should have mixed with all God's great creation. The men who learn endurance are they who call the whole world brother. I've turned from the world, and I pay the penalty."
Edward would have interposed, but he went on without giving him time.
"It is too late to evade it now. I sometimes think that if I had to live my life once more, I might amend this fault. Not so much, I discover when I search my mind, for the love of what is right, as for my own sake. But even when I make these better resolutions, I instinctively recoil from the idea of suffering again what I have undergone, and in this circumstance I find the unwelcome assurance that I should still be the same man, though I could cancel the past and begin anew with its experience to guide me."
"Nay, you make too sure of that," said Edward.
"You think so," Mr. Haredale answered, "and I am glad you do. I know myself better, and therefore distrust myself more. Let us leave this subject for another, not so far removed from it as it might at first sight seem to be. Sir, you still love my niece, and she is still attached to you?"
"I have that assurance from her own lips," said Edward, "and you know, I am sure you know, that I would not exchange it for any blessing life could yield me."
"You are frank, honorable, and disinterested," said Mr. Haredale. "You have forced the conviction that you are so, even on my once jaundiced mind, and I believe you. Wait here till I come back."
He left the room as he spoke, but soon returned with his niece. "On that first and only time," he said, looking from the one to the other, "when we three stood together under her father's roof, I told you to quit it, and charged you never to return." "It is the only circumstance arising out of our love," observed Edward, "that I have forgotten." "You own a name," said Mr. Haredale. "I had deep reason to remember. I was moved and goaded by recollections of personal wrong and injury. I know, but even now I cannot charge myself with having, then or ever, lost sight of a heartfelt desire for her true happiness, or with having acted, however much I was mistaken, with any other impulse than the one pure, single, earnest wish to be to her, as far as my inferior nature lay, the father she had lost." "Dear uncle," cried Emma, "I have known no parent but you. I have loved the memory of others, but I have loved you all my life. Never was father kinder to his child than you have been to me, without the interval of one harsh hour, since I can first remember." "You speak too fondly," he answered, "and yet I cannot wish you were less partial, for I have a pleasure in hearing those words, and shall have in calling them to mind when we are far asunder, which nothing else could give me. Bear with me for a moment longer, Edward, for she and I have been together many years, and although I believe that in resigning her to you I put the seal upon her future happiness, I find it needs an effort." He pressed her tenderly to his bosom, and after a minute's pause resumed. "I have done you wrong, sir, and I ask your forgiveness. In no common phrase or show of sorrow, but with earnestness and sincerity. In the same spirit, I acknowledge to you both that the time has been when I connived at treachery and falsehood, which if I did not perpetrate myself, I still permitted, to rend you two asunder." "You judge yourself too harshly," said Edward. "Let these things rest." "They rise in judgment against me when I look back, and not now for the first time," he answered. "I cannot part from you without your full forgiveness, for busy life and I have little left in common now, and I have regrets enough to carry into solitude, without addition to the stock." "You bear a blessing from us both," said Emma. "Never mingle thoughts of me who owe you so much love and duty, with anything but undying affection and gratitude for the past, and bright hopes for the future." "The future," returned her uncle with a melancholy smile, "is a bright word for you, and its image should be wreathed with cheerful hopes. Mine is of another kind, but it will be one of peace, and free, I trust, from care or passion. When you quit England, I shall leave it too. There are cloisters abroad, and now that the two great objects of my life are set at rest, I know no better home. You droop at that, forgetting that I am growing old, and that my course is nearly run. Well, we will speak of it again, not once or twice, but many times, and you shall give me cheerful counsel, Emma." "And you will take it?" asked his niece. "I'll listen to it," he answered, with a kiss, "and it will have its weight, be certain. What have I left to say? You have of late been much together. It's better and more fitting that the circumstances attendant on the past, which wrought your separation and sowed between you suspicion and distrust, should not be entered on by me." "Much, much better," whispered Emma. "I avow my share in them," said Mr. Haredale, "though I held it at the time in detestation. Let no man turn aside ever so slightly from the broad path of honor on the plausible pretense that he's justified by the goodness of his end. All good ends can be worked out by good means. Those that cannot are bad, and may be counted so at once and left alone." He looked from her to Edward and said in a gentler tone, "In goods and fortune you are now nearly equal. I have been her faithful steward, and to that remnant of a richer property which my brother left her, I desire to add, in token of my love, a poor pittance, scarcely worth the mention, for which I have no longer any need. I am glad you go abroad. Let our ill-fated house remain the ruin it is. When you return after a few thriving years, you will command a better and a more fortunate one. We are friends?" Edward took his extended hand and grasped it heartily. "You are neither slow nor cold in your response," said Mr. Haredale, doing the like by him. "And when I look upon you now and know you, I feel that I would choose you for her husband. Her father had a generous nature, and you would have pleased him well. I give her to you in his name and with his blessing. If the world and I part in this act, we part on happier terms than we have lived for many a day." He placed her in his arms and would have left the room, but that he was stopped in his passage to the door by a great noise at a distance, which made them start and pause. It was a loud shouting, mingled with boisterous acclamations that rent the very air. It drew nearer and nearer every moment, and approached so rapidly that even while they listened, it burst into a deafening confusion of sounds at the street corner. "This must be stopped, quieted," said Mr. Haredale hastily. "We should have foreseen this and provided against it. I will go out to them at once." But before he could reach the door, and before Edward could catch up his hat and follow him, they were again arrested by a loud shriek from above stairs, and the locksmith's wife, bursting in and fairly running into Mr. Haredale's arms, cried out, "She knows it all, dear sir! She knows it all! We broke it out to her by degrees, and she's quite prepared." Having made this communication, and furthermore thanked heaven with great fervour and heartiness, the good lady, according to the custom of matrons, on all occasions of excitement, fainted away directly. They ran to the window, drew up the sash, and looked into the crowded street. Among a dense mob of persons, of whom not one was for an instant still, the locksmith's ruddy face and burly form could be descried, beating about as though he was struggling with a rough sea. Now he was carried back a score of yards, now onward nearly to the door, now back again, now forced against the opposite houses, now against those adjoining his own, now carried up a flight of steps, and greeted by the outstretched hands of 100 men, while the whole tumultuous concourse stretched their throats and cheered with all their might. Though he was really in a fair way to be torn to pieces in the general enthusiasm, the locksmith, nothing discomposed, echoed their shouts till he was as hoarse as they, and in a glow of joy and right good humour, waved his hat until the daylight shone between its brim and crown. But in all the bandyings from hand to hand, and strivings to and fro, and sweepings here and there, which, saving that he looked more jolly and more radiant after every struggle, troubled his peace of mind no more than if he'd been a straw upon the water's surface, he never once released his firm grasp of an arm drawn tight through his. He sometimes turned to clap this friend upon the back, or whisper in his ear a word of staunch encouragement, or cheer him with a smile. But his great care was to shield him from the pressure and force a passage for him to the golden key. Passive and timid, scared, pale and wondering, and gazing at the throng as if he were newly risen from the dead and felt himself a ghost among the living, Barnaby, not Barnaby in the spirit, but in flesh and blood, with pulses, sinews, nerves, and beating heart and strong affections, clung to his stout old friend and followed where he led. And thus, in course of time, they reached the door, held ready for their entrance by no unwilling hands. Then, slipping in and shutting out the crowd by main force, Gabriel stood between Mr. Haredale and Edward Chester, and Barnaby, rushing up the stairs, fell upon his knees beside his mother's bed. "Such is the blessed end, sir," cried the panting locksmith to Mr. Haredale, "of the best day's work we ever did. The rogues, it's been hard fighting to get away from 'em. I almost thought once or twice they'd have been too much for us with their kindness." They'd striven all the previous day to rescue Barnaby from his impending fate. Failing in their attempts in the first quarter to which they addressed themselves, they renewed them in another. Failing there likewise, they began afresh at midnight, and made their way not only to the judge and jury who had tried him, but to men of influence at court, to the young Prince of Wales, and even to the antechamber of the king himself. Successful at last in awakening an interest in his favor, and an inclination to inquire more dispassionately into his case, they had had an interview with the minister in his bed so late as 8 o'clock that morning, the result of a searching inquiry, in which they, who'd known the poor fellow from his childhood, did other good service besides bringing it about, was that between 11 and 12 o'clock a free pardon to Barnaby Rudge was made out and signed, and entrusted to a horse soldier for instant conveyance to the place of execution. The courier reached the spot just as the cart appeared in sight, and Barnaby being carried back to jail, Mr. Haredale, assured that all was safe, had gone straight from Bloomsbury Square to the Golden Key, leaving to Gabriel the grateful task of bringing him home in triumph. "I needn't say," observed the locksmith, when he'd shaken hands with all the males in the house, and hugged all the females, 45 times at least, "that, except among ourselves, I didn't want to make a triumph of it. But directly we got into the street we were known, and this hubbub began. Of the two," he added, as he wiped his crimson face, "and after experience of both, I think I'd rather be taken out of my house by a crowd of enemies than escorted home by a mob of friends." It was plain enough, however, that this was mere talk on Gabriel's part, and that the whole proceeding afforded him the keenest delight, for the people continuing to make a great noise without, and to cheer as if their voices were in the freshest order, and good for a fortnight, he sent upstairs for Grip, who'd come home at his master's back, and had acknowledged the favors of the multitude by drawing blood from every finger that came within his reach, and with the bird upon his arm, presented himself at the first door window, and waved his hat again until it dangled by a shred between his finger and thumb. This demonstration having been received with appropriate shouts, and silence being in some degree restored, he thanked them for their sympathy, and taking the liberty to inform them that there was a sick person in the house, proposed that they should give 3 cheers for King George, 3 more for Old England, and 3 more for nothing particular as a closing ceremony. The crowd assenting, substituted Gabriel Varden for the nothing particular, and giving him 1 over for good measure, dispersed in high good humor. What congratulations were exchanged among the inmates at the Golden Key when they were left alone! What an overflowing of joy and happiness there was among them! How incapable it was of expression in Barnaby's own person, and how he went wildly from one to another until he became so far tranquilized as to stretch himself on the ground beside his mother's couch and fall into a deep sleep, are matters that need not be told. And it is well they happen to be of this class, for they would be very hard to tell were their narration ever so indispensable. Before leaving this bright picture, it may be well to glance at a dark and very different one which was presented to only a few eyes that same night. The scene was a churchyard, the time midnight. The persons, Edward Chester, a clergyman, a grave digger, and the 4 bearers of a homely coffin. They stood about a grave which had been newly dug, and one of the bearers held up a dim lantern. the only light there, which shed its feeble ray upon the book of prayer. He placed it for a moment on the coffin when he and his companions were about to lower it down. There was no inscription on the lid. The mold fell solemnly upon the last house of this nameless man, and the rattling dust left a dismal echo, even in the accustomed ears of those who had borne it to its resting place. The grave was filled in to the top and trodden down. They all left the spot together. "You never saw him living?" asked the clergyman of Edward. "Often, years ago, not knowing him from my brother." "Never since?" "Never. Yesterday he steadily refused to see me. It was urged upon him many times at my desire." "Still he refused? That was hardened and unnatural." "Do you think so?" "I infer that you do not." "You are right. We hear the world wonder every day at monsters of ingratitude. Did it never occur to you that it often looks for monsters of affection, as though they were things of course?" They had reached the gate by this time, and bidding each other good night, departed on their separate ways. This ends chapter 79. Chapter 80 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80 by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 80. That afternoon, when he'd slept off his fatigue, had shaved and washed and dressed and freshened himself from top to toe, when he had dined, comforted himself with a pipe, an extra Toby, a nap in the great armchair, and a quiet chat with Mrs. Varden on everything that had happened, was happening, or about to happen within the sphere of their domestic concern, the locksmith sat himself down at the tea-table in the little back parlor. The rosiest, coziest, merriest, heartiest, best contented old buck in Great Britain or out of it. There he sat, with his beaming eye on Mrs. V, and his shining face suffused with gladness, and his capacious waistcoat smiling in every wrinkle, and his jovial humor peeping from under the table in the very plumpness of his legs, a sight to turn the vinegar of misanthropy into purest milk of human kindness. There he sat, watching his wife as she decorated the room with flowers for the greater honor of Dolly and Joseph Willett, who'd gone out walking, and for whom the tea kettle had been singing gaily on the hob full 20 minutes, chirping as never kettle chirped before, for whom the best service of real undoubted china, patterned with divers round-faced mandarins holding up broad umbrellas, was now displayed in all its glory, to tempt whose appetites a clear, transparent, juicy ham, garnished with cool green lettuce leaves and fragrant cucumber, reposed upon a shady table, covered with a snow-white cloth, for whose delight preserves and jams, crisp cakes and other pastry, sure to eat, with cunning twists and cottage loaves and rolls of bread, both white and brown, were all set forth in rich profusion, in whose youth Mrs. V herself had grown quite young, and stood there in a gown of red and white, symmetrical in figure, buxom in bodice, ruddy in cheek and lip, faultless in ankle, laughing in face and mood, in all respects delicious to behold. There sat the locksmith among all and every these delights, the sun that shone upon them all, the center of the system, the source of light, heat, life, and frank enjoyment in the bright household world. And when had Dolly ever been the Dolly of that afternoon? To see how she came in, arm in arm with Joe, and how she made an effort not to blush or seem at all confused, and how she made believe she didn't care to sit on his side of the table, and how she coaxed the locksmith in a whisper not to joke,
and how her color came and went in a little restless flutter of happiness, which made her do everything wrong, and yet so charmingly wrong that it was better than right. Why, the locksmith could have looked on at this, as he mentioned to Mrs. Varden when they retired for the night, for 24 hours at a stretch, and never wished it done. The recollections, too, with which they made merry over that long protracted tea, the glee with which the locksmith asked Joe if he remembered that stormy night at the Maypole when he first asked after Dolly, the laugh they all had about that night when she was going out to the party in the sedan chair, the unmerciful manner in which they rallied Mrs. Varden about putting those flowers outside that very window, the difficulty Mrs. Varden found in joining the laugh against herself at first, and the extraordinary perception she had of the joke when she overcame it, the confidential statements of Joe concerning the precise day and hour when he was first conscious of being fond of Dolly, and Dolly's blushing admissions, half volunteered and half extorted, as to the time from which she dated the discovery that she didn't mind Joe. Here was an exhaustless fund of mirth and conversation. Then there was a great deal to be said regarding Mrs. Varden's doubts and motherly alarms and shrewd suspicions, and it appeared that from Mrs. Varden's penetration and extreme sagacity nothing had ever been hidden. She had known it all along. She had seen it from the first. She had always predicted it. She'd been aware of it before the principals. She'd said within herself, for she remembered the exact words, "That young Willett is certainly looking after our Dolly, and I must look after him." Accordingly, she'd looked after him and had observed many little circumstances, all of which she named, so exceedingly minute that nobody else could make anything out of them even now, and had, it seemed, from first to last, displayed the most unbounded tact and most consummate generalship. Of course, the night when Joe would ride homeward by the side of the chaise, and when Mrs. Varden would insist upon his going back again, was not forgotten, nor the night when Dolly fainted on his name being mentioned, nor the times upon times when Mrs. Varden, ever watchful and prudent, had found her pining in her own chamber. In short, nothing was forgotten, and everything by some means or other brought them back to the conclusion that that was the happiest hour in all their lives, consequently that everything must have occurred for the best, and nothing could be suggested which would have made it better. While they were in the full glow of such discourse as this, there came a startling knock at the door, opening from the street into the workshop, which had been kept closed all day that the house might be more quiet. Joe, as in duty bound, would hear of nobody but himself going to open it, and accordingly left the room for that purpose. It would have been odd enough, certainly, if Joe had forgotten the way to this door, and even if he had, as it was a pretty large one and stood straight before him, he could not easily have missed it. But Dolly, perhaps because she was in the flutter of spirits before mentioned, or perhaps because she thought he would not be able to open it with his one arm, she could have had no other reason, hurried out after him, and they stopped so long in the passage, no doubt owing to Joe's entreaties that she would not expose herself to the draught of July air, which must infallibly come rushing in on this same door being opened, that the knock was repeated, in a yet more startling manner than before. "Is anybody going to open that door?" cried the locksmith, "or shall I come?" Upon that, Dolly went running back into the parlor, all dimples and blushes, and Joe opened it with a mighty noise, and other superfluous demonstrations of being in a violent hurry. "Well," said the locksmith, when he reappeared, "what is it? Eh, Joe? What are you laughing at?" "Nothing, sir. It's coming in." "Who's coming in? What's coming in?" Mrs. Varden, as much at a loss as her husband, could only shake her head in answer to his inquiring look. So the locksmith wheeled his chair round to command a better view of the room door, and stared at it with his eyes wide open, and a mingled expression of curiosity and wonder shining in his jolly face.
instead of some person or persons straightway appearing, divers remarkable sounds were heard, first in the workshop, and afterwards in the little dark passage between it and the parlour, as though some unwieldy chest or heavy piece of furniture were being brought in, by an amount of human strength inadequate to the task. At length, after much struggling and humping, and bruising of the wall on both sides, the door was forced open as by a battering ram, and the locksmith, steadily regarding what appeared beyond, smote his thigh, elevated his eyebrows, opened his mouth, and cried in a loud voice expressive of the utmost consternation, "Damn it, if it ain't Miggs come back!" The young damsel whom he named no sooner heard these words than, deserting a small boy in a very large box by which she was accompanied, and advancing with such precipitation that her bonnet flew off her head, burst into the room, clasped her hands, in which she held a pair of pattens, one in each, raised her eyes devotedly to the ceiling, and shed a flood of tears. "The old story!" cried the locksmith, looking at her in inexpressible desperation. "She was born to be a damper, this young woman. Nothing can prevent it."
"Oh, master! Oh, Mim!" cried Miggs. "Can I constrain my feelings in these here once again united moments? Oh, Mr. Warson, here's blessedness among relations, sir. Here's forgivenesses of injuries. Here's amicablenesses."
The locksmith looked from his wife to Dolly, and from Dolly to Joe, and from Joe to Miggs, with his eyebrows still elevated and his mouth still open. When his eyes got back to Miggs, they rested on her, fascinated.
"To think," cried Miggs with hysterical joy, "that Mr. Joe and dear Miss Dolly has rarely come together after all has been said and done contrary. To see them two a-settin' along with him and her, so pleasant and in all respects so affable and mild, and me not knowing of it, and not being in the ways to make no preparations for their tea. Oh, what a cutting thing it is! And yet what sweet sensations is awoke within me!"
Either in clasping her hands again, or in an ecstasy of pious joy, Miss Miggs clinked her pattens after the manner of a pair of cymbals at this juncture, and then resumed in the softest accents.
"And did my missus think, oh goodness, did she think, as her own Miggs, which supported her under so many trials, and understood her natur when them as intended well but acted rough, went so deep into her feelings, did she think as her own Miggs would ever leave her? Did she think as Miggs, though she was but a servant, and knowed that servitudes was no inheritances, would forget that she was the humble instruments as always made it comfortable between them two when they fell out, and always told master of the meekness and forgiveness of her blessed dispositions? Did she think as Miggs had no attachments? Did she think that wages was her only object?" To none of these interrogatories, whereof every one was more pathetically delivered than the last, did Mrs. Varden answer one word. But Miggs, not at all abashed by this circumstance, turned to the small boy in attendance, her eldest nephew, son of her own married sister, born in Golden Lion Court, number 27, and bred in the very shadow of a second bell-handle on the right-hand door-post, and with a plentiful use of her pocket-handkerchief, addressed herself to him, requesting that on his return home he would console his parents for the loss of her, his aunt, by delivering to them a faithful statement of his having left her in the bosom of that family with which, as his aforesaid parents well knew, her best affections were incorporated, that he would remind them that nothing less than her imperious sense of duty and devoted attachment to her old master and Mrs., likewise Miss Dolly and young Mr. Joe, should ever have induced her to decline that pressing invitation which they, his parents, had, as he could testify, given her to lodge and board with them, free of all cost and charge, for evermore. Lastly, that he would help her with her box upstairs, and then repair straight home, bearing her blessing and her strong injunctions to mingle in his prayers a supplication that he might in course of time grow up a locksmith or a Mr. Joe, and have Mrs. Vardens and Miss Dollies for his relations and friends. Having brought this admonition to an end, upon which, to say the truth, the young gentleman for whose benefit it was designed bestowed little or no heed, having to all appearance his faculties absorbed in the contemplation of the sweetmeats, Miss Miggs signified to the company in general that they were not to be uneasy, for she would soon return, and with her nephew's aid prepared to bear her wardrobe up the staircase. "My dear," said the locksmith to his wife, "do you desire this?" "I desire it," she answered. "I am astonished. I am amazed at her audacity. Let her leave the house this moment." Miggs, hearing this, let her enter the box fall heavily to the floor, gave a very loud sniff, crossed her arms, screwed down the corners of her mouth, and cried in an ascending scale, "Oh, good gracious!" 3 distinct times. "You hear what your mistress says, my love," remarked the locksmith. "You'd better go, I think. Stay, take this with you, for the sake of old service." Miss Miggs clutched the banknote he took from his pocketbook and held out to her, deposited it in a small red leather purse, put the purse in her pocket, displaying as she did so a considerable portion of some undergarment made of flannel and more black cotton stocking than is commonly seen in public, and tossing her head as she looked at Mrs. Varden, repeated, "Oh, good gracious!" "I think you said that once before, my dear," observed the locksmith. "Times is changed, is they, Mim?" cried Miggs, bridling. "You can spare me now, can you? You can keep 'em down without me? You're not in wants of anyone to scold or throw the blame upon, no longer, ain't you, Mim? I'm glad to find you've grown so independent. I wish you joy, I'm sure." With that she dropped a curtsy, and keeping her head erect, her ear towards Mrs. Varden and her eye on the rest of the company, as she alluded to them in her remarks, proceeded, "I'm quite delighted, I'm sure, to find such independency, feeling sorry, though, at the same time, Mim, that you should have been forced into submissions when you couldn't help yourself. He. It must be great vexations, especially considering how ill you always spoke of Mr. Joe, to have him for a son-in-law at last. And I wonder Miss Dolly can put up with him, either, after being off and on for so many years with a coachmaker. But I have heard say that the coachmaker thought twice about it, and that he told a young man as was a friend of his that he hoped he knowed better than to be drawed into that, though she and all the family did pull uncommon strong." Here she paused for a reply, and receiving none, went on as before. "I have heard say, Mim, that the illnesses of some ladies was all pretensions, and that they could faint away stone dead whenever they had the inclination so to do. Of course, I never see such cases with my own eyes. Oh, no, nor master neither. Oh, no, I've heard the neighbors make remark, as someone as they was acquainted with was a poor, good-natured, mean-spirited creature as went out fishing for a wife one day and caught a tartar. Of course, I never to my knowledge see the poor person himself. Nor did you neither, Mim. Oh, no. I wonder who it can be. Don't you, Mim? No doubt you do, Mim. Oh, yes, Again Miggs paused for a reply, and none being offered, was so oppressed with teeming spite and spleen that she seemed like to burst. "I'm glad Miss Dolly can laugh," cried Miggs with a feeble titter. "I like to see folks a-laughing. So do you, Mim, don't you? You was always glad to see people in spirits, wasn't you, Mim? And you always did your best to keep 'em cheerful, didn't you, Mim? Though there ain't such a great deal to laugh at now, is there, Mim? It ain't so much of a catch, after looking out so sharp ever since she was a little chit, and costing such a deal in dress and show, to get a poor common soldier with one arm, is it, Mim? He he! I wouldn't have a husband with one arm anyways. I would have 2 arms. I would have 2 arms if it was me, though instead of hands they'd only got hooks at the end, like our dustman. Miss Miggs was about to add, and had indeed begun to add, that, taking them in the abstract, dustmen were far more eligible matches than soldiers, though to be sure when people were past choosing they must take the best they could get, and think themselves well off too. But her vexation and chagrin being of that internally bitter sort which finds no relief in words, and is aggravated to madness by want of contradiction, she could hold out no longer, and burst into a storm of sobs and tears. In this extremity she fell on the unlucky nephew, tooth and nail, and plucking a handful of hair from his head, demanded to know how long she was to stand there to be insulted, and whether or no he meant to help her to carry out the box again, and if he took a pleasure in hearing his family reviled, with other inquiries of that nature. At which disgrace and provocation, the small boy, who had been all this time gradually lashed into rebellion by the sight of unattainable pastry, walked off indignant, leaving his aunt and the box to follow at their leisure. Somehow or other, by dint of pushing and pulling, they did attain the street at last, where Miss Miggs, all bloused with the exertion of getting there, and with her sobs and tears, sat down upon her property to rest and grieve, until she could ensnare some other youth to help her home. "It's a thing to laugh at, Martha, not to care for," whispered the locksmith, as he followed his wife to the window, and good-humoredly dried her eyes. "What does it matter? You had seen your fault before. Come, bring up Toby again, my dear. Dolly shall sing us a song, and we'll be all the merrier for this interruption." This ends Chapter 80.